Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into alternative heresy. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics soon to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor or the Dark Gods. And I want to thank you guys for the support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get into the madness.
Ullanor had been broken and made silent. The greenskin empire that had sprawled across that brutal crown of worlds lay butchered beneath the heel of the Imperium. Its gargant fortresses had been gutted by lance strikes and macro bombardments until their rusted ribs jutted from the ash plains like the bones of slain gods. Its warlords, swollen with violence and crude dominion, had died beneath blades, bolters, volkite fire, and the tread of imperial war engines. The last of their great idols burned in pits vast enough to swallow cathedrals, and the smoke of them climbed into the bruised heavens in black columns that could be seen from orbit. Victory had come with a price measured in regiments, fleets, engines, and legion blood. The dead lay beyond counting, but the Imperium did not count death as men once had. It counted worlds brought into compliance. It counted banners raised. It counted enemies erased from the ledger of the species. Upon the killing fields of Ullanor, the Emperor gathered his sons. The plain chosen for the triumph had been scoured clean by Mechanicum labor cohorts and sanctified by the tread of titans. Vast processional causeways of black iron crossed the wasteland. Monument pylons rose from the ash, each one carved with the names of expeditionary fleets, conquered systems, and the dead whose sacrifice would be remembered until some later war demanded the stone be ground down and repurposed. Above them hung the warships of the Great Crusade, suspended in the upper atmosphere like judgment given shape. Battle barges, grand cruisers, mass conveyors, forge vessels, troop ships, and void leviathans blotted out sections of the sky. Their hulls bore scars from alien wars and human rebellions alike, each crater and lance burn a scripture of conquest. The armies below were beyond mortal sense. Ranks of the legions Astartes stood in formations so precise they looked carved rather than assembled. The lunar wolves gleamed in pale plate, their wolf-head markings stark beneath the Ullanor sun, disciplined and predatory around the towering presence of Horus Lupercal. The imperial fists stood like a wall of yellow ceramite, grave and implacable, with Rogel Dawn at their fore, his face set as though the triumph were merely another duty requiring endurance. The Ultramarines were arrayed in deep blue order, banners coded with campaign honours and compliance tallies. Their Primarch Robert Gilliman watching everything as if the ceremony itself were a strategic map. The Emperor's children shone in purple and gold, every helm, plume and sword angle perfected, Fulgrim standing among them like a sculpted god pretending not to hunger for applause. There were iron warriors in gunmetal and hazard stripes, their siege engines crouched behind them like patient beasts. Perturabo stood without ornament, without smile, his eyes dead with calculation. The word-bearers knelt beneath crimson banners heavy with script, though the imperial truth had no patience for scripture. Lorgar watched from within that sea of devotion, serene and wounded and waiting. The Night Lords held their place beneath flayed trophies that had been ordered hidden for the triumph, and hidden badly. Conrad Kurz stood apart from his sons, gaunt and restless, eyes fever bright beneath lank black hair. He looked not at the Emperor, nor at the armies, but at Sanguinius. There were Mechanicum engines in red and brass, their priests whispering Binharic catechisms through grill mouths and vox implants. Skitari cohorts stood with rad carbines locked across their chests, their flesh already half surrendered to steel. Behind them, Titans of ancient legios towered over the assembly. Warlords, reavers, and warhounds stood in solemn ranks, their god engines hung with honor chains, their princeps linked to machine spirits that dreamed of annihilation. Beneath their feet waited the imperial army in numbers that would have broken the mind of any lesser age. Armored divisions, artillery regiments, grenadier cohorts, auxiliar banners, levy formations drawn from compliant worlds that had only recently learned to kneel and now came armed to force others to do the same. Iterators stood ready to speak meaning into slaughter. Remembrancers waited with trembling hands, pict recorders, styluses, memory coils, and ambition. Void crews lined elevated platforms, their faces pale from shipboard lives. Navigators watched from shaded galleries, their third eyes veiled. Astropaths murmured behind black masks, hearing things no sane soul wished to hear beneath the roar of triumph. And at the center of it all stood the Emperor of mankind. He was not merely seen, he was endured. Men looked upon him and remembered whatever shape their souls could survive. To some he was a warlord in golden armor. To others, a stern father, a blazing king, a weapon older than history, a tyrant too vast to hate, a savior too terrible to love. His armor burned beneath the Ulanor light. His sword hung at his side. His silence commanded more obedience than any mortal empire's law. Around him stood his sons, demigods wrought for conquest. Every soul on that plain believed they knew what would come. Horus Lupercal would be named Warmaster. It had been spoken in barracks and strategiums, in wardrooms and mechanicum data vaults, in the guarded whispers of remembrancers and the blunt certainties of legion captains. Horus was the first found. Horus was beloved. Horus was the general whose laughter could make warriors die smiling. Horus had broken the great beast of Ulanor beside the emperor himself. He had the charisma of a king and the instincts of a predator. He knew men. He knew war. He knew how to make brothers feel like comrades and rivals feel like honored allies. Even those who envied him expected it. The emperor stepped forward. The roar died not all at once, but in layers. The army fell silent first, because mortal discipline feared transgression. The mechanicum ceased its static hymn. The Titans' war horns faded into subsonic growls. The Astartes became still, and when the legions became still, the world itself seemed to obey. "My sons," said the emperor. The words carried without strain. They moved across the plain and through vox relays, through shipboard channels, through every watching auspex and pict feed, until even the crews in high orbit heard the voice and stood straighter. The Great Crusade has cast down another empire of the alien. Ulanor is ours. The stars before us remain dark, but they will be brought into the light of human dominion. Yet I must turn from the war beyond the heavens to the work that waits upon terror. The crusade cannot falter. It will not falter. One must bear command in my stead. Horus lowered his head by a fraction, not in arrogance, not in assumption visible enough to shame him, only as a warrior braces before receiving a blade. Sanguinius stood among his brothers in white and gold, wings folded behind him like the last memory of a kinder mythology. The great angel had blood on his armor still, though every artificer in his legion would have gladly died to polish it away. It darkened the joints of his plate and clung beneath the filigree. His face was calm, beautiful, and tired. He looked like victory had wounded him. The emperor turned, not to Horus, to Sanguinius. "Let the legions hear and let the fleets bear witness. From this day, by my will, Sanguinius of Baal shall be Warmaster of the Great Crusade. There was no sound. The silence struck harder than bombardment. It passed through the assembled hosts like a pressure wave. Men forgot to breathe. Vox officers stared dumbly at dead channels. Remembrancers failed to record history because their hands shook too violently. Even the Titans seemed to lean inward, their machine spirits tasting the fracture in the moment. Horus smiled. It was a perfect smile. Warm, proud, brotherly, magnificent enough to be believed by everyone except those born to read war in the smallest motion of a hand. He knelt first. The movement saved the ceremony. Lupercal, lord of the lunar wolves, conqueror of worlds, most favoured of sons in the minds of half the Imperium, sank to one knee before Sanguinius. The sound of his armour meeting the iron dais carried like the closing of a tomb. "My Warmaster," Horus said. The words were clear, steady, loyal. Sanguinius stared at him as though struck. Then Guilliman knelt, not slowly, not reluctantly, but with the solemn acceptance of a mind that had already begun reorganizing the galaxy around the new truth. Dawn followed, his expression unchanged, because the Emperor had spoken and duty had acquired a new shape. Fulgrim bowed with exquisite grace, and only the tightness around his eyes betrayed the poison. Perturabo did not kneel at once. For a heartbeat he remained standing, a fortress refusing weather. Then he bent, and the motion looked less like fealty than a siege engine lowering into firing position. Lorgar knelt with tears in his eyes. Kurz laughed. It was soft, almost tender, and those near him shivered despite the heat rising from the plain. Sanguinius heard it. He turned his head. Their eyes met across the gathered demigods, angel and night haunter, beauty and ruin. Kurz's smile widened as if he had seen a corpse twitch upon its bier. One by one, the legions followed their fathers. Ceramite thundered across Ulanor as hundreds of thousands of transhuman warriors knelt. The Imperial army, slower to understand and faster to fear, dropped in waves. The Mechanicum bowed according to ancient compromise, some with flesh, some with hydraulic limbs, some only with the inclination of sensor arrays. Banners dipped, blades lowered, standards bowed until the triumph plain became a field of submission. Sanguinius remained standing. His wings shifted once, the feathers catching the light. For all his might, for all the gene-forged divinity written into his bones, he seemed almost burdened beyond endurance. He looked first to the Emperor, seeking perhaps denial, perhaps reassurance, perhaps the mercy of being spared. The Emperor gave him nothing but certainty. "My father," Sanguinius said, and his voice was not amplified by command systems at first. It did not need to be. Those closest heard the grief in it. The Vox carried the rest. "I am not the greatest among my brothers." No one moved. "I am not the strongest. I am not the most learned. I am not the most unyielding. I am not the most beloved by victory." His gaze found Horus then, and Horus smiled again, as if in encouragement. "Yet, if it is your will, I will bear this burden until death takes me." The Emperor inclined his head. Sanguinius turned to the kneeling Primarchs and the kneeling legions. "Rise, my brothers, not beneath me, never beneath me. Rise as the Emperor's hands, rise as his wrath, his reason, his shield, his blade. I will not command you as lesser beings. I will ask of you what our Father has always asked of us. Everything." For a moment the silence endured. Then the legions roared. It began with the Blood Angels, and from them it spread as wildfire through dry bone. "Sanguinius!" they cried, and the name became a weapon, a prayer, a wound. Sanguinius, Sanguinius, Sanguinius. The army joined without understanding. The Mechanicum broadcast Binharic approval. Titans sounded their war horns until men fell bleeding from the ears. In orbit, shipmasters relayed the proclamation through Fleet Vox and Astropathic Choir. Across Ulanor, the name of the new Warmaster rose into the smoke-blacked heavens and shook the ash from broken orc idols. Sanguinius bowed his head beneath it. That roar should have been glory. Instead, somewhere beyond sight and sanity, in the tides where mortal thought curdled into hunger, things that had never been born listened and laughed. Later, aboard the vengeful spirit, Horus poured wine into 2 cups and handed one to his brother. The chamber was vast, but it felt intimate by the standards of Primarchs. The strategium had been cleared of attendants. The great hololithic table slept dark beneath layers of inactive campaign projection. Beyond the viewing ports, Ulanor turned below them, conquered and ugly, wreathed in the fading fires of compliance. The ship's machine spirit murmured through the deck like a restrained beast. It knew its master's mood better than most living souls. Sanguinius accepted the cup, but did not drink. Horus noticed. Horus always noticed. "You look as though father sentenced you," Lupercal said. "Did he not?" Horus chuckled, and for a moment there was the warmth that had conquered expeditionary fleets without firing a shot. "You wound me, brother. Some of us would have taken the honor gladly." Sanguinius looked at him then. There was no evasion in his eyes. "You expected it." "Yes." The answer came without bitterness. That made it worse. "I did as well," Sanguinius admitted. Horus moved to the viewport, the stars reflected in his armor. So did most who bothered to think about it. I was vain enough to believe that meant something. It does mean something. It means father saw further than we did. Horus drank. That is his gift and his curse. Sanguinius joined him at the glass. Below them, tiny lines of fire marked the disposal pits, where orc bodies were burned in heaps large enough to alter the wind. "Do you resent me?" Horus laughed again, but this time it carried iron. "I resent that you ask me like a penitent priest awaiting absolution. I ask you as your brother. My brother has no need to apologize for obeying the Emperor. That is not an answer." Horus turned. For the first time since the proclamation, the smile faded. What remained was not anger. Anger would have been simpler. It was hurt, mastered so completely, it had become another form of nobility. "I wanted it," he said. "There, let honesty stand between us, and be done with it. I wanted the title. I believed I had earned it. I believed father had shaped me for it. Perhaps he did once. Perhaps he changed his mind. Perhaps he never intended it at all." "Horus, no." Lupercal raised a hand. "Do not pity me. I have worlds to conquer, sons to lead, enemies to break. I remain who I was this morning. You are the one who must change." Sanguinius closed his hand around the cup hard enough that the metal complained. "I do not wish to stand above you." "Then do not. Stand ahead of us. There is a difference. You make it sound simple. It is not. That is why father chose you." Horus placed his cup down and stepped closer. "Listen to me. They love you. All of them. Even the ones who hate the rest of us. Fulgrim envies beauty but cannot deny yours. Dawn trusts duty and sees it in you. Gilliman will make ledgers of your virtues by morning. Russ will grumble and obey. Even Kurz fears you in whatever broken fashion passes for reverence in that haunted skull. And you." Horus smiled again, smaller now, truer. "I love you, brother. That has not changed." Sanguinius felt the words enter him like a blade no armor could turn. He saw, with the cruel clarity that sometimes came upon him unbidden, the wound beneath Horus's loyalty. He saw a future not yet fixed. Horus standing in darkness, Horus crowned in shadow, Horus dead at his feet, Horus reaching for him through blood. He blinked, and it was gone. The cup in his hand had split. Wine ran over his gauntlet like arterial blood. Horus looked at it. Sanguinius forced himself to open his hand. "Forgive me. For the cup? For everything I do not yet understand." Horus studied him in silence. "That is a dangerous prayer." "It was not a prayer." "Then keep it that way. We have enough priests hiding among us already." Far away, on another vessel, Lorgar would have smiled to hear it. The Emperor's final council before departure was held beneath sealed lumen arrays and warded walls, far from the triumph noise. Only Sanguinius, Malcador, selected custodians, and the master of mankind himself stood within the chamber. No remembrancers, no iterators, no legion honor guards, no brothers. The Emperor gave command as one might hand over a weapon. Expeditionary fleet authority, strategic deployment rights, the capacity to coordinate legion compliance actions across multiple segmenta, authority to resolve disputes between primarchs in the field, authority to speak with the Emperor's voice in matters of war where delay would cost victory, authority enough to save the crusade, authority enough to destroy it. Sanguinius listened without interruption. When it ended, the Emperor placed his hand upon his son's shoulder. "You will be tested," he said. "I know." "No, you do not." The words were not cruel. That made them heavier. Malcador watched from the edge of the chamber, leaning upon his staff, old eyes bright with things left unsaid. When the Emperor departed to attend other necessities of empire, the sigillite remained. "You were loved before," Malcador said. "Now you will be worshipped by men who claim not to worship anything." Sanguinius folded his wings more tightly around himself. "The imperial truth will endure." Truth endures only when convenient. Symbols endure when truth becomes difficult. Malcador approached, each step slow, deliberate. "Be wary, great angel. To be feared is simple. Fear keeps distance. Love invites knives close to the heart. Love can bind what fear only chains." "Yes," Malcador said, "until love is asked to bleed." Sanguinius looked down at the old man. "Is that what my father asks of me?" Malcador's face revealed nothing. "Your father asks everything. From all of us. Even from his sons? Especially from his sons." For reasons he could not name, Sanguinius thought of Ker's laughing. Aboard the Red Tier, the Blood Angels received the news not as promotion, but revelation. The Legion's mustering halls were hung in crimson, ivory, and gold. Blades were raised beneath vaulted ceilings painted with Baelite victories and Terran oaths. The sanguinary guards stood like statues from a murdered heaven, death masks polished to a noble gleam. Raldoron knelt at their head, controlled and grave, yet even he could not hide the fierce light in his eyes. Azkaellan swore the first oath, his voice carrying through the hall with ceremonial force. Amit swore the next, with less elegance and more hunger, his scarred face twisted by pride. Captains, heralds, veterans, dreadnought sarcophagi, and line warriors joined until the chamber shook with devotion. They did not merely celebrate their father's command, they exalted it. The Blood Angels had always been creatures of contradiction. They made art from war and war from art. They carved beauty into armor that would be drenched in viscera before the next dawn. They sang before battle and fell upon enemies with chainblade, power spear, and fang-bared fury when the song ended. They sought perfection because they knew the beast waited beneath their skin. Now that hidden beast purred beneath the hymns. "Our father is Warmaster," Raldoron declared. "No," Amit said, loud enough for those near him to hear. "Our father is Judgment." As Kaelon turned his death mask toward him. "Guard your tongue," Amit grinned. "I am." Above them all, the banner of the 9th Legion unfurled in a wash of red silk and golden thread. The winged blood drop caught the lumen glow and seemed, for one impossible instant, to pulse like a living heart. In the chapel holds of the word-bearers, Lorgar Aurelian knelt before a flame that cast no heat. He had witnessed Ulanor. He had watched the Emperor name the angel. He had seen Horus kneel. He had seen Fulgrim's envy, Perturabo's silence, Curz's delight, Guilliman's calculation, Dawn's obedience. He had seen the Imperium cheer for a symbol it did not yet know how to misuse. His sons chanted around him in low voices, not loudly enough to condemn them, not clearly enough for accusation. Words could be shaped as devotion, philosophy, mourning, remembrance. Lorgar had learned the power of language from a father who forbade gods and behaved as one. Erebus stood behind him, hands folded, face lowered. "Horus would have made a king," Lorgar said. Erebus did not answer. Horus would have rebelled as a wounded son, proud, mighty, beloved enough to draw many after him, a warlord against a warlord. "Yes, my lord." Lorgar looked into the cold flame. "But Sanguinius," the name lingered like incense. "Sanguinius would make them weep as he damned them," Erebus said. Lorgar smiled faintly. "Careful. That sounds almost like admiration. It is recognition. Of what? Of a blade made for the hand that has not yet closed around it." That night, Sanguinius dreamed. He stood above terror, but not the terror he knew. The world below was a wound of light and smoke. Its oceans were dark mirrors. Its cities were shrine mausoleums. Its mountains were crowned with guns. Billions knelt in avenues of ash, their heads bowed toward a palace that had become a tomb. They prayed with cracked lips. They prayed to a corpse upon a throne of gold. He tried to tell them to rise. No sound came. He saw Horus dead, not fallen in battle as warriors should fall, but broken in a place of shadows, one hand outstretched, eyes wide with betrayal. Blood spread beneath him in a slow black halo. He saw the Emperor enthroned in agony, not ruling but enduring, a carcass of impossible power, fed by sacrifice, worshipped by those he had denied. The golden throne screamed without voice. 1,000 souls burned in the dark, and when they were gone, another 1,000 waited. He saw his sons in black armor. They were screaming, not battle cries, not oaths, screams from inside the soul. They tore through enemies and brothers alike, lost in a madness that wore his face as a mask. Their fangs were red, their eyes were empty. They called his name as they killed, and every corpse they made was an offering to grief. He saw wings, his wings, not white, not gold, blackened, wet, dripping blood across the stars. Then the dream changed. He stood upon a field of corpses so vast the horizon curved with them. Titans lay dead like toppled cathedrals. Astartes' helm stared upward through cracked lenses. Mortal soldiers were heaped in trenches, their bodies locked in the final intimacy of mass death. The sky rained ash and teeth. From somewhere beneath the dead came laughter, vast and thirsty. A voice spoke without words. Not one voice, many. Hunger, rot, rapture, change. They pressed against the edges of his mind, like predators circling a wounded angel. He woke with blood in his mouth. For a moment, he did not move. His chamber aboard the red tier was dark, but for the faint red glow of ward lumens. The ship hummed around him. His hearts thundered. He touched his lips, and his gauntleted fingers came away wet. He had bitten through his tongue. At dawn's cycle, before the Emperor's departure fleet translated for Terra, Sanguinius came to him alone. The chamber was empty, save for the Master of Mankind and his son. Beyond the viewing port, ships burned their engines in formation. The future waited in steel, fire, and silence. "Father," Sanguinius said. The Emperor turned. "Is the future fixed?" The question hung between them. The Emperor did not answer at once. In that pause, Sanguinius felt something colder than refusal. He felt assessment. "No future is fixed beyond all contest," the Emperor said at last. It was an answer shaped like a door barred from the other side. "But some paths are known to you." "Yes." "And if one of those paths leads to ruin, then it must be opposed. What if opposing it creates it?" The Emperor's gaze sharpened. Mortal men would have died beneath such a tension. Sanguinius endured it because he had been made to endure the unbearable. "You have seen something," the Emperor said. "I have seen many things. Visions are not truth. Then why do they wound?" For the first time, something like impatience crossed the Emperor's face, or perhaps sorrow. With him, even emotion felt like strategy. "Because you give them leave to." Sanguinius looked down. "I saw Terra burning. I saw Horus dead. I saw you upon a throne of pain. I saw my sons lost to a madness wearing my name." The Emperor was silent. "Tell me it is false." "I cannot." "Tell me it can be prevented. It can be fought." Again, the answer that was not an answer. Sanguinius felt the first crack form, hair-thin and almost painless. It did not come from anger. It came from the absence where trust had stood. "What else have you hidden from us?" he asked. The Emperor's expression became remote, carved from the same inhuman certainty that had conquered terror long before the crusade reached the stars. What was necessary? Sanguinius closed his eyes. Necessary. There were words that could excuse any atrocity if spoken by the powerful with enough conviction. Necessary was chief among them. When he opened his eyes, he bowed. "As you command, Father." The Emperor accepted the bow. Neither of them spoke of love. Deep within the word-bearer's vessel, where the chapel walls were etched with prayers disguised as remembrance of verse, Erebus knelt before Lorgar. The chamber smelled of incense, hot wax, old blood, and secrets. Around them, hooded legionaries stood in silence, their crimson armor dark beneath the lumen glow. Upon the altar burned that same cold flame, its light bending wrong against the walls. No astropath heard what passed there. No iterator would record it. No custodian would enter until it was far too late. Lorgar gazed down at his first chaplain. "Speak." Erebus raised his head. "My lord, the gods have changed their preferred blade." Lorgar's eyes glimmered. "And Horus? Still mighty, still useful, still beloved enough to wound the Imperium." Erebus smiled with the reverence of a man watching a plague take root in a holy city. "But he is not the prize." "The angel," Lorgar said. "The angel," Erebus agreed. "Let Horus be brother, rival, martyr, or shield. Let the others rage and doubt as they were made to do. But Sanguinius is more than a general. He is the dream given wings. If he falls, mankind will not merely fear betrayal. It will despair of virtue itself." Lorgar looked back to the flame. For a long while, he said nothing. Then, softly, almost lovingly, he whispered, "Begin." The first months beneath the angel's command were months of impossible order. The Great Crusade had always moved like a storm front across the stars, vast, hungry, and glorious, but storms wasted strength. They struck where pressure drove them, tore what they could, and passed on with thunder in their wake. Sanguinius made the crusade into something sharper, not gentler, never gentler. Under his hand, the Emperor's war became a blade with many edges. Each legion turned toward the work for which it had been wrought. He did not summon his brothers as subjects. He summoned them as weapons whose temper he knew by sight. The council met aboard the Red Tier, in a strategium large enough to hold the command staff of an expeditionary fleet and solemn enough to shame a temple. The chamber's vaulted ceiling was painted with the conquest of Baal's moons, angels in crimson and ivory descending upon skeletal wastelands beneath poisoned suns. Hollow projectors cast the segmentum charts in cold blue fire. Worlds burned as points of crimson light. Fleet routes shone in white. Warp passages flickered and trembled, each one a wound cut through unreality and held open by navigator sight, Geller fields, and the Emperor's distant will. Around the central projection stood the demigods of mankind. Sanguinius took no throne. He stood among them, wings folded, hands bare, golden hair unbound, his armor polished to a radiance that did not hide the sword at his hip. He looked too beautiful for command and too tired for peace. "Horus," he said, turning first to the Lord of the Lunar Wolves, "you will take the spearhead fleets through the Gethsemane Reach and the Belt of Loxar. Their outer colonies have resisted 3 iterator delegations and destroyed 2 compliance envoys. They are proud, mobile, and well-armed. Break their fleet, leave their cities standing if they accept the imperial truth after defeat." Horus inclined his head. "A clean war, then?" "No war is clean." A small smile touched Lupercal's face. "Cleaner than most, brother." "Make it so." There was warmth in the exchange, but others watched the warmth with their own private hungers. Fulgrim saw trust. Perturabo saw preference. Dawn saw a task not given to him and cared only for what had been assigned in its place. Guilliman saw the logic of the deployment and approved before pride could make an argument of it. "Robout," Sanguinius continued, "the worlds beyond Saramanth have bent the knee, but not the spine. Their tithing systems are primitive. Their planetary governors have no shared administrative language. Their shipyards are functional but inefficient. Take your sons and make them part of the Imperium in more than name." Guilliman's gaze moved across the projected worlds, already measuring grain yields, transit time, security ratios, population temperament, militia readiness, compliance decay. "Conquest without structure is a wound left open. I will close it." "I knew you would." Fulgrim's lips curved. "Some of us are given worlds to polish. Some are given worlds to bleed." Sanguinius looked at him then. "You will have both. The Helican confluence has watched Ulanor and waits to see whether mankind's victory has beauty or only force. Their rulers are vain enough to be persuaded by spectacle and proud enough to require humiliation. Take the Emperor's children. Give them compliance in a form they will remember." Fulgrim bowed, each movement graceful as a blade passing through silk. "Then I shall make obedience exquisite." Perturabo made a sound that might have been amusement if any joy had lived in it. Sanguinius turned to him. "The Carvanan holds remain sealed. Their void bastions have broken every army formation sent against their outer defense moons. Their fortress worlds are cut into mantle stone and shielded by overlapping plasma reactors. They believe endurance is sovereignty." Perturabo's eyes narrowed. He knew before the words were spoken. "The Iron Warriors will reduce them. Sanguinius said. Not bypass, not contain, reduce. I need their manufactoria intact, if they can be taken intact. If they cannot, I need their resistance extinguished so thoroughly that neighboring systems understand the cost of imitation. Perturabo stared through the hololith, expressionless. You give Dawn the walls worth keeping, and me the walls worth breaking. The chamber stilled. Rogel Dawn did not turn his head. He had been given the fortress chain along the Malkador line, a series of forward bastions to be reinforced as stepping stones for the next phase of expansion. It was necessary work, honourable work, visible work. Sanguinius did not rebuke Perturabo. I give you the wars others cannot finish, and call that praise. I call it truth. Truth is rarely kind. No, Sanguinius said softly, but it is useful. Perturabo's jaw tightened. He gave a curt nod, no more submissive than the lowering of a gun barrel. Around him, the Iron Warriors' officers remained iron still, their faces hidden behind helms, their bitterness almost audible. Dawn, Sanguinius said. The Malkador line must endure before the next advance. Fortify it. Make it a spine for the crusade. It will hold, Dawn said. There was no boast in it, only completion spoken before labour began. Russ, said Sanguinius. The Wolf King bared his teeth in something too savage to be called a smile. At last. The Grendel stars have broken compliance twice. They feigned submission, murdered iterators, blinded astropaths, and sacrificed imperial envoys to local war totems. They understand mercy as weakness. Russ rolled his shoulders, pelts shifting over his armour. Then we will teach them another tongue. Punish them. Leave enough alive to speak of why. Aye, that is work my sons understand. Each assignment was correct. That was the cruelty of it. No brother could accuse Sanguinius of foolishness. The fleet dispositions aligned cleanly, supply burdens lessened, legion strengths matched strategic necessity, rivalries were acknowledged, soothed, or directed outward. The crusade, which had once surged, now cut, and every cut opened another vein of resentment. The months that followed proved the Warmaster right. Expeditionary fleets moved through the dark like interlocking knives. The Lunar Wolves drove armoured breakthroughs across rebellious systems, smashing fleet anchors, destroying command nodes, and forcing enemy admirals into surrender before their planetary forces could understand they had been abandoned. Horus was magnificent in motion, a warlord laughing in the heart of battle, his sons storming through void docks and orbital citadels, with bolters roaring and chain blades screaming. He took worlds quickly, and men praised the Warmaster for knowing where to send him. The Ultramarines followed in the wake of conquest and made ruin productive. Their logisticians imposed tithe law. Their praetors reorganized militia command. Their iterators did not merely speak, they instructed. Roads were repaired, void ports catalogued, grain silos counted. Rebellion became mathematically less likely beneath Guilliman's hand. He built stability where other legions left monuments and graves. The imperial fists raised fortresses along the widening frontier, each bastion a clenched fist of adamantium, void shield, macro cannon, and discipline. Dawn's sons did not complain of thankless duty. They became walls because walls were needed. Their silence made other legions seem theatrical by comparison. The Iron Warriors ground fortress systems into submission with patience that resembled hatred. They dug beneath shields, starved out cities, dragged siege guns across poisoned continents, and measured victory in meters gained and bodies spent. Perturabo took what others could not and the reports praised his endurance with words that sounded to him like shackles. And the Blood Angels became the pattern of a new war. Where Sanguinius led, campaigns did not unfold. They were severed. First came orbital suppression, not wasteful annihilation, but precise murder from the heavens. Lance batteries cut defense grids. Macro shells shattered shield towers. Vox relays died in bursts of static and molten metal. Then came the drop. Stormbirds burned down through atmosphere. Drop pods fell like iron rain. Teleportariums screamed and spat crimson-armored killers into command sanctums, generator vaults, and palace chambers. Assault companies descended by jump pack through smoke and flak, winged helms and golden masks lit by the fires beneath them. They were beautiful in parade. In war, they were nightmares with perfect posture. Blood Angels did not merely kill. They arrived at the place where command, believed itself safe, and turned certainty into meat. They struck officers, governors, priest-kings, gene lords, admirals, and tyrants before massed armies could pivot. They carved through honor guards with power swords and in carmine axes. Their bolters made pulped ruin of human bodies that had once stood behind law, throne, creed, or cowardice. Their sanguinary guard moved like execution icons from a forgotten heaven, death masks serene while their blades opened men from collar to groin. Compliance followed quickly when the heads of worlds were placed before their own armies. The doctrine was efficient. Efficiency became praise. Praise became imitation. Imitation became doctrine. And doctrine became hunger, wearing the mask of necessity. Karen's Gate refused. The world had been human once in the old and desperate sense, descended from the scattered embers of mankind's lost ages. Its people inhabited a system of black moons and orbital foundries, locked around a massive dead planet. A grave world whose mantle had been mined hollow and filled with engines older than its rulers could understand. Their cities were not built upward, but inward, descending in tiered rings around abyssal shafts, where heat rose from planetary furnaces and pale lightning crawled along restraint pylons. They had survived Old Night by making mankind into material. Their ruling caste called themselves the Continuance. They bred soldiers from vats and womb tanks, growing muscle around obedience nodes, bone around pain circuits, eyes around implanted target rights. Their nobles wore bodies renewed by gene forges that fed on the harvested poor. Their psychers were not honoured, trained, or feared as souls, but chained into slave engines, their skulls wired into brass thrones, their mouths sutured open around vox horns so their torment could be directed as weaponized thought. When the first compliance delegation arrived, the Continuance returned the iterators without limbs, alive and singing in voices that were not theirs. When the second arrived under army escort, the envoys were taken into the gene vaults and rendered into ceremonial organs for the High Synod's feast of sovereignty. When the third came beneath the seal of the Warmaster, Sanguinius sent no remembrances. His message was carried by astropathic choir and repeated across every open channel in the system. Submit to the Emperor's truth, dismantle the gene forges, release the enslaved psychers, open your void shields, present your ruling caste for judgment. Do this, and your people may yet live as mankind. The High Synod answered from their throne pit beneath the capital shaft. Their speaker had 3 mouths, each one grown for a different register of contempt. We were mankind before your emperor remembered the stars. We are mankind improved. We do not kneel to Terran superstition wrapped in gold. Sanguinius offered surrender again after the first orbital defense ring was destroyed. The Blood Angels took it in less than an hour. Strike cruisers translated from the system's outer darkness under the cover of Mechanicum's signal ghosts. Lunar pattern escorts drew defense fire and died in bright fragments, while the Red Tear and her consorts slid into killing range. Lance strikes cut through orbital weapons platforms. Boarding torpedoes slammed into foundry habs and bastion wheels. Crimson armoured squads fought through corridors slick with nutrient gel, gene slime, and the shredded remnants of vat-grown defenders. Raldoron led the assault upon bastion wheel Aurek. He cut through the command deck with the calm precision of a duelist and the force of a siege ram. Azka Ellen and the Sanguinary Guard teleported into the Synaptic Relay Shrine, where 3 chained psychers screamed so loudly that 2 legionaries bled from their eyes before the slaves were granted death. Amit took the outer docks and killed until his armour steamed. The second offer was transmitted over the corpses of the first defence ring. "Submit," said Sanguinius. "You have seen the measure of our restraint. Do not mistake it for uncertainty." The continuance answered by activating their psychic slave engines. Across the void, minds died. Army crews aboard 3 frigates clawed out their own eyes. A Mechanicum Adept's Nuspheric choir collapsed into recursive blasphemy, their implants cooking the meat within their skulls. One Blood Angel's destroyer turned its guns upon an allied. Troop conveyor before the captain ordered his own bridge purged by Volkite fire. The conveyor split open, spilling thousands of Imperial soldiers into vacuum, their bodies glittering like frost in the system's false dawn. The third offer came after that. This time, Sanguinius spoke directly, standing before the Strategium hololith, his image cast across Charon's gate in white and gold. "I am Sanguinius, son of the Emperor, Warmaster of the Great Crusade. I have offered you life twice. I offer it once more. Release your people from the engines. Surrender your gene vaults. Lay down your weapons. There will be judgment. There may yet be survival." The High Synod's answer was laughter carried through the mouths of tortured psychers. Sanguinius closed his eyes. When he opened them, the gentleness remained. That was what made the order terrible. "Total military annihilation," he said. "Command caste, gene forge cadres, slave engine keepers, defense hosts, void crews, and all formations bearing arms are to be destroyed. Secure the civilian strata where possible. No delay, no negotiation, no fourth offer." The Red Tear opened fire. Charon's gate became a furnace. The first bombardment did not scour the world. It performed surgery with weapons meant to kill continents. Lance fire stabbed into shield nexuses until the void domes over the capital sank and burst like soap film. Macro cannon shells fell through the atmosphere, each one a cathedral bell of explosive judgment. Defense towers vanished inside rising suns. Plasma reactors bloomed beneath the crust, vomiting white fire through the lower city rings. Orbital docks spun out of alignment, torn open by torpedoes, their crews incinerated or flung into the dark. Then the Blood Angels descended. Sanguinius came through the flat clouds at the head of his Sanguinary Guard, wings spread, armour burning gold in the atmospheric fire. Around him fell stormbirds, thunderhawks and drop pods, all wreathed in smoke and tracer light. Anti-aircraft beams clawed upward. Shells burst in black flowers around the descending angels. A gunship died beside him, its wing torn away, its fuselage rolling end over end before striking a defense tower hard enough to split the structure down its length. Sanguinius did not slow. He struck the balcony of the outer command spire with enough force to crater adamantium. The defenders waiting there were not men in any kind sense. They were giant things grown for war, muscles swollen around grafted bone, mouths sealed behind respirator plates, eyes replaced by targeting lenses. They carried rotary cannons, shock mauls, and cleavers with monomolecular edges. They opened fire at point-blank range. The sanguinary guard moved around their father like fragments of sunlight given wrath. Bolter fire punched fist-wide holes through vat-grown torsos. Power blades sheared limbs and opened armoured rib cages. Amit's assault companies crashed into lower galleries, chain blades whining as they cut through defenders at the waist and shoulder, spraying the walls with blood thickened by growth chemicals. Raldoron's veterans advanced through smoke in perfect formation, their bolters firing in disciplined volleys, every detonation turning another engineered warrior into ruined meat. Sanguinius drew his blade. It ignited with a pale fire. He crossed the balcony in a blur of white wings and gold. The first Gene warrior swung a cleaver large enough to halve a legionary. Sanguinius stepped inside the blow and cut the creature from hip to throat. The second raised a cannon. The Warmaster's wing struck it aside, and his sword removed its head in a flash of burning blood. The third knelt, not in surrender, but because its legs had been severed before its altered nerves could report pain. Within moments, the balcony belonged to the Imperium. The command spire did not fall from the outside. It died from within. Blood angels breached the upper levels through windows, walls, and teleport flare. Command staff were found clustered around hololithic maps, still moving defense cohorts across the city as if strategy could survive angels in the room. Their generals wore layered robes over reinforced flesh, their skulls crowned with neural sockets and hereditary gold. One tried to activate a slave engine beneath the floor. As Kellan cut off his hands, another demanded parley. Raldoron shot him through all 3 lungs. Sanguinius entered last. The remaining commanders looked upon him and understood, too late, that mercy had been present before the assault began and had departed when they mocked it. Their hololithic map showed the capital as a living web of light. Red sigils marked Blood Angels' penetration points. Entire defense sectors winked out as command nodes died. "You were warned," Sanguinius said. One of the Gene Lords spat black fluid onto the floor. "Butcher." The Warmaster looked at the thing for a long moment. His expression held neither anger nor pleasure. "Yes," he said. Then he killed them. Not in rage, not in haste. He moved through the command circle with perfect economy, and the rulers of Karen's Gate came apart before the map of their dying world. One was opened from shoulder to sternum, spilling organs modified beyond human recognition onto the polished floor. Another lost his head, the crown of neural gold clattering away through blood. A third tried to crawl beneath the hololithic table, leaving a smear of dark fluid behind him, until Sanguinius pinned him through the spine and watched the life leave his augmented eyes. Below, the city screamed. The Blood Angels broke the defense towers one by one. Jump pack squads descended through smog and reactor steam, landing upon battlements, cutting through gun crews, planting melter charges, and lifting away as explosions turned fortified decks into molten ruin. Contemptor dreadnoughts smashed through blast doors and filled corridors with assault cannon fire. Tactical squads advanced behind breacher shields, while plasma gunners burned gene thralls into bubbling shapes on the floor. Apothecaries moved with the second wave, harvesting gene seed from fallen legionaries beneath enemy fire, their white armor quickly becoming red. The Imperial army followed where the angels had opened the way. They came in their millions, masked against toxins, laser guns clutched in shaking hands, boots slipping in fluids that had once been men. They saw what transhuman war truly meant. They saw corridors paved with severed limbs, blast chambers full of cooked flesh, slave psyker vaults where the walls wept blood from psychic pressure, and blood angels standing amid it all like noble statues in a slaughterhouse. By the end of the second day, Charon's Gate had no military command. By the end of the third, the gene forges were burning. By the end of the fifth, the slave engines were silent. Horus arrived after the killing had become occupation. The vengeful spirit translated in-system with a spearhead fleet of lunar wolves, battle barges and army conveyors ready to reinforce a campaign already finished. Lupercal came down to the capital shaft in a gunship flanked by Justaerin and senior captains. The air still tasted of metal, hot stone and opened bodies. Fires burned in the lower rings, carefully contained by Mechanicum crews. Civilian masses were being herded into holding zones, stunned by survival, watched by blood angels whose crimson plate made them seem less like saviors than the heraldry of the disaster itself. Horus found Sanguinius in the throne pit of the High Synod. The place was vast, circular, and obscene. Tiers of seats descended around a central psychic engine where hundreds of chained psychers had once been wired into a single instrument of command. Most were dead now. Some still twitched, mercy delayed by the need to preserve evidence for Mechanicum study. Blood angels guarded the chamber entrances. Their armor was immaculate where it could be made so, and stained where the blood had seeped too deeply into seals and joints. Sanguinius stood before the dead engine, wings folded, face sorrowful. Horus looked across the chamber. He saw the bodies of the High Synod arranged for identification. He saw hololithic recorders hovering over the corpses. He saw the slave thrones, the butchered cables, the brain matter drying on brass. He saw that the angel had been right, and still, something in him recoiled. "You offered surrender?" Horus asked. 3 times. Then they chose this. Yes. It should have been enough. Horus had ordered worlds broken. He had watched cities die. He had killed kings with his own hands and seen mortal armies reduced to ash for the sin of defiance. Slaughter did not trouble him when slaughter served victory. But this chamber felt different. Not because the dead were many, they were not by galactic standards. Not because the methods were savage. War was savage even when dressed in banners. It felt different because Sanguinius stood among the ruin like a grieving saint who had performed an execution and called it compassion. "You look as though you mourn them," Horus said. "I do. You killed them." "I know." Horus frowned. "That is a hard path, brother. It is the path Father set before us. Father does not weep over every tyrant we put down." "No," said Sanguinius. "Perhaps that is why we must." Horus studied him. The words were noble. The world was compliant. The enemy had deserved annihilation by any imperial measure. Yet the weight in the chamber did not lift. "You are becoming very good at this," Horus said. "At what?" "Judgment." Sanguinius turned away from the slave engine. "Someone must be." In the outer courtyard, Angron laughed when told of the campaign. The Primarch of the World Eaters had arrived with a detachment intended for the next punitive advance, and he had no patience for the solemn theatre of occupation. He stood amid broken statuary, his massive armour scarred, the butcher's nails pulsing beneath the skin of his skull. His sons waited behind him like caged murder, chain axes maglocked but never far from their hands. "A fine sermon," Angron snarled when Sanguinius emerged from the throne pit. 3 chances to kneel, then fire, then blades, then you stand in the ashes and call it sorrow. Sanguinius regarded him calmly. Would you have preferred no warning? I would have preferred honesty. From you, that word is almost beautiful. Angron's lips peeled back. Careful, Angel. Horus watched from several paces away, one hand near his belt, not from fear, but readiness. Blood angels and world eaters shifted around one another, with the instinctive hostility of predators forced into the same pit. Angron stepped closer. You are a gilded executioner pretending to be a saint. For a heartbeat, the courtyard seemed to hold its breath. Sanguinius did not reach for his blade. He did not raise his voice. His wings moved slightly, scattering ash from their feathers. Perhaps, he said, but monsters are useful when aimed correctly. The words struck harder than anger would have. Angron stared at him. Then he laughed, a jagged, ugly sound that scraped across the vox grills of his sons. There he is. Sanguinius said nothing. Angron turned away, still laughing, but the insult had gone in deep. Not because it was false, because it was not. The campaign reports from Charon's Gate spread quickly through the crusade. Officially, it was a model compliance against an abominable human regime, practicing forbidden genetic tyranny and psychic enslavement. The Blood Angels had acted with restraint, issued lawful warnings, and executed necessary annihilation with admirable precision. The Warmaster's doctrine was praised in army circles and mechanicum vaults alike. Iterators shaped the narrative into something clean enough for mortal consumption. Among Primarchs, cleaner truths curdled. Perturabo's complaint came through a private channel, though there was nothing private about his bitterness. You ask Dawn to make walls, said the Lord of Iron, his image rendered in blue distortion above the strategium table. You ask me to die against them. Sanguinius stood alone before the projection. Outside the Red Tier's viewports, Charon's Gate burned in ordered sectors. I ask Dawn to preserve what must endure. I ask you to end what must not. A poet's division of labor. A necessary one. Perturabo's face hardened. Do you know what necessity sounds like, brother? It sounds like every order ever given by those who do not wish to see the trenches afterward. I have seen trenches. You have flown over them. Sanguinius accepted the blow without visible pain. I know what you believe Father made of you. No, Perturabo said. You know what he uses me for. Now you use me the same way and dress it in courtesy. The accusation lingered. Sanguinius could have denied it. He did not. The Carvanon holds will not fall to glory, he said. They will fall to endurance, attrition, mathematics, and the willingness to grind stone into dust one shell at a time. That is not insult. It is recognition. Perturabo's eyes narrowed. One day, you will learn that recognition is not gratitude. The image vanished. Sanguinius remained in the dark after the hololith died, hearing the distant pulse of ship engines through the deck. He told himself Perturabo was wounded by old neglect, that any order would have tasted of insult to him, that the crusade could not be governed by the pride of demigods. All of it was true. None of it comforted him. The book arrived without ceremony. It was brought by a word-bearer's courier under sealed authorization, bound in plain grey leather, without title, without devotional iconography, without scriptural flourish. Its pages were thin, almost translucent, marked in a precise hand. The attached note bore Lorgar's seal and a simple inscription, "For the burden no blade can lighten." Sanguinius did not read it at once. When he did, he found no obvious heresy within. There were no gods named, no warp rites, no rejection of the emperor, no prayers, no crude seductions. It was a meditation on rulership, sacrifice, destiny, and the poverty of truth when truth failed to sustain the soul. It spoke of civilizations that survived not because their facts were correct, but because their symbols were strong enough to carry terror. It spoke of soldiers who died more willingly for sacred lies than administrative realities. It spoke of fathers who denied divinity while demanding obedience no mortal ruler could deserve. Again and again, in different forms, the book returned to a single wound. If humanity needed a god in order to survive the dark, why did the Emperor refuse to be one? Sanguinius read until the ship's chronometers passed into deep cycle. He closed the book, then opened it again. The words did not persuade him. Not exactly. Persuasion was too simple a thing for what they did. They arranged questions he had already carried and placed them beneath a sharper light. He thought of Ulanor, of armies kneeling by the million. He thought of Malkador's warning. He thought of the dream of terror, where billions knelt before a corpse enthroned. He thought of Charon's gate and the 3 offers of mercy that had ended in fire. He thought of Horus looking at him in the throne pit and calling him judgment. By the next dawn cycle, the Red Tier's strategium was filled with victory reports. The Gethsemane Reach had suffered catastrophic fleet losses and requested terms from Horus. Gilliman's consolidation edicts had increased tithe stability in the Saramanth worlds. Dawn's bastions along the Malkador line were ahead of projected completion. Fulgrim had brought the Helican confluence to compliance with a triumph so magnificent that 3 planetary rulers had abdicated in tears. Russ had left the Grendel stars alive enough to fear obedience. Perturabo had begun the reduction of the Carvanen holds, and his first dispatch contained no complaint, only ammunition expenditure, casualty ratios, and projected time to collapse. Worlds saved, worlds broken, worlds disciplined, worlds erased. Every light on the hololith meant mankind advancing. Every light had a shadow of bodies beneath it. Sanguinius stood alone before the glass, looking out at the conquered world below. Fires crawled across Charon's gate in controlled lines. Civilian districts glowed beneath occupation lamps. Mechanicum salvage fleets moved like insects through orbital debris. The dead defense ring turned slowly above the planet, fragments of metal and frozen corpses catching the star's light as they passed. He should have felt certainty. Instead, he felt the weight of wings. In the reflection of the viewport, the chamber behind him was dark. The hololithic war map shone like a galaxy of wounds. His armor still gleamed gold and white. His face was still the face men loved before they understood what love would ask of them. But his wings, reflected in the black glass between the stars, looked as though the light had left them. They looked black. The first warning came as a choir of broken voices. It reached the Red Tier during deep translation, carried through the warp by astropaths who died before their message completed. The chamber of reception became a charnel shrine within moments. Men and women trained from childhood to suffer the impossible convulsed in their restraint thrones as crimson tears streamed from sealed eyes. Their mouths opened too wide. Their teeth shattered under the pressure of words forced through them by minds no longer fully their own. The senior choirmaster lasted longest, his spine arched against brass clamps, his tongue blackening as he spoke in fragments. Cygnus, extinction, human worlds in collapse, Xenos presence confirmed. No, not Xenos. Not only. Cities transformed. Population harvest. Psychic contagion. Military response impossible. They are building altars from the living. They are calling for the angel. Then his chest split beneath his robes, not from any blade, but from the pressure of his own heart bursting. Silence followed. It was the thick, wet silence of men trying not to react to the sound of blood dripping from machinery. Sanguinius stood before the dead choir, wings folded close, his face pale beneath the strategium lumen. The astropathic technicians did not look at him. They looked at the floor, at their instruments, at anything but the Warmaster and the corpses steaming in their thrones. Servitors moved in with bone saws, hooks, and incense burners. Mechanicum adepts whispered Binharic litanies to soothe the offended apparatus. A legion serf crossed himself in an old Baelite gesture and pretended he had not. "Replay the message," Sanguinius said. The mortal officer beside the receiver hesitated. "My lord, the psychic residue is unstable. A second rendering may compromise the chamber." Ralderon turned his helm by a fraction. That was enough. The officer swallowed. "At once, lord." The message played again, not as speech, but as a wound reopened. Static filled the air. The smell of burnt hair and hot copper intensified. In the distortion behind the words, there were other sounds. Bells made from bones, crowds screaming in unison, wet laughter, and the heavy tread of something vast, moving through masonry and meat. At the end came a final whisper, so soft that even the Vox systems nearly failed to catch it. "Only the angel can save us." No one spoke for several heartbeats. Then Amit, standing among the gathered Blood Angels' captains with his scarred face bare and his hands clenched, growled, "Then we go." Azka Ellen's death mask remained unreadable. Ralderon looked to his father. Every son of Baal in that chamber felt the same pull, though some wore discipline more cleanly than others. Worlds were dying, human worlds, worlds calling for their Primarch by name, worlds where whatever enemy waited had known which heartstring to cut. Horus saw it at once. He stood across the strategium, newly arrived from the outer spearhead fleets, his wolf-pale armor marked by fresh campaign damage. His expression was grave, his charisma folded away beneath the instincts of a predator sensing a snare. Beside him, Abaddon watched the Blood Angels with open impatience, while Torgadon's usual half-smile had faded into something harder. "It is too perfect," Horus said. Amit's eyes snapped toward him. "Perfect?" "Yes," said Horus, "perfectly shaped to wound him." He looked at Sanguinius, not at the flesh-tearer. "Brother, listen to the cadence. The message is theatrical. It bleeds in all the right places. It names the dead, but never the enemy. It invokes civilians, psychers, cities, desecration, and then you. Not the Imperium, not the Warmaster. You." Sanguinius stood with his hands resting on the edge of the hololithic table. The Cygnus cluster glowed before him, a scatter of ember points beyond the main thrust of the crusade, distant enough to be inconvenient and populated enough to make delay murderous. "Billions may be dying," he said. "Billions die across the crusade every year." The words were blunt enough that even Horus seemed to regret them once spoken. Sanguinius turned his gaze upon him. "And that is meant to comfort me?" "No, it is meant to make you think like Warmaster before you answer like a savior." There was no anger in Sanguinius's face. That made the silence worse. Lorgar, present by hollow projection from a word-bearer's vessel operating several systems distant, lowered his head in sorrow. His image shimmered in crimson distortion, noble and mournful, palms folded as if before an altar that the imperial truth denied. "Horus is right to counsel caution," Lorgar said. "Yet what is caution when measured against the cries of the Forsaken? If the reports are true, then delay is complicity. If they are false, then the enemy believes compassion a weakness. Either way, The answer must be worthy of mankind. Horus looked at the projection sharply. You speak as though you have already judged the matter. I speak as one who has heard worlds die through astropathic choirs, Lorgar replied softly. Their last prayers are seldom tactically convenient. They were not prayers, Horus said. Lorgar's eyes did not move from Sanguinius. No, of course not. Erebus stood behind his Primarch in the projection, hooded and still. He said nothing. He did not need to. His presence was a shadow at the edge of the light, patient as infection. Sanguinius studied the Cygnus cluster. He thought of Charon's gate, of 3 offers refused, of Horus calling him judgment. He thought of the book in his private chamber, its questions waiting like knives wrapped in silk. He thought of the dream of terror and the black-armored sons screaming with his face in their madness. If I do not go, he said, and the message is true, I condemn them by suspicion. If you go unprepared, Horus answered, you may condemn your legion. My legion was made to stand where others cannot. So was mine. That does not mean I throw them into a blade because it calls my name. For a moment, they regarded each other across the map of dying worlds. Then Sanguinius straightened. The 9th Legion translates for Cygnus. The Lunar Wolves will remain on the primary crusade route and secure the Gethsemane corridor. Guilliman must be informed of possible refugee flow. Dawn is to accelerate fortification of secondary astropathic relays. Mechanicum assets will accompany my fleet for quarantine and xenological assessment. Full war readiness. Full psychic warding. No remembrances. Horus's jaw tightened. You overrule my objection. I hear it, Sanguinius said. I honor it, and I overrule it. Horus bowed his head by a fraction. As the Warmaster commands. The words were correct. The wound beneath them was not. As the council dissolved, Horus's gaze moved from Sanguinius to Lorgar's fading projection, and then to Erebus. The first seed of distrust did not bloom there. Horus was too disciplined for such weakness. It hardened instead, becoming a thing with edges. The word-bearers had spoken like mourners. Horus thought they sounded like men waiting for a door to open. The translation into Cygnus was agony. The warp around the cluster did not behave like a sea. It behaved like flesh rejecting a blade. The fleet's navigators screamed in their sanctums. Gellerfields flared and dimmed as things pressed against them from outside, not merely clawing, but whispering in the voices of dead serfs, lost brothers, and mothers from Baal's irradiated tribes. Ships emerged from translation out of formation, their hulls rimed with frost that steamed in the void. One escort vessel arrived inside out, its decks exposed to space in impossible sequence, crew bodies fused with bulkheads as if the ship had swallowed them and regretted it. The Cygnus system waited beneath a bruised veil of unreality. Every Auspec's return came back wrong. Planets registered as living organisms. Moons pulsed with heat signatures like fevered hearts. The void between worlds shimmered with red aurorae, though no solar storm could account for them. Vox traffic carried fragments of sermons in languages no imperial archive recognized. Astropathic reception was impossible. Every attempt returned only sobbing, laughter, and the sound of blades dragged across stone. The first world they approached had once been Cygnus Minor, a settled mining planet with equatorial hive belts and polar processing shrines. Now its cities had become slaughter cathedrals. The hive spires were draped in skins so numerous they altered the colour of the skyline. Rivers ran dark through industrial channels, not with chemical runoff, but with blood drained from upper habitation tiers, by systems once used for stormwater. Great avenues had been filled with kneeling corpses, each body opened from throat to pelvis, rib cages spread like devotional wings. Bells rang from towers made of fused bone and hablock steel. At every crossroads, living prisoners hung from hook arrays, their mouths sewn around brass pipes, forced to scream whenever air pumps inflated their lungs. The Blood Angels watched from orbit in silence. Amit was the first to speak. Whoever did this dies slowly. Raldoron did not rebuke him. Sanguinius looked upon the magnified images without moving. The sight should have filled him with wrath alone. Instead, beneath the wrath, there was something else. A pulse, a dryness in the mouth, a heat behind the eyes. It was not hunger, he told himself. It was anger. It was horror. It was the natural response of a son of the Emperor witnessing the profanation of mankind. Around the fleet, the Legion felt it. In arming chambers, warriors paused during the sealing of plate and found their hands trembling. In drop bays, assault marines checked chain blades again and again, not from fear, but eagerness. Chaplains and captains recited the old disciplines of Baal, the meditations of breath, the remembrance of beauty, the names of martyrs. Apothecaries quietly increased monitoring of aggression markers. No one spoke the words red thirst aloud. They did not need to. The first landings were ordered at the capital slaughter zone. Drop pods fell through a sky the colour of clotted wounds. Thunderhawks burned past towers of bone. Stormbirds vomited assault companies into plazas paved with teeth. The enemy rose to meet them from the avenues and cathedral mouths. Cult throngs with flayed faces. Malformed brutes swollen by warp-fed mutation. Things wearing human torsos on bodies too many limbed to be born. And demons that flickered at the edge of sight like hatred learning how to have muscle. The Blood Angels struck with the precision of angels and the violence of predators. Bolters roared. Mass reactive shells detonated in bodies, turning cultists into sprays of bone chips and wet fragments. Flamers washed cathedral steps in purifying fire, and the things burning there laughed until their lungs burst. Assault squads dropped from above, jump packs howling, chainswords biting into flesh that changed colour and texture beneath the teeth. Power spears punched through demon hide and left wounds burning with pale energy. Contemptor dreadnoughts advanced through the avenues, their assault cannons reducing mobs into red mist and twitching limbs. At first, it was war. Then it became something lower. A blood angel named Meros tore the head from a mutant bare-handed after his blade lodged in its spine. He stared at the blood coursing down his gauntlets as if hearing distant music. Another legionary drove his chainsword through a cult champion, kept cutting long after the body had separated, and did not respond to Vox commands until Raldoron struck him across the helm hard enough to crack the cheek plate. In the third plaza, an entire assault squad broke formation to pursue fleeing enemies into a chapel of meat, where they were found minutes later, surrounded by dismembered corpses, their armour drenched, their breathing ragged and animal over the Vox. Sanguinius felt each fracture as though it happened inside his own bones. He descended at the second hour when the sky split. The thing that tore its way into reality above the central slaughter cathedral was vast beyond reason. It came through a wound in the air, horned, winged, armoured in brass and old blood. Its body a mountain of muscle and murder given demonic permanence. Its axe was not forged, but remembered from every battlefield where hatred had outlived the dead. Its eyes burned like furnace gates. Its name pressed into every mind at once. Kabanda. Men died hearing it. Mortal auxilia collapsed, blood pouring from their ears. Serfs went mad in orbit. A blood angel sergeant laughed until his throat tore open. Sanguinius rose to meet the demon on wings spread wide, his sword burning in his hand. Kabanda landed atop the cathedral and shattered the roof beneath his hooves. Bodies cascaded through the broken stone. The demon looked upon the angel and smiled with a mouth made for rending. "I was told you were beautiful," it said. Its voice was the sound of armies dying in pits. "They did not say you smelled of hunger." Sanguinius hovered before it, white wings beating in air thick with ash. "You will leave this world screaming. I am already home." The demon's gaze swept across the blood angels fighting below. "Look at them, little winged king. Such pretty discipline, such polished armor, such careful songs to cage the beast. You call it flaw, you call it curse, you call it shame." Its smile widened. "I call it mine." Sanguinius attacked. The first clash shattered the cathedral's upper towers. Blade met axe, and the shockwave hurled legionaries and demons alike from their feet. Sanguinius was speed, radiance, wrath, restrained by absolute will. Kabanda was impact, weight, hatred rejoicing in its own honesty. The angel cut through the demon's cheek, spilling fire instead of blood. Kabanda answered with a blow that drove Sanguinius through a bone tower and into a plaza below, where corpses burst beneath his impact. Blood angels roared and surged forward. "Hold formation," Raldoran commanded. Some obeyed, some did not. Kabanda laughed and struck the ground with his axe. The shock ran through the city as a psychic detonation. Hundreds of blood angels staggered. Their helm lenses glowed brighter. Their breathing changed. The restraints of gene-wrought nobility strained against something ancient and red. Then the demon began to kill them. Not quickly, not efficiently, purposefully. He seized a veteran by the torso and tore him in half, holding the pieces aloft so the blood rained across those below. He crushed another beneath his hoof until ceramite, bone, organs, and ammunition cooked into a steaming crater. He hurled a sanguinary guard through a statue of the emperor with enough force to smear the warrior across the stone in a broken golden shape. His axe swept through a squad and left upper bodies sliding from lower bodies, hands still firing bolters as they fell. Every death fed the hunger. Every scream sharpened it. Amit gave in first in full view of his brothers. He drove himself into a knot of demons with a roar stripped of language, his chain blade carving, his fists crushing, his teeth bared behind a damaged helm grill. Others followed. Warriors who had painted, sung, sculpted, memorized poetry, and knelt in disciplined meditation became red-handed animals beneath a sky that laughed. Sanguinius dragged himself from the crater and saw his sons changing. Kabanda saw him see. "There," the demon said, "no lie now, no silk, no gold, no father's truth. They are what they were made to be. You are what they are made from." The angel flew again. This time he did not fight as Warmaster. He fought as a father. He struck Kabanda across the throat, opened his ribs, severed tendons thick as anchor chains, and drove the demon backward through the cathedral nave. Every blow was a refusal. Every wound was denial made visible. The demon roared in delight, because denial was only another seasoning to the feast. Beneath them, Erebus walked unseen through the lower vaults of Cygnus Prime. He wore his helm and carried no banner. Around him, word-bearers moved in small knots, not as warriors in open alliance, but as ritualists among the foundations of a trap already sprung. They passed through chambers where the walls pulsed with veins not present in the original architecture. They placed scripture seals written in no human alphabet. They cut the throats of captives whose names had been chosen months before. They fed blood into grooves carved across the floor in patterns that resembled strategy maps from a distance and organs up close. Erebus knelt before the central pattern. He spoke no loud prayer. He had no need. The gods were listening. The second layer of the trap opened inside Sanguinius's mind as his blade pierced Kabanda's chest. The battlefield vanished. He stood on terror. Not the terror of his memory, nor the terror of the Crusade's promise, but a world smothered in devotion and ash. Shrine worlds spun in the void, their continents carved into cathedrals, their mountains hollowed to house reliquaries of bone. Pilgrims crawled across deserts until their knees split and their hands wore down to stumps. Children were born beneath statues of the Emperor and died without ever seeing the sky. Psykers were chained in black ships, stacked in holds like livestock, their dreams harvested, their terror sanctified by necessity. Knowledge burned in public squares. Iterators were replaced by preachers. Truth was not defeated by falsehood, but murdered by need. He saw soldiers by the billion fed into wars they did not understand, raising lasguns with prayers where once they might have raised reason. He saw forge worlds choking beneath incense and ignorance, machine spirits appeased with blood because understanding had become heresy. He saw inquisitors condemning cities to fire for the suspicion of corruption. He saw space marines worshipped as angels by the very humanity they had been made to protect, feared more than loved, distant as execution. And at the center, always, the Emperor, a corpse god on a golden throne, the denial of divinity enthroned as divinity, the imperial truth buried beneath superstition so vast it became the Imperium's spine. Sanguinius tried to look away. Another presence turned his face back, not with hands, with truth. Khorne did not whisper like a seducer. Khorne stood in the heart of every battlefield Sanguinius had ever seen and offered the honesty of blood. No more polished lies, no more mercy robed in command. Kill because killing was what survival demanded. Let wrath be clean. Let the blade admit what the tongue concealed. Tzeentch unfolded behind the vision like 1,000 doors of blue flame. Fate was not a chain the changer promised without words. Fate was a weapon. The future could be mastered by those with courage enough to break causality and call ruin wisdom. The Emperor hid paths. Tzeentch offered to reveal them all, even the ones that screamed. Nurgle came as stillness after horror. Not filth at first, not rot, but release. Peace from impossible standards. Peace from the need to remain beautiful while soaked in gore. Peace from the terror of failing suns already doomed by blood. All things decayed. All empires became graveyards. Love could endure even in putrefaction. Despair could be made gentle. Slaanesh came last, and most softly. Perfection beyond restraint, beauty beyond mortality, sensation beyond guilt. Not crude pleasure, but the promise that the angel's every contradiction could become harmony. Wrath made art, sorrow made ecstasy, hunger made sacrament, wings never again burdened by shame. Together they offered what the Emperor had refused him. An answer. Sanguinius screamed, and the vision cracked. He was back in the cathedral, his sword buried in Kabanda's chest, the demon's vast hands closing around him. The blood angels were dying below, some as heroes, some as beasts, some as both. No, Sanguinius said. The word was small against the laughter of gods. Then he tore his blade free and drove it upward through Kabanda's jaw. The demon staggered. Sanguinius rose with the blow, wings beating, sword carving through horn, skull, and warp stuff. Fire burst from the wound. Kabanda howled, not in defeat alone, but in pleasure at resistance so exquisite. The angel struck again and again, each blow dragging his sons back by the force of his will as much as by martial strength. "Blood angels!" Sanguinius cried, his voice rolling through vox, air, and soul. "To me, by Baal and Terra, to me." Raldoran heard and obeyed. As Kaelan rallied the sanguinary guard, Amit snarled like an animal, but turned his blade where his father pointed it. Across the plaza, legionaries shuddered as discipline returned by inches. Bolters rose. Squads reformed around their captains. The red thirst did not vanish, but it was chained again, link by link, by the will of the being from whom it had flowed. They fought their way through the demon hosts. They burned slaughter cathedrals. They broke brass altars. They slew mutants until the avenues were choked waist-deep in butchered flesh. They executed possessed civilians with grim mercy and cut their own brothers down when madness would not release them. Sanguinius moved everywhere at once, a golden storm, killing, commanding, pleading, dragging victory out of damnation by main force. For a time, he nearly won. That was the cruelty. Had the trap simply sought to break him, it would have failed. Had it offered only power, he would have refused. Had it clothed itself in worship, he would have recognized Lorgar's poison and cast it down. So chaos showed him love. The final vision came when Kabanda fell to one knee in the ruins of the central cathedral, his body torn and burning, his laughter bubbling through a throat cut almost in half. Sanguinius raised his blade for the killing blow. The world vanished again. He saw Horus die, not in rebellion, not as an enemy. Horus died in his place, standing between the Emperor and a darkness that should have belonged to the angel. The Warmaster that might have been. The brother who had knelt first at Ulanor. Lupercal's armor was split. His face was ruined. His hand reached upward, not in accusation, but in forgiveness. Sanguinius felt the grief of it tear across the future like a blade drawn through silk. He saw the Emperor broken afterward, not by hatred, but by necessity. He saw his father enthroned in agony. He saw the Imperium become the nightmare again. He saw his sons cursed forever by his death. Blood angels in black armor, death masks, screams, the Black Rage, though he did not yet know the name. His sons, reliving his last moments for 10,000 years, trapped inside love, sharpened into madness. They killed enemies and brothers and innocents, weeping his name through vox grills clogged with blood. Then the vision changed. A different path opened. Horus lived. The Emperor did not become a corpse on a throne. The blood angels did not drown in grief. The hunger remained, but it could be directed. The curse could become a weapon. The Imperium could be remade before it decayed into superstition and corpse worship. If mankind required brutality to survive, then let brutality be guided by a hand that still understood beauty. If mankind required sacrifice, then let sacrifice have purpose. If the gods were real, then denial was no defense against them. Better to master damnation than be devoured by it unknowingly. The lie was perfect because it contained so much truth. Sanguinius fell to his knees in the ruins of Cygnus Prime. Around him, dead blood angels lay in heaps, their crimson armor split, their noble faces slack beneath shattered helms. Some had died with enemy blood on their hands and smiles of terrible hunger on their lips. Some had carved their own throats open rather than become beasts. Some still twitched, whispering for their father, their voices small beneath the laughter rolling through the broken sky. Kabanda's ruined form dissolved into smoke and brass embers, not slain, not truly, only banished with satisfaction burning in his eyes. Erebus watched from the shadow of a broken archway, unseen by all but the powers he served. Sanguinius's sword slipped from his hand and struck the stone with a sound like a bell tolling beneath the sea. He did not swear fealty. He did not praise the gods. He did not laugh, foam, rave, or offer his soul in the crude language of lesser corruption. He remained Sanguinius, son of the Emperor, Warmaster of the Great Crusade, father of the Blood Angels, beloved of mankind. That was the horror. He bowed his head among his dead sons. "I will save them all," he whispered. The gods answered with silence vast enough to damn him. The red tear returned from Cygnus with its hull intact and its soul wounded. It translated back into real space amid a halo of frost, blood-red warning lumens, and Vox silence so complete that nearby escort vessels delayed hailing her for several minutes. Her armor plates bore the scars of impacts that no auspex could classify. Her prow, once polished to the gleam of a ceremonial blade, was blackened as though it had passed through the breath of a dying star. Servitor crews crawled over her outer hull in maglock harnesses, scraping away residue that looked like soot until it moved beneath their tools and tried to crawl into their flesh. The Mechanicum declared a quarantine. The Blood Angels ignored the tone of the order while obeying the letter of it. No one boarded without the Warmaster's seal. No one departed without apothecarian scrutiny, psychic evaluation, and the rites of cleansing. Corpses were burned in plasma furnaces under watch of armed legionaries. Armor was sanctified, stripped, resealed, and sanctified again. Weapons were disassembled by serfs whose hands shook too badly to hold tools, then taken from them by tech marines who spoke soothing Binharic to machine spirits that had learned the taste of demon blood. Sanguinius appeared before the gathered commanders on the third day after translation. He did not look corrupted. That was what made those who loved him afraid. He entered the strategium in white and gold, wings clean, hair bound in a warrior's knot, face serene beneath the chamber's cold lumen glow. There were no horns, no shadow clinging to him, no warp fire in his eyes. His voice remained gentle, his gaze remained sorrowful. The warmth of him still filled a room before any word was spoken. Mortal officers wept simply to see him alive. Legionaries who had watched brothers die screaming on Cygnus bowed their heads with renewed devotion. Yet Ralderon felt the change. It was not in the face. It was not in the voice. It was in the pauses between commands. Before Cygnus, Sanguinius had carried hesitation like a hidden blade. He had weighed mercy against necessity and suffered beneath both. Now the suffering remained, but the hesitation did not. Mercy had not died in him. It had become something colder, narrower, more useful. He still offered it, but only as one offers a final cup of water to the condemned before opening the airlock. Askar Ellen saw it too and chose silence as duty. Amit saw it and smiled. The first new rites began beneath the Red Tier's cathedral vaults. They were explained to outsiders as meditative practices born of Cygnus, memorial observances for the fallen, and disciplines to harden the legion against future psychic assault. There were censers of Baelite incense, bowls of red sand, battle hymns sung in low voices, and long vigils before statues of the Emperor, the Warmaster, and the honoured dead. To mortal observers, it looked noble. To remembrancers denied entry, it became rumour. To the blood angels themselves, it became necessity. Each warrior opened his palm with a ritual blade before battle. The blood was not spilled wildly. It was caught in an oath cup, watched by a chaplain, measured by an apothecary, and offered in silence before being burned. The act was controlled wound, controlled hunger, controlled admission. A legionary who trembled too deeply when the blood flowed was marked. A warrior who stared too long at another's offering was watched. A brother whose breathing changed behind his helm was placed near those strong enough to restrain him. The legion learned new prayers without calling them prayers. They spoke of restraint as a chain willingly worn. They spoke of beauty as a cage for the beast. They spoke of blood as memory, not appetite. They spoke of the Father's will as the riverbank that kept the flood from drowning all things. Amit hated the restraint and loved the truth beneath it. He stood in the hall of sundered wings as his company performed the rite, his gauntlet already slick, his eyes alive with a joy that was almost fury. Around him, warriors drank no blood, tasted no flesh, committed no open violation of discipline. Yet the air reeked of iron and longing. The blood angels had not become monsters, not yet. They had become men standing in a locked room with the monster that shared their bones. Amit looked across the hall at Raldoron. "We should have done this long ago." Raldoron wiped his blade clean with ceremonial cloth. "Confession is not indulgence. No, it is honesty. Honesty can be another name for surrender." Amit's grin showed teeth, only to those afraid of what they are. Azkaelan stepped between them, death mask fixed over his face, voice filtered into metallic calm. "Enough. The Warmaster requires unity, not philosophy." Raldoron looked to him. "And what does the Warmaster require hidden?" Azkaelan did not answer. That answer was loud enough. Sanguinius began with Lorgar because Lorgar would understand without needing to be convinced. They met aboard a word-bearer's vessel whose chapel had been stripped of overt devotion and therefore looked more religious than ever. Its walls were bare stone. Its floor was black iron. Its altar was a block of unmarked marble beneath a single flame. The chamber smelled of incense despite no censer being visible. Word-bearers stood in silence along the walls, helms bowed, bolters maglocked, their stillness too reverent for soldiers and too disciplined for priests. Lorgar came forward with open arms. "My brother," he said, and embraced Sanguinius as though welcoming him home from death. Sanguinius allowed it. When they parted, he looked upon the Primarch of the Word-bearers and saw not weakness, as so many of his brothers did, but hunger refined by humiliation. Lorgar had been punished for kneeling to the wrong truth. That wound had not closed. It had become scripture. "You knew," Sanguinius said. Lorgar's expression did not change. "I suspected Cygnus would reveal what conquest conceals. You sent no warning. I sent counsel. You sent a book. I sent questions." Lorgar studied him, eyes luminous with grief and triumph held in check. "And now you have answers." Sanguinius looked toward the altar. The flame bent toward him, though there was no wind. "No, I have seen the absence where my father's answers should have been." Many men would have mistaken that for doubt. Lorgar did not. He heard the shape of belief being reforged. "You do not wish to overthrow him for pride," Lorgar said softly. "No. You do not envy his throne. No. You do not hate mankind." Sanguinius turned back. "I love mankind too much to leave it shackled to a lie that will rot into worship." Lorgar closed his eyes, and for one breath his face showed naked awe. "Then you are not fallen as lesser souls fall." I have not fallen. Lorgar opened his eyes. Not yet. Perhaps not in the manner they will name it. You have stepped downward because the pit is where the truth was buried. There is a difference. I will not become a slave to powers that despise us. Then do not call it slavery. Call it treaty. Call it weaponry. Call it the recognition of a battlefield our father denies exists. The flame burned lower, darker. Sanguinius spoke after a long silence. The Emperor built an imperium that cannot survive what is coming. He denies gods while shaping himself into one. He forbids superstition while creating symbols too vast for reason to contain. He chains psychers, hides the warp, buries prophecy, and calls ignorance safety. Lorgar's voice lowered. What would you build? A harsher truth. Truth does not hold empires. Then a useful horror. Lorgar smiled, not with malice, but with the tenderness of a prophet watching the first stone of a temple set into place. Fulgrim was easier and more dangerous. Sanguinius found him on Chemos's flagship gallery, where the Emperor's Children Primarch had gathered sculptures, victory masks, sonic instruments, Xeno's blades, and captured banners from worlds that had surrendered because they could not bear to be seen as ugly before him. Fulgrim moved among his treasures in armor of purple and gold, immaculate and predatory, speaking of art while his hands rested near weapons. You have come to admire, Fulgrim said. I have come because admiration is too small a word for what you seek. Fulgrim laughed softly. Ah, then this is either flattery or accusation. Both can be pleasing if shaped well. Sanguinius did not flatter him. That would have insulted Fulgrim. He moved instead to a sculpture of a human form carved in white stone, every muscle rendered with impossible precision, every line beautiful and lifeless. This is nearly perfect, Sanguinius said. Nearly. There is no hunger in it. Fulgrim's smile faded by a fraction. Perfection that cannot bleed is only measurement, Sanguinius continued. Our father fears beauty because beauty commands devotion without permission. He fears what we might become if mankind saw us not as generals, but as the forms toward which humanity could ascend. Fulgrim came closer. Careful, brother. That road leads to words the iterators would choke upon. Let them choke. There was silence after that. Fulgrim's eyes sharpened, violet and bright. Sanguinius turned to him. You know what you are. You have always known. You were not made merely to conquer. None of us were. We are arguments given flesh. You are the argument that mankind need not be crude in order to be strong, that war can be art, that the body can become an altar to will. Fulgrim breathed out slowly, delighted despite himself. And you? I am the argument that men will kneel to what they love before they kneel to what they fear. The words entered Fulgrim like wine and poison mingled. Admiration, challenge, revelation, seduction. No crude promise of power could have moved him as deeply. Sanguinius had not said Fulgrim was beautiful. He had said beauty deserved dominion. What does the Warmaster ask of the Third Legion? Fulgrim said. For now, Excellence. Fulgrim smiled. You ask what I already give. No, Sanguinius said. I ask what our father has always feared to demand. Become what lesser souls cannot survive witnessing. Perturabo received him in a siege chamber, where every wall displayed war in mathematical form. No trophies, no statues, no music, no beauty except the cold elegance of lines, angles, stress tolerances, kill radii, ammunition expenditure, casualty projections, and orbital descent vectors. The Lord of the Iron Warriors stood before a projection of the Carvanan holds, his expression set in the familiar bitterness of a son who expected insult even from praise. You have come to offer more gratitude, Perturabo said. I have come to offer ownership. Perturabo turned slowly. Of what? Victory. The word did not move him. Victory is what commanders call the point at which men stop dying, because the objective has already been purchased with them. I have misused you. That moved him. Perturabo's eyes narrowed. Say that again. I have used you as father used you. I told myself necessity excused it. It did not. The siege chamber's servitors clicked and hummed in the background. Iron Warriors officers watched with iron restraint, but the room's pressure shifted. Sanguinius stepped closer to the projection. The Carvanan holds will fall by your hand. When they do, their conquest will be recorded not as endurance, not as duty, not as labor hidden beneath brighter banners. It will be named for what it is, a masterwork of siege, a demonstration of war no other brother could have achieved. Perturabo's face did not soften. It hardened differently. And in return, you will take command of the Crusade siege theatres, not as punishment, not as refuse work, as right. Every fortress that defies mankind will know your name before its walls come down. There are always walls, Perturabo said. Yes, and when the greatest wall remains. Sanguinius looked at him then, and in that gaze was the first promise too vast to be spoken plainly. One day, the Warmaster said, there may be walls even father believes unbreakable. Perturabo stared at him for a long moment. Terror was not named. It did not need to be. Do not offer me a dream and call it strategy, Perturabo said. I offer you both. The Lord of Iron looked back to the projection. The Carvanan holds rotated in pale light, fortress worlds waiting to be murdered by mathematics. If such a day comes, Perturabo said, Dawn must be there to watch. He will be. Perturabo gave the smallest nod. For him, it was almost an oath. Angron did not meet in a strategium. He met in a killing pit aboard the Conqueror, where the deck plates were scarred by chain axes, and the air tasted of sweat, oil, old blood, and rage. World-eaters watched from the edges, some silent, some snarling, some shaking beneath the nail's electrical hunger. The Primarch of the 12th stood bareheaded, massive and ruined, butcher's cables biting into his skull, his expression that of a chained animal that had murdered every hand kind enough to touch the lock. You should not have come without guards, Angron said. I did. Angron looked around theatrically. I see no golden masks. Sanguinius unfolded his wings slightly. I brought myself. A ripple went through the World-eaters. Some laughed. Some reached for weapons. Angron's grin was a wound. You want something, he said. Yes. Then say it before the nails decide I am bored. Sanguinius stepped into the pit. Our father should have saved your gladiators. The laughter died. Angron stared at him. He should have taken the nails from your skull or died trying, Sanguinius continued. He should have treated your pain as a wound to heal, not an inconvenience to command. He should have won your loyalty as a father, not claimed your obedience as a tyrant. No one moved. Even the World-eaters seemed uncertain whether to breathe. Angron's voice came low. Do not speak of them. Why? Because no one else does. Because we find it easier to call you broken than to ask who broke you. Angron crossed the distance between them with terrifying speed. His fist closed around Sanguinius's throat and lifted him from the deck. Blood angels would have opened fire had they been present. They were not. The World-eaters roared. Sanguinius did not struggle. Angron's grip tightened. Ceramite creaked. You think pity will tame me? No, Sanguinius said, voice strained but steady. I think hatred already has. Angron's eyes burned. I do not offer peace, Sanguinius continued. I do not offer healing. I will not insult you with lies. I offer direction. The nails pulsed visibly beneath Angron's skin. Against whom? Against the architect of your slavery. Angron held him there for another breath. Another. Then he threw him down hard enough to crack the pit floor. Sanguinius rose slowly. Angron watched him, breathing like an engine. You want a monster. I want a brother who knows what he hates. Angron laughed then, but there was no mirth in it. It was the sound of a gate opening in a slaughterhouse. Curs came without being summoned. Sanguinius found him in the unlit upper vaults of the red tier, perched among the ribbed arches like a carrion saint. Pale hands resting on armoured knees, black hair hanging over eyes too bright for sanity. How the Night Haunter had bypassed the ship's security was a question Azkaellan would later spend 3 days trying to answer, and fail. You are late, Kersey said. I did not invite you. Yes, that is why I came. Sanguinius stood below him, wings pale in the dark. Have you seen it? Kersey tilted his head. Which it? There are so many endings. I collect them like teeth. Terror burning, father enthroned, sons damned by what they loved. Kersey went still. The mockery left him as if cut away. For the first time in many years, perhaps for the first time since Nostramo, he looked not amused, not cruel, but startled. You see, Kurs whispered. Yes. No. Kurs dropped from the arch and landed in a crouch before him. No. You do not get to say it like that. You do not get to be beautiful and believed and still see. That was mine. That was my curse. Our father knew? Kurs's smile returned, fragile and hideous. Of course he knew. He knows enough to condemn and not enough to save. That is his genius. Sanguinius regarded him with sadness. He made weapons from wounded children and punished us for cutting the wrong flesh. Kurs shivered at the sentence. He made you a monster, Sanguinius said, then demanded you be a judge. The Night Haunter's lips peeled back. I was justice. You were proof that father's designs contain cruelty, and then pretend surprise when cruelty answers. Kurs circled him, barefoot steps silent on the cold deck. And you, Angel, what did he make you? A hope he did not intend to explain. Kurs laughed softly, but this time it trembled. Hope is the cruelest thing. It teaches the condemned to look up. Then let us show them what is above. Mortarion resisted the longest in that first circle, because Mortarion distrusted anything that smelled of the warp and anything beautiful enough to hide rot. The Death Lord received Sanguinius beneath the chemical rain of Barbarus's mustering yard, where fog crawled between rusted towers and warriors of the Death Guard stood in silence like grave markers. Mortarion's rebreather rasped. His scythe rested in one gauntleted hand. His eyes behind the lenses were hard, suspicious, and cold. I know what clings to you, Mortarion said without greeting. Then name it. Sorcery. Sanguinius did not deny it quickly enough. Mortarion's grip tightened on the haft of silence. You should have stayed away. I came because you hate hidden masters. I hate witches. I hate demons. I hate tyrants who rule from unreachable heights. Then you hate more of the Imperium than you admit. The Death Guard shifted. Mortarion's voice became a grave rasp. Careful. Sanguinius stepped through the chemical rain, droplets hissing as they struck his armor. Malcador commands from Shadow. The Council of Terror binds expeditionary war by decree, while never standing before the guns. Astropaths are chained by necessity. Navigators are tolerated mutants because the fleet requires them. Our father forbids sorcery while building his empire upon psychers, wards, soul-binding, and secrets buried beneath the palace. Mortarion said nothing. The Imperium is already ruled by hidden witchcraft, Sanguinius said. It merely calls its own sorcery duty. You speak like Lorgar. No, Lorgar worships truth. I intend to use it. Mortarion's breath rasped through the rebreather. For a moment, only the rain spoke. I will not kneel to demons, he said. Good. Kneeling is for slaves. And if your road leads there, then bring your scythe. Mortarion studied him for a long time. Hatred did not leave his eyes. But hatred, Sanguinius had learned, did not always prevent alliance. Often, it merely demanded the proper target. Magnus was tragedy wearing crimson. The meeting took place in a chamber of the Red Tier prepared with wards both imperial and prosperine at Sanguinius. Insistence. Books lay open on lecterns. Crystal matrices chimed softly in the air. Incense burned not for worship, but focus. Magnus the Red entered as a scholar king, immense, copper-skinned, single eye bright with intelligence and guarded pain. You have taken risks inviting me to speak freely, Magnus said. I am Warmaster. Risk is my office. Magnus smiled faintly. That sounds like something Horus would say with more charm. I am not Horus. No, Magnus said. That is becoming clearer. Sanguinius accepted the remark. The librarius must not be strangled by fear. Magnus went very still. Our father tolerates tools until they frighten him, Sanguinius continued. He speaks of reason, yet treats knowledge as contraband when it grows teeth. Your sons should be guided, not shackled. Psychers should be trained as warriors of the mind, not treated as accidents awaiting punishment. Many of our brothers would call that reckless. Many of our brothers mistake ignorance for purity. Magnus came closer, his eyes searching Sanguinius's face. And what do you know of the sea you wish to sail? Enough to know father has lied about its shores. The words should have pleased Magnus. Instead, they troubled him. The warp is not merely a weapon. No, it is a realm, a predator, a mirror, a storm, a truth, perhaps all at once. And you think it can be mastered? I think pretending it can be ignored will doom us. Magnus looked away toward the open books. His pride heard vindication. His wisdom heard danger. His wound, oldest and most tender, heard acceptance. What are you offering? He asked. Protection, legitimacy. The librarius preserved under Warmaster authority. Psychic study conducted openly among those strong enough to survive it. No more whisper campaigns. No more brothers calling your sons warlocks while depending on astropaths and navigators to move their fleets. Magnus's voice lowered. And father has hidden too much to be obeyed blindly. There it was. Not open rebellion. Not yet. A door ajar. A forbidden room lit from within. Magnus did not step through, but he did not leave. Across the crusade, Horus began to see the pattern. It was not one thing. It was never one thing. Treason, like war, announced itself first through logistics. Blood Angels companies were redeployed from mixed expeditionary structures into direct Warmaster reserves. Word-bearers were granted unusual latitude in compliance aftermaths, especially on worlds traumatized by warp contact. Emperor's children fleets began receiving ceremonial assignments with disproportionate political value. Iron warriors were given siege theaters, whose captured manufactoria reported directly to Warmaster Command, rather than standard crusade distribution. World Eaters appeared suddenly in punitive wars that required brutality, visible enough to drown subtler movements. Night Lord's terror detachments struck worlds, that had criticized the Red Edict before the edict was even named. Death Guard formations shifted closer to contested Psyker policy zones. Thousand Sons envoys came and went beneath seals Horus could not pierce without accusing the Warmaster of secrecy. Too many private meetings, too many redirected legions, too much reverence around the ninth, too many blood angels who spoke of restraint with eyes full of hunger. Horus brought his concerns to Malcador, not because he trusted the Sigillite, but because the old man was the only being near enough to the Emperor's confidence and far enough from Primarch pride to understand what suspicion might cost. They met aboard a silent relay station between Crusade routes, a place of sealed chambers, astropathic vaults, and custodian shadows. Malcador listened without interruption, hands folded upon the head of his staff, face unreadable beneath the weight of centuries. When Horus finished, the silence stretched. "You understand the severity of what you imply," Malcador said. "I understand it too well. Then you also understand why a careless accusation would shatter the crusade. I have not come with carelessness. No, you have come with fear." Horus's eyes hardened. "I have faced Xenos empires, murder worlds, false human tyrants, greenskin warlords, and things in the dark between stars that made mortal crews beg for death. Do not mistake recognition for cowardice." Malcador inclined his head slightly. "Then name what you recognize." Horus looked through the chamber's narrow viewport, where distant stars burned like cold judgment. "I know my brother," he said. "I know his mercy, his grief, his need to turn every blade inward before he turns it upon another. I know the way he carried command as though it hurt him. And now?" Horus turned back. "Now the hurt is gone from his hand when he gives the order. Not from his face, not from his voice. That remains because he is still Sanguinius. But something in him has made peace with atrocity before atrocity has even begun." Malcador did not move. Horus stepped closer, lowering his voice as if the walls themselves might betray him. "Something came back from Cygnus wearing my brother's face." The Council of Nicaea was convened beneath a sky the color of old iron. The world had been chosen for its austerity. Its mountains rose like the broken teeth of buried giants, black and wind-scoured, their peaks crowned with ice that never melted beneath the thin, cold sun. The amphitheater carved into the mountain's flank had been raised by imperial labor cohorts and mechanicum engines in a matter of weeks, yet it seemed ancient by the time the Primarchs arrived, as though the stone itself had foreseen judgment and waited patiently to be given a voice. Banners hung from the heights. The marks of the legions snapped in the bitter wind. The wolf of Fenris, the clenched fist of Dawn, the winged blood-drop of Baal, the scarab and sun of Prospero, the death's head of Barbarus, the lightning of Chogoris, the book and flame of Colchis, rendered in terms cautious enough to satisfy the imperial truth and honest enough to trouble anyone who looked too long. Thousands gathered in the tiers. Legion officers stood in rigid ranks. Iterators waited with styluses and memory coils. Mechanicum magi clustered in red-robed knots, their optics clicking, their mechadendrites twitching with impatience. Army commanders sat like condemned men summoned to a trial, whose verdict would decide wars they barely understood. Librarians from several legions stood apart from their brothers, watched by custodians and by those who had never needed proof to fear them. At the center of it all stood the Emperor. His presence turned the council from debate into ordeal. He sat upon no throne, though one had been prepared. The golden armor caught the pale light and gave it back as something warmer, harsher, less natural. Beside him stood Malcador, old and small beneath the scale of demigods, leaning upon his staff like a man who knew that frailty itself could be armor if worn by the right monster. Sanguinius stood among his brothers, not beside the emperor. That was noticed. Horus noticed first, because Horus noticed everything that might become a wound. Dawn noticed and filed it away as configuration. Guilliman noticed and measured its implication against chain of command. Russ noticed and bared his teeth. Mortarion noticed and hated the beauty of it. Magnus noticed and hoped. The accusation laid before the council was not simple. It could not be, because the Imperium itself was not simple. It condemned sorcery while crossing the warp. It feared witchcraft while binding astropaths to its will. It spoke of resin, while the Emperor himself blazed like a sun in the souls of men. The question was not whether psychic power existed. No one with a mind fit for command denied that. The question was whether the legions Astartes should wield it openly, under discipline, within the ranks of war. Magnus spoke first among the accused, because pride would not allow him to stand second before ignorance. He stood in crimson and gold, immense and radiant, one eye burning with intellect and outrage restrained only by ceremony. His voice filled the amphitheatre without strain. "We are not children staring into a fire and calling it a god because it gives heat," Magnus said. "We are sons of the Emperor. We were made to conquer the unknown, not hide from it. The immaterium is perilous. So is plasma. So is genecraft. So is void travel. So is every weapon mankind has ever lifted from mud and made sacred by survival. Shall we cast away the navigator because he is mutant? Shall we blind the astropath because his soul hears across the dark? Shall we dismantle every Geller field because the sea beyond its skin hungers for us?" A murmur moved through the tears. Russ snarled low in his throat. Magnus turned toward him, and the air between them seemed to heat. "Knowledge is not corruption. Ignorance is not purity. A blade mishandled cuts the bearer, but only a fool declares all blades forbidden." Leman Russ rose before the last echo had died. The Wolf King looked nothing like a scholar and nothing like a supplicant. He stood wrapped in pelts and scars, grey armour marked by runes that his sons insisted were not sorcery, because Fenris had taught mankind older names for hypocrisy. His yellow eyes fixed upon Magnus with the contempt of a predator for a serpent. "You speak well," Russ said. "Too well. That is always the first stink of danger. A warrior should know what weapon sits in his hand. Your sons do not hold weapons, Cyclops. They open doors. They peer through. They invite things to peer back." Magnus's expression tightened. Superstition from the mouth of a king wearing charms. The wolves growled from the tears. Thousand Sons officers stirred. Russ smiled, all teeth. "My priests know not to call the storm their servant. They call it many things, I am sure." Dawn's voice cut across them like a hammer striking stone. "Enough." The Praetorian did not rise quickly. He did not need to. When he spoke, argument had to either become stronger or die. "I care little for metaphor," Dawn said. "The question before us is command utility weighed against existential risk. Psychic assets have proven decisive in war. They have also proven unstable. If the Librarius remains, it must be governed by clear law, clear hierarchy, and clear consequence." "Law does not make poison safe," Mortarion rasped. The Death Lord stood beneath a cloak stained by chemical fog, his rebreather turning every breath into a graveyard whisper. His contempt did not blaze like Russ's fury. It seeped, it corroded, Psykers are doorways cut into flesh. Dress them in legion plate, give them ranks, make them recite oaths, and they remain doorways. The warp is not a library. It is a swamp of liars. It gives nothing without rot in the gift. Burn the librarius out. Seal the wound before the body dies. Magnus's eye flashed. You would blind mankind and call darkness health. I would rather be blind than possessed. The Khan had listened in silence until then. Jagatai stood with arms folded, hair bound, face unreadable. The warriors of Chogoris behind him were still as hawks on a high wind. When he spoke, his words came calm and sharp. A man afraid of the storm never leaves his tent. A man in love with the storm never returns from it. Both are fools. Russ grunted. It might have been approval. Magnus looked displeased by balance. The Khan's gaze moved to Sanguinius. And what says the Warmaster? You have called this council's arguments into shape by choosing where to stand. Every eye turned. Sanguinius had not spoken since the council began. He stepped forward now, wings folding tighter against the mountain wind. His beauty made even accusation hesitate. That, too, was a weapon. I have seen worlds die because psychic power was left ungoverned, he said. I have seen minds chained into engines and used to murder fleets. I have seen the warp wear human voices and call itself salvation. Mortarian's eyes narrowed, as though expecting alliance. Sanguinius continued. I have also seen wars won because a librarian perceived the ambush before Auspex could name it. I have seen demons banished by brothers who understood the shape of the enemy when bolters alone could only feed its laughter. I have seen men who feared witches depend on astropaths for orders, navigators for passage, and my father's own light to keep their souls oriented in the dark. The amphitheatre remained silent. I do not argue for indulgence, Sanguinius said. I do not argue for unbound sorcery, private cult, or reckless curiosity disguised as enlightenment. I argue for weaponization under authority. Legion psychic cadres must exist under command seal, battlefield law, and severe sanction. No hidden study, no unsupervised communion, no brother above censure. But to cast away a blade because it may cut us is not wisdom. It is fear wearing iron. Magnus looked at him with gratitude so intense it was almost pain. Russ looked unconvinced. Mortarian looked betrayed by the possibility that reason might be more dangerous than madness. Dawn's expression did not change, but Horus, watching from the high tier reserved for Primarchs not called to testimony, saw the effect. Sanguinius had not defended Magnus. He had defended control. That made the argument palatable to generals who would have rejected philosophy. It was brilliant. It was merciful. It was colder than it sounded. The Emperor listened to all. When he finally spoke, the amphitheatre became less a court than a world awaiting sentence. The warp is not unknown to me, he said. No one dared move. It is not a realm to be trusted. It is not a sea to be sailed without anchor. It is a predatory dimension of thought, hunger, and reflection. Those who name caution cowardice reveal that they have mistaken proximity for mastery. Magnus lowered his head, though not far enough. The Emperor's gaze passed across his sons. Yet mankind has never advanced by refusing all danger. The Librarius will not be dissolved entire. A stir went through the tiers, relief among some, fury among others. It will be restricted, the Emperor continued. All Legion psychic cadres shall operate under binding command law. No independent experimentation. No ritual practice beyond sanctioned battlefield discipline. No private covenants. No esoteric fraternities. No communion with entities of the immaterium, named or unnamed. Violation will be treason. The use of psychic force shall be permitted only in war, under direct command authority, and subject to imperial sanction. The judgment fell into the amphitheatre and pleased no one. Magnus received survival and felt mutilation. Russ received restraint and felt danger spared. Mortarion received prohibition and heard compromise with corruption. Dawn received clarity and saw gaps. The Khan received balance and distrusted the hands that would enforce it. Sanguinius received less than he wanted, and more than the Emperor should have given if he truly feared what he named. Horus watched the Warmaster bow. "I accept your judgment, Father," Sanguinius said. His voice was perfect, loyal, calm. Horus did not believe it. That night, beneath Nicaea's cold stars, Sanguinius found Magnus alone in a chamber of carved basalt, where braziers burned low and scrolls lay unopened beside a cup of untouched wine. Magnus did not turn when the angel entered. "You spoke well," the Crimson King said. "I spoke truth. You spoke enough truth to make the chain look like ornament." Sanguinius accepted that without defense. "It is still a chain." Magnus turned then, and wounded pride filled the room like pressure before a storm. "He fears us. He fears what he refuses to explain. That is not better." "No," Sanguinius said. "It is worse." Magnus studied him. "Careful, brother. Our father has chosen fear over truth again. He gives sanction with one hand and shame with the other. He permits the weapon, but condemns the understanding required to wield it. He asks obedience while hiding the map." Magnus's single eye narrowed, not in anger, but in recognition. The wound was already there. Sanguinius did not need to lie. He only had to touch it gently. "The Librarius will endure," Sanguinius said. "The decree. The decree will be obeyed where it must be seen." For a moment, even Magnus had no answer. Sanguinius stepped closer. "Your sons will not be abandoned to the ignorance of brothers who need their power and despise their existence. Under my seal, research necessary for the defense of mankind will continue, quietly, carefully, with discipline. Such secrecy would be dangerous. The Emperor has taught us that secrecy is the price of empire." Magnus looked at him for a long time. "Do you hear yourself?" Sanguinius's face saddened. "Every word. Within the 9th Legion, the Librarius did not die. It vanished. The Blood Angels obeyed the letter of the Emperor's ruling in every place visible to imperial record. Their librarians surrendered certain insignia. Public rites ceased. Reports were amended. Training schedules were altered. The apothecarian increased evaluations for psychic stress and aggression markers under the bland language of post-Cygnus stabilization. Command seals bearing the Warmaster's authority replaced open Legion structure with hidden compartments. In sealed chambers beneath the red tier, brothers who had once worn the horned skull of the Librarius studied warding glyphs, mind disciplines, demon banishment formulae, and the relationship between their gene flaw and the psychic contagion awakened at Cygnus. Their tutors called it necessity. Their captains called it loyalty. Their chaplains called it restraint. No one called it disobedience. The oath cups remained. Before battle, blood angels cut their palms, let blood fall, and spoke the names of those lost at Cygnus. Some trembled, some wept, some smiled before they remembered not to. The rites spread through the Legion like a fever made formal. Among compliant worlds, the word-bearers moved more delicately. They did not preach gods, not openly, not yet. Their chaplains and iterators spoke of sacrifice, destiny, and the sacred burden of unity. They taught populations that obedience was not merely rational, but redemptive. They praised the Emperor as mankind's light, while lingering too long on the shape of reverence. They spoke of the Warmaster as the angel who heard the cries of doomed worlds. They taught soldiers that blood shed willingly carried meaning beyond logistics. They taught widows that sons dying in imperial wars were not consumed by policy, but elevated by purpose. The imperial truth didn't collapse at once. It softened. It learned ritual language. It learned to make martyrs. It learned that men could be made to endure more if their suffering was named holy without the word ever being spoken. Horus began building his own network in the spaces between suspicion and accusation. He chose carefully. Lunar wolves, captains who owed loyalty to him over politics. Imperial fists, observers whose reports could not be easily dismissed as emotion. White Scars couriers fast enough to carry messages outside normal astropathic channels. Ultramarines logisticians trained to detect lies hidden in supply movements. Remembrancers who had survived enough campaigns to know when official accounts smelled of polish over rot. He did not accuse Sanguinius. Not yet. To accuse the angel without proof would split the crusade along lines no enemy could have cut more cleanly. Half the legions might rally to the Warmaster out of love alone. Others would hesitate, demanding certainty while the galaxy burned. The Emperor might see caution as rivalry. Malcador might bury the concern before it reached the throne. So Horus watched. He watched Blood Angels companies known for old Terran loyalty transferred to honor campaigns along the dead frontier, far from major legion musters and under commanders loyal to Azka-Elon. He watched Iron Warriors warsmiths who questioned Perturabo's new prominence assigned to siege zones where casualty projections approached extinction. He watched Emperor's children captains of stern temperament, sent on perfection crusades against worlds whose compliance required ceremonial isolation. He watched Death Guard officers loyal to old anti-Psyker doctrine moved away from Mortarian's inner councils. He watched word-bearers chaplains embedded in army formations at a rate no campaign requirement justified. The pattern was not treason by itself. That made it more dangerous. Then came the Red Edict. It was issued as Warmaster-level campaign doctrine under the authority granted at Ulanor and reinforced by the horrors of Cygnus, Charon's Gate, and Nicaea. Its language was precise, severe, and impossible to condemn without appearing soft toward extinction threats. Any human world resisting compliance through forbidden genecraft, abominable intelligence remnants, unsanctioned warp practice, psychic enslavement, mass mutation, or technologies deemed species, corruptive would be pacified by exemplary devastation. Not simple conquest, not negotiated compliance after repeated warning. Exemplary devastation, leadership removal, military annihilation, destruction of corrupt infrastructure, population quarantine, cultural excision where required. It was not called atrocity, it was called prevention. The first great test came at Melchior 9. Melchior 9 was a hive world of iron cloud decks, poisonous rain, and population towers so vast their upper spires pierced the storm layer, while their lower roots vanished into heat, darkness, and sump oceans. Official surveys described it as compliant in language, unstable in structure, and valuable beyond easy replacement. Its manufactoria produced void ship components, lacell casings, armoured vehicle, plating, and promethium refinement systems for nearby crusade fleets. Its rulers had sworn to the Emperor while hiding what lived beneath their throne. The abhuman slave mutations were discovered by accident when an Ultramarines audit team found tithe discrepancies in lower hive labour records. Entire populations existed below legal registry. Pale, over-muscled labour strains bred for heat tolerance, blind tunnel clans with implanted obedience glands, vat-born sump haulers with redundant limbs, and worse things kept behind gene-locked doors. The planetary aristocracy had not merely tolerated mutation, it had cultivated it, refined it, profited from it, and concealed it beneath falsified compliance documents. Sanguinius offered judgment. The ruling caste offered excuses. He ordered public decapitation. The executions took place in the central processional avenue of Hive Tertius, beneath banners of the Imperium and the winged blood drop of the Ninth. Governors, gene factors, noble patriarchs, spire magnates, hereditary magistrates, and fleshcrafters were dragged from armoured transports by blood angels in ceremonial warplate. The crowd was not permitted to cheer. It was not permitted to mourn. It was ordered to witness. Sanguinius stood upon the execution dais in silence. Ralderon commanded the honour guard. His face was helm hidden, and he was grateful for it. Amit stood nearby, bareheaded, eyes bright. Ascaelon watched the crowd more than the condemned. Above them, pick servitors recorded everything for distribution across the sector. The first noble screamed that he had served mankind. The blade fell. The second demanded appeal to terror. The blade fell. The third begged the Warmaster for mercy. Sanguinius looked down at him with infinite sorrow. "You spent mercy as coin," he said. "Now you ask why the vault is empty." The blade fell. Heads rolled into brass basins. Blood steamed on the cold metal. The crowd watched their masters die one by one until the avenue smelled like a slaughterhouse beneath incense. Then Sanguinius turned the underhives over to Angron. That was when judgment became industry. The World Eaters entered the lower hive through service arteries, magrail tunnels, sump gates, and collapsed manufactorum shafts. They did not advance like soldiers. They flooded downward like released pressure. Chain axes screamed in corridors too narrow for formation. Bolters detonated bodies at distances close enough to paint armor with bone splinters. Flamers washed through slave pens, burning mutant overseers, gene clan enforcers, and everything too altered to classify within imperial tolerance. The abhuman strains fought because they had been bred to obey whoever held their pain leashes. Many did not understand the Imperium. Many did not understand treason, gene crime, or compliance. They understood only that red-armoured giants had come into the dark, and the dark had begun to die. Angron led from the front, Gorefather and Gorechild, rising and falling in arcs of wet ruin. He smashed through bulkheads, butchered slave ogres, tore gene priests from their armoured cradles, and laughed as the nails sang through his skull. His sons followed, losing discipline by degrees and caring less with every deck taken. The underhive became a machine for converting bodies into warnings. Blood angels sealed exits above. Imperial army units formed cordons and shot whatever emerged without authorization. Skitari burned mutation vaults with rad cleansers. Mechanicum adepts harvested samples while pretending not to hear the screams from adjacent corridors. The hive shook for 3 days. On the 4th, its lower levels were silent except for dripping pipes, settling fires, and the wet footfalls of world eaters returning upward through gore. Melchior 9 survived. Millions did not. Guilliman arrived after the purge and walked the upper manufactoria with Sanguinius beneath rain that hissed against their armour. Roboot's expression was controlled, but his eyes moved constantly, taking in production damage, labour collapse, transit disruption, population terror, and the strategic waste of turning a valuable world into a lesson written in viscera. "You have crippled a productive hive," Guilliman said. "I have removed a hidden rot. You executed the rulers. That was lawful. You destroyed the gene vaults. That was necessary. But the underhive purge exceeded military requirement. The slave populations could have been classified, separated, studied, and perhaps reclaimed in part. Perhaps. That word matters when millions are involved." Sanguinius looked across the manufacturing floor, where workers laboured in silence beneath the watch of blood angels and ultramarines. "A rotten foundation does not deserve architecture." Guilliman turned towards him slowly. The words had been spoken with perfect calm. No rage, no cruelty in the voice. That was why they chilled him. "Be careful, brother," Guilliman said. "Civilization is built by those willing to repair foundations. Civilization dies when it builds upon corruption and calls the structure mercy. You speak of mankind as though it is a fortress to be purified by demolition." Sanguinius met his gaze. "And you speak of mankind as though ledgers can save it from the dark." Guilliman's face hardened. "Ledgers have saved more worlds than poetry." "Yes," Sanguinius said softly, "but not enough." Far away, on Terra, Malcador received the fragments at the hour before dawn. The astropathic vault beneath the palace had been sealed after the first choir began screaming. Custodians stood at every entrance. Sisters of Silence would have been summoned had time allowed, but the message came too quickly and too violently. It tore through wards, burned out relays, and left 3 astropaths dead in their thrones before the sigillite arrived. The surviving choir spoke in voices that were not entirely theirs. Some prayed to the Emperor, some prayed to Sanguinius, some begged forgiveness, some screamed battle oaths in the cadence of the 9th Legion. Malcador stood before them, staff in hand, old eyes narrowed. The fragments were impossible. They came from Cygnus, yet Cygnus was past. They came from dying blood angels, yet many of the names spoken belonged to warriors listed as alive after the campaign. They came as confession and warning, as memory and prophecy, as if the warp had taken a massacre and folded it until cause and consequence bled through the same wound. "Father, forgive me. Warmaster, command me. The thirst is in us. For the Emperor. For the Angel. I did not mean to kill him. Hold me down. Let me drink. By his light, by his wings, by the blood, by the blood, by the blood." One astropath tore free of his restraints and dropped to his knees, though his eyes had burned away. He spoke with a blood angel's voice. "We are loyal," he sobbed. "We are loyal. We are loyal. Why does loyalty taste like blood?" Then his skull split from crown to jaw, and the vault fell silent, but for the alarms. Malcador did not move for a long time. When at last he turned to the waiting custodian, his face had become very old. "Find Horus," he said, quietly. Istvan III was chosen because it looked like rebellion. That was the first elegance of it. The world had raised banners against compliance in the name of old planetary sovereignty, a dead phrase that had outlived its meaning, only because men facing the Imperium often dressed terror as principle. Its rulers had fortified their hive districts, seized astropathic relays, murdered iterators, and broadcast declarations of independence in a dozen dialects of defiance. By any sane measure of the Great Crusade, Istvan III deserved correction. Its cities were armoured, its militia numerous, its void shield networks functional, its ruling caste proud enough to refuse mercy and weak enough to require an example. Sanguinius made it useful. The orders came beneath the Warmaster's seal. written in the language of necessity and signed with the authority of Ulanor. Loyalist elements from several legions were to deploy planetside as first-wave suppression forces. Their task was to break the rebellion's command structure, secure the capital zones, and prepare the world for full imperial pacification. The deployment lists were immaculate. No accusation could cling to them. No one looking from outside could see the blade hidden in the arrangement. Blood angels whose devotion to terror remained stronger than devotion to the new rites were given honor positions in the initial assault. Emperor's children veterans who still spoke of old discipline rather than perfect sensation were sent to take the palace districts. World Eaters captains whose rage had not yet been wholly swallowed by Angrons. Inner Circle were assigned to brutal underhive pushes. Death Guard formations that mistrusted Mortarian's growing silence were ordered into the toxin belts. Word-bearers officers whose faith still clung to the Emperor's light rather than the deeper flame were placed among the cathedral approaches. They thought they were suppressing treason. They descended singing oaths to the Imperium. Drop pods fell through the upper atmosphere like meteors wrapped in iron. Stormbirds roared beneath flak bursts. Thunderhawks carried assault companies into the jaws of hive artillery. The first day was war, as the legions understood it. Hard, savage, glorious in the old crusade fashion. Blood angels took command spires with jump pack strikes, their blades flashing through smoke as they beheaded rebel officers in vox sanctums and map halls. Emperor's children advanced through marble concourses, killing militia in elegant volleys, never allowing formation to dissolve into disorder. World Eaters stormed barricades and hab fortresses, chain axes chewing through rebel armor with wet, roaring hunger. Death Guard pushed through chemical storms and rad fog, steady as plague carts, their bolters firing with patient brutality. Word-bearers cleared shrines of local sovereignty, burning banners and speaking stern truths to trembling survivors. By the second day, the rebellion was already dying. By the third, it was irrelevant. Captain Arakel of the Blood Angels stood in the Western Command Basilica of the Choral City when the orbital grid changed, his helm display filled with new runes. First confusion, then override, then command lock. The sigils bore the Warmaster's authority. Around him, his company had secured the Basilica's upper tiers after a night of close fighting. Rebels lay dead beneath shattered statues, bodies opened by bolt detonations and power blades. Blood steamed on the polished floor. The air smelled of propellant, incense, dust, and ruptured organs. Arakel's warriors stood in disciplined clusters, crimson armor blackened by smoke, blades lowered as army auxilia moved in to process prisoners. Then every vox channel screamed, not with voices, with warning tones. Arakel looked upward through the basilica's broken dome. The sky was full of falling stars. In orbit, the fleet opened fire. Life-eater warheads descended first, their delivery capsules burning white through the atmosphere before splitting above the cities in blossoming patterns of death. The virus did not explode in the crude manner of shell or bomb. It opened. It breathed. It became invisible appetite. Men began to dissolve where they stood. In the avenues of Istvan III, rebel prisoners, Imperial Army troopers, labourers, serfs, militia, Remembrancer aides, Legion thralls, and wounded Astartes all died beneath the same unseen hunger. Flesh liquefied under armour and cloth, skin sloughed from bone in sheets, eyes collapsed in their sockets, lungs became froth. Men tried to scream and drowned in themselves. The gutters filled first, then the streets. Bodies burst open as their tissues broke down, releasing gases that rolled in shimmering layers across the ruins. Arakel watched a mortal officer at his side fall to his knees, hands clawing at his throat as his face melted away beneath his rebreather. The man's jaw came loose. His tongue blackened and slid down the front of his armor. He was dead before he hit the floor, but his body kept convulsing as the virus feasted. "Seal armor," Arakel commanded. "Full isolation, no breach, no helm removal, Vox discipline." His warriors obeyed instantly. They were Astartes. Terror came later, if it came at all. Beyond the basilica, the choral city began to die by the million. The virus consumed the living and exhaled fire. Organic matter became fuel. The lower habtiers ignited first. Then entire districts went up in rolling firestorms as the atmosphere itself fed upon the dead. Flames climbed hive towers, leaping from balcony to balcony, dragging long banners of burning fat and vaporized blood into the sky. The streets became rivers of chemical flame. The air howled. Then came the lances. From orbit, beams of white judgment stabbed through the cloud cover and struck the city's bones. Shield generators vaporized. Defense towers became columns of molten slag. Hab spires cracked and folded, their upper halves sliding down into storms of glass, bodies, and flame. Macro shells followed, each impact lifting whole plazas into the air and dropping them as pulverized stone and red mist. Saturation fire marched across districts already killed by the virus, ensuring there would be no shelter, no regrouping, no accusation from survivors who could speak. The betrayal did not announce itself as betrayal. It arrived as protocol, planetary cleansing, containment, purge authorized, no extraction. Arakel stared at the runes on his display until the meaning settled into his heart like ice, no extraction. He opened a command channel. "This is Captain Arakel of the 9th Legion, Western Compliance Force. We are receiving hostile orbital fire. Confirm command error. Repeat, confirm command error." Static answered. Then voices. Thousands of them. Captains from other legions, centurions, sergeants, army commanders, shipless pilots, screaming mortals, dying Astartes, all flooding the Vox with disbelief. "This is Tarvane of the 3rd, Palace District under bombardment by Imperial vessels. Cease fire, cease fire. Death Guard forward elements intact. Virus saturation confirmed. Our own fleet has fired on us. World Eater's command elements cut off in the eastern trenches. Who gave the order? Wordbearer's chaplaincy requests clarification. We are loyal. We are loyal." Arakel cut through them with his command authority. "All 9th Legion survivors rally on the Basilica. Maintain seal integrity. Recover gene seed where possible. Prepare for assault from unknown hostile force." Unknown, because he could not yet make himself say it. A young blood angel, helm split across one cheek lens, turned toward him. "Captain, the command codes are ours." Arakel looked at him. The warrior said nothing more. For a time, they survived by being what they had always been. Disciplined, beautiful, and terrible. They sealed the Basilica against firestorm pressure, dragged wounded brothers into the lower vaults, cut away ruined armor from those not yet contaminated, and executed those whose seals had failed before the virus could reduce them to fuel. Apothecaries worked with ruthless tenderness, harvesting gene seed from fallen brothers while the floor trembled beneath bombardment. Outside, the city screamed itself into ash. When the firestorm passed, Istvan III was no longer a battlefield. It was a graveyard that had failed to stop burning. The choral city stood in skeletal outline beneath a sky black with corpse smoke. Towers leaned like broken spears. Streets were buried beneath drifts of grey organic ash, so fine it rose in clouds around armoured boots. Pools of half-rendered human remains boiled in shell craters. Statues wept melted bronze. The dead were everywhere and nowhere, reduced to stain, slurry, soot, and the occasional hand fused to stone in a final gesture of refusal. The loyalists emerged into it. Blood angels moved from the basilica with bolters raised and blades ready, their red armour dulled by ash. Emperor's children's survivors came from the palace district, their perfect plates scarred, their plumes burned away, their formations still proud despite the horror in their silence. Death Guard rose from toxin trenches like the dead refusing burial, their armour sealed, their weapons steady. World Eaters appeared from underhive access points, some laughing, some snarling, some unnaturally quiet. Word-bearers gathered beneath shattered arches, their chaplains speaking prayers they still pretended were not prayers. They looked at one another across streets filled with the remains of men they had fought beside that morning. Then the second betrayal landed. Drop pods punched through the smoke. Not rescue, not relief. Assault craft bearing the marks of their own legions slammed into the ruins around them. Hatches blew open. Traitor Astartes emerged with weapons already firing. World Eaters loyal to Angron charged through ash drifts with chain axes howling. Emperor's children in gleaming plate advanced through the palace ruins with theatrical grace, their blades raised against brothers who wore the same purple and gold. Death Guard cadres under Mortarians chosen marched into the toxin haze, bolters tracking former comrades. Word-bearers with scripture carved into their armour opened fire upon kneeling brothers who had still believed explanation would come. And from the heavens, the blood angels descended upon blood angels. That broke Arakel more than the virus. He saw crimson, shapes fall through the smoke on jump packs, their winged helms dark against the firelit sky. He saw the sanguinary icons. He saw company markings he knew. He saw brothers from Cygnus, brothers from Baal, brothers who had shared oath cups and vigil rites, brothers who had wept beside him over the dead. They landed in the plaza before the basilica. Their captain removed his helm. It was Malachor, once of the 9th 7th Assault Cadre, a warrior Arakel had last seen kneeling before Sanguinius after the return from Cygnus. "Stand down," Malachor said over the open vox. Arakel aimed his bolter at him. "Explain this." "I cannot give you comfort. I did not ask for comfort. I asked for truth." Malachor's face was pale, beautiful, and empty in the manner of men who had given away the burden of doubt. The Legion must be purified of those who will not evolve. The word struck like a shell. Evolve. Arakel's finger tightened on the trigger. Who gave the order? Malachor looked almost sorry. Then the vox opened and Sanguinius spoke. His voice moved across every loyalist channel on Istvan III, gentle enough to make dying men weep, clear enough to cut through static, fire, and artillery thunder. "My sons." Arakel froze. Across the ruins, blood angels stopped firing. Some fell to one knee from instinct. Some shook their heads as though warding off a psychic assault. A wounded legionary beside Arakel began whispering, "No, no, no." "My beloved sons," said the Warmaster, "hear me, and know that I do not speak in wrath." Arakel looked up through the broken sky toward the fleet that had murdered them. "You have been chosen for sacrifice because you are worthy of being mourned. You are not refuse. You are not failures. You are the last guardians of a past that cannot survive the truth awaiting mankind." A shell detonated several streets away, spraying ash and fragments through the plaza. The Legion would tear itself apart if every brother were asked to cross the threshold together. Some of you would cling to father's silence. Some would call necessary revelation treason. Some would mistake obedience for loyalty, when loyalty must now serve survival itself. Arakel's mouth went dry. Your deaths will spare our sons a civil war greater than this. Your blood will seal the wound cleanly. You are loved. You are honoured. You are necessary. The tenderness was unbearable. Amit's voice cut in behind the Warmaster's words, rougher, hungry. Make them understand. Malachor put on his helm. Arakel fired first. The plaza vanished into battle. Bolters roared at ranges so close that mass-reactive shells detonated inside ceramite and turned transhuman organs into steam. Blood angels killed blood angels beneath a sky made of their father's betrayal. Chainswords struck power blades. Jump packs hurled warriors through smoke trails. A loyalist sergeant drove his combat blade through a traitor's throat seal and kept stabbing until both of them fell into ash. Malachor and Arakel met at the foot of a shattered statue, their swords clashing bright enough to paint the ruin in white fire. You heard him, Malachor snarled. I heard a demon wearing his voice. Malachor's fury broke his calm. Do not blaspheme against our father. Our father just murdered his sons. He saved the Legion. Arakel headbutted him hard enough to crack both helms. Then let the Legion choke on salvation. Across the city, Angron descended. The World Eater's landing was not a maneuver. It was impact. Drop pods smashed into avenues already clogged with ash, and the warriors that burst from them came howling, chain axes revving, nails screaming through skulls and vox alike. Angron came in a stormbird that landed atop a collapsed hab block, its ramps lowering before the craft settled. He leapt from it into a knot of loyal World Eaters and hit them like a red meteor. The close fighting became a butcher's dream. Chain axes chewed through ceramite with shrieking teeth, caught, tore, and ripped until armour opened and the meat beneath followed. Bolters fired point blank into faces, chests, bellies, backs. Dreadnoughts met in corpse-choked avenues, ancient heroes trapped in sarcophagi, now forced to murder brothers who had once fought under the same banners. One contemptor of the Death Guard grappled a World Eater's dreadnought beside a burning fountain, crushing its assault cannon arm before being split open by a chain fist. The sarcophagus within ruptured, spilling amniotic fluid, blood, and the remnants of a warrior who had survived centuries, only to die confused in a brother's grasp. Titans walked through the burning districts. Their footfalls shook loose teeth from the mouths of the wounded. Warhounds prowled between hive towers, turbo lasers burning trenches through loyalist positions. A reaver strode over the palace approach, its princeps executing firing solutions against Astartes targets, too small for god engines, and killing them anyway. Loyalists fired crack missiles, melter charges, Lascanon batteries scavenged from rebel emplacements. A warhound stumbled when its knee joint blew apart under concentrated fire, then fell into a manufacturum hab stack and crushed thousands of already dying mortals beneath its weight. Its reactor howled. Men on both sides ran. The engine detonated in a sunburst that erased 3 blocks and painted the clouds from beneath. Fulgrim's sons turned the palace districts into theatre. The loyal emperor's children had taken the governor's marble precinct, mostly intact before the bombardment. Now, its colonnades, galleries, music halls, and sculpture courts became hunting grounds. Traitor emperor's children advanced through them with blades drawn, their armour polished despite the ash, their movements graceful beyond reason. They killed not merely to win, but to be witnessed, even when only the dying watched. Fulgrim himself walked through the Hall of Accord, while loyalists made their last stand among statues of Istvan's old rulers. His blade sang as it moved. He did not shout. He did not rage. He complimented a loyal captain's stance before cutting him from hip to collarbone. He paused before a mural half melted by fire and remarked that destruction revealed structure more honestly than preservation. A dying Emperor's Children veteran spat blood across his boot and called him traitor. Fulgrim looked down, offended less by the accusation than by the lack of elegance in the delivery. "Brother," he said softly, "you have mistaken transformation for betrayal." Then he opened the veteran's throat and watched the blood run down marble steps as though judging the composition. Something in him thrilled at the arrangement. Art, he realized, did not require consent from its materials. Mortarion watched his loyalists die in the poison belt east of the city. The Death Guard there had survived the virus better than most. Their armor seals were strong. Their bodies endured toxins that would have reduced mortal regiments to blistered meat. They dug into trenches filled with corpse ash, chemical runoff, and boiling rain, and when traitor Death Guard advanced through the murk, the loyalists met them with bolter fire and refusal. They died hardest because they died slowly. Squads fought until ammunition ran dry, then fixed blades and waded into the fog. Heavy weapon teams fired from pits full of dissolving bodies. Plague mortars and phosphex shells turned strong points into glowing wounds. Death Guard dreadnoughts traded fire until both sarcophagi burned. A loyal captain named Varron held a breach for 6 hours. His armor split, one arm gone, refusing every Vox demand to kneel. When his position was finally overrun, he killed 3 of Mortarion's chosen with a broken power scythe, before a melter blast took his legs. Mortarion observed from a ridge of blackened concrete, rebreather hissing. "They endure," said a captain beside him. "Yes," Mortarion replied. There was pride in the word. There was also condemnation. The captain waited. Mortarion watched loyal Death Guard vanish beneath artillery and chemical flame. Endurance without direction is only stubborn death. He told himself this was true. He told himself loyalty to an ignorant father was weakness. He told himself the dead below had chosen the smaller truth because they lacked the strength to carry the larger one. The dead did not answer. Above Istvan III, Horus arrived too late. The vengeful spirit and her relief fleet tore from the warp in battle formation, translation scars still burning around their Gela fields. Horus had not waited for full muster. He had gathered what lunar wolves he could, reinforced by army ships, escort squadrons, and vessels whose captains still trusted him more than command hierarchy. He had followed suspicion, intercepted partial distress traffic, and driven his navigators near madness to reach the system. He emerged into murder. Istvan III burned below, its atmosphere stained by virus fire and bombardment. Above it hung the Warmaster's blockade, Blood Angels' battle barges, Emperor's children's ships, World Eater's assault carriers, Death Guard vessels, Word Bearers cruisers, and Mechanicum support craft under darkened command protocols. Their weapon ports were hot. Their launch bays vomited gunships toward the surface. Their formation was not chaotic. It was deliberate. It faced inward to kill the world and outward to deny rescue. Horus stood upon the vengeful spirit's bridge and watched the hololith build the truth in red light. No rumor now, no pattern, no fear. Proof. Abaddon stood at his side, fists clenched. "My lord." Horus did not answer at once. 100 memories moved through him, each one a blade. Sanguinius at Ulanor, overwhelmed beneath the roar of legions. Sanguinius aboard this very ship, wine running over his broken cup. Sanguinius at Charon's gate, sorrowful among the dead. Sanguinius saying someone must be judgment. The bridge crew waited. Horus's face became still. All ships, he said. Battle stations. Target the blockade. Prioritize vessels firing on the planet. Boarding actions authorized against any ship refusing ceasefire.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Signal loyalist forces below that relief has arrived. A mortal officer swallowed hard. Lord, those are Warmaster command vessels. Horus turned his head. The officer went pale. They are enemy vessels, Horus said. The Void War began with lance fire. The vengeful spirit struck first, her forward batteries burning through the shields of a word-bearer's cruiser and opening its spine in a line of white ruin. The enemy answered at once. Space around Istvan became a storm of light, fire, and metal. Battle barges traded broadsides at murderous range. Void shields flared, buckled, and collapsed. Macro cannon shells crossed the dark in volleys large enough to crack cities. Lance beams sliced through escorts, cutting ships in half and leaving their crews to die in tumbling sections. Boarding torpedoes launched like iron teeth. They slammed into hulls with brutal finality, drilling through armor and disgorging Astartes into burning corridors. Lunar wolves hit a Blood Angel strike cruiser near the equatorial blockade and found crimson-armored brothers waiting in the breach. There was no speech after the first recognition. Bolters came up. The corridor disappeared in muzzle flare. Astartes killed Astartes in the places between stars. They fought in reactor shrines, munition decks, launch bays, chapel holds, and crew corridors where mortal ratings died without ever seeing who had doomed them. A Lunar Wolves veteran punched his power fist through a Blood Angel's breastplate, then died when another drove an Encarmine blade through his spine. Word-bearers detonated charges in their own corridors to halt boarding parties, killing hundreds of their own serfs along with the enemy. World Eater's ships rammed rather than maneuver, vomiting assault boats into crippled vessels and turning void combat into an extension of the pit. Mortal crews died by the thousands in silence. A shell struck the vengeful spirit's portside armor and opened 3 decks to vacuum. Men vanished into space amid tools, bodies, prayer tokens, and sheets of blood that froze instantly into glittering ribbons. Fire suppression systems failed in a lower gun deck, and the crew kept loading macro shells while Promethean flame cooked the flesh beneath their uniforms. A navigator sanctum aboard an allied cruiser ruptured under lance impact, and the warp-seeing noble within died with his third eye open to the void, sending every astropath aboard into seizures. On Istvan III, Arakel saw new fire in the heavens. For one mad moment, he thought it was another weapon falling. Then the vox crackled. "This is Horus Lupercal," came the voice, strong through static and battle distortion. "Loyal warriors of the Imperium, hold fast. Relief has arrived. The Warmaster's orders are unlawful. Repeat, the Warmaster's orders are unlawful. Fight on." Some loyalists wept, some laughed, some cursed him for arriving late and fought harder because of it. Arakel, bleeding from 3 wounds, stood over Malakor's body in the plaza of the broken basilica. His sword was gone. His bolter was empty. He held a combat blade in one hand and the torn banner of his company in the other. Around him, fewer than 24 Blood Angels remained standing. Before them came World Eaters through the ash, and behind them, from the sky, more crimson jump flares descended. He looked upward. "Horus," he whispered, though no vox carried it. "Tell Terra." In orbit, Horus did. The message was tight-beamed through every astropathic relay still answering, encoded under emergency protocols, marked for Terra, Malkador, Dawn, Guilliman, Russ, and the Emperor himself. Horus stood bloodless and immense upon the bridge as the ship shook beneath enemy fire. "Transmit," he ordered. The astropathic choir screamed as the message passed through them. The words were few. "The angel has betrayed us." For a moment, across the loyalist channels, there was only static. Then another voice answered. It came from the Red Tier, from the heart of the blockade, from the Warmaster whose ships were burning Istvan III and whose sons were dying beneath his command. Sanguinius's voice was calm, sorrowful, and vast. "No, brother," said the angel. "I have begun the cure." The loyalists named it a counterstroke because the word revenge sounded too small. After Istvan III, there were no more diplomatic phrases capable of holding the truth. Treachery had been given a planet and had filled it with fire. Brothers had murdered brothers beneath lawful command codes. The Warmaster had ordered virus weapons upon his own sons and spoken to the doomed as though blessing them before execution. Horus Lupercal's message had reached Terra, reached Dawn, reached Guilliman, reached every loyal command structure that still believed the Imperium could be understood by obedience. The angel had betrayed them. The words did not grow easier by repetition. In the days that followed, loyal fleets gathered not with ceremony, but with the brutal urgency of men trying to close a wound before the blood loss killed the body. Rogel Dawn came with Imperial Fist detachments, siege specialists, breacher cadres, fleet commanders, and cold wrath contained behind stone discipline. Ferrus Manus came with the iron hands, and there was no restraint in him. His fury had shape, mass, and direction. It filled his fleet like reactor heat. Vulcan came with the salamanders, carrying grief for Istvan III that made his compassion terrible. Corvus Corax arrived in silence, his Raven Guard slipping into muster zones like shadows that had learned to hate the light. Loyal army formations, Mechanicum cohorts, Titan elements, and remnants of shattered expeditionary commands gathered beneath their banners. Horus urged caution until his voice grew rough with it. He stood before the assembled Primarchs aboard the Phalanx, with the Strategium hololith casting Istvan V in pale red light between them. The system rotated inside a web of fleet markers, projected traitor positions, estimated warp corridors, and uncertain Auspex ghosts. Every line on the map felt like a lie waiting to become artillery. "He wants us angry," Horus said. "He knows we will come. Sanguinius does nothing without purpose now. Istvan III was not only a purge, it was a summons." Ferrus Manus slammed his metallic fist against the hololithic table hard enough to distort the projection. "Then let him see what answers." "He has studied us," Horus said. "All of us." Ferrus's eyes were molten with contempt. "I know my brother. Fulgrim is there. I felt his hand in this cowardice. I will not orbit another world counting possibilities while traitors draw breath." Dawn's gaze remained fixed on the projection. "A rapid strike may prevent consolidation. Delay favors the Warmaster if his authority has already corrupted fleet channels." "You agree with the assault?" Horus asked. "I agree with necessity, not anger." Corax's voice came from the edge of the chamber, low and cold. "Anger can be useful if it lands behind the enemy's throat." Vulcan said nothing for a long moment. His face held the sorrow of a being made for protection and forced again and again to express mercy through destruction. There may be survivors from the purged elements, not many, some. If the traitors have drawn us here, They may be using the wounded as bait. Ferrus turned on him. Then we kill the hunters and recover the bait. Horus looked from brother to brother and saw the trap closing before any fleet translated. Ferrus would charge because betrayal offended the iron certainty of him. Vulcan would move towards suffering because he could not do otherwise and remain Vulcan. Corax would seek the flank, the unseen seam, the throat behind the armor. Dawn would trust structure, landing zones, established hardpoints, command integrity. Each virtue was real. Each virtue was noble. Each virtue could be murdered. I will commit Lunar Wolves' reserves to extraction and void control, Horus said. But I ask again, do not trust the second wave until it has bled beside you. Dawn looked at him then. You suspect more legions? I suspect Sanguinius has not finished choosing which brothers he will kill. No one answered that. Far away, aboard the red tier, Sanguinius stood before a map that showed not terrain, but character. Istvan V turned below him in rust, ash and black mountain ranges. Its drop site plains lay open and apparently vulnerable, a killing ground disguised as opportunity. Around him, the traitor command circle waited. Perturabo stood like an iron monument, his mind already inside the guns. Lorgar watched with solemn reverence. Kurz lingered in shadow and smiled at nothing visible. Fulgrim wore elegance over a feverish hunger he no longer wished to hide. Angron paced like a chained impact. Mortarion breathed through his rebreather, silent and suspicious. Alfarius stood where the light made him most forgettable, which was itself an accusation. Sanguinius looked upon the projected loyalist approach lanes. Ferrus will strike at the heart, he said. He will not wait for certainty once Fulgrim is before him. Fulgrim's smile deepened. Then I shall make certain he sees me. Vulcan will break formation for civilians, wounded, or any sign that lives may be preserved. Mortarion rasped. Compassion is a hole in armor. No, Sanguinius said. It is armor worn over the heart, but armor has seams. Kurz chuckled. Corax will seek the flank. He will trust darkness, because darkness has always answered him. My shadows are ready, Kurz whispered. Dawn will trust the geometry of battle. He will establish hardpoints, make order, and survive what would break others. Perturabo's eyes shifted to the angel. Then he must be denied maneuver, not battered blindly. You will have your guns. I will have more than guns, Perturabo said. I will have his certainty measured, bracketed, and shelled. Sanguinius looked to Alfarius. Their extraction must fail at the moment they understand. Alfarius inclined his head. It already has, depending on which moment they choose to understand. Angron snarled. Enough riddles. When do we descend? When hope has entered the kill zone, Sanguinius said. Lorgar's eyes shone. A benediction, then. Sanguinius did not smile. A lesson. The first wave landed under fire and made war beautiful for a few brief hours. Iron Hand's armor came down in massed assault formation. Spartan carriers, land raiders, Sicaran battle tanks, and heavy dreadnought talons driving through the drop site dust beneath a storm of flak and shellfire. Ferrus Manus had no interest in feints. He struck the center because the center contained the enemy and because some truths in war required no ornament. His sons advanced with machine precision, bolters and heavy weapons firing from armored hatches, servo arms cycling, bionics grinding, their contempt for weakness made audible through vox and cannon. The salamanders secured the eastern approaches, where false civilian signals and broken loyalist vox cries bled from the ruins of old mining habitats. Vulcan's sons moved into the wreckage with flamers held high, shields raised, and medici teams behind them. They found survivors, or things arranged to resemble survivors, until the first one opened its chest and released a swarm of warp-fed biting things into the faceplate of a legionary. The salamanders burned the infestation, recovered the few true wounded, and kept moving, because somewhere beneath the trap there were real men begging for help. The Raven Guard vanished into the western ridges before the traitors had finished adjusting their fire. Corax led them through basalt gullies and ash trenches, bypassing obvious strongpoints, cutting vox, repeaters, knifing artillery observers, and planting charges under gun emplacements. Traitor pickets died without alarms, throats opened, helms punctured, bodies folded into shadowed crevices where even carrion would struggle to find them. For a time, the flank belonged to the Raven. The Imperial fists came down where Dawn had ordered them to come down and began making the ground obedient. They did not rush, they built. Gun lines formed, breacher shields locked. Earthworks rose from wreckage and crater lips. Thunderhawk wrecks were dragged into barricades. Dead tanks became redoubts. Supply markers were corrected under fire. Command relays were reinforced with redundant channels, then redundancies for the redundancies. Dawn Sons made a landing zone into a fortress before the dust of arrival had fully settled. For several hours, the Loyalists appeared to be winning. Ferrus Manus smashed through the outer traitor line with the iron hands at his back, his silver arms tearing apart engines, warriors, and barricades alike. His hammer struck with the force of industrial catastrophe. World eaters died beneath him. Word-bearers broke before his advance. Emperor's children fell back in patterns too graceful to be panic, but Ferrus read retreat and cared nothing for its elegance. He wanted Fulgrim. The desire became the spear point of the entire Loyalist assault. Vulcan's salamanders held the eastern evacuation routes, despite escalating shellfire. They pulled wounded army troopers from collapsed bunkers, shielded mortal survivors behind their own bodies, and burned demon things out of Hab ruins, room by room. They did not ask whether the lives saved would matter to the battle. That was not why they saved them. Corax's infiltration crippled 2 artillery networks and severed multiple traitor observation nodes. Raven Guard strike teams appeared inside gun pits, killed crews, destroyed ammunition lifts, and vanished before counterfire arrived. From orbit, loyal commanders saw gaps opening in the enemy kill web. Dawn saw the same and distrusted how cleanly some gaps appeared. "Hold the hard points," he ordered. An Imperial Fist Captain requested permission to advance in support of Ferrus. "Denied," Dawn said. "My lord, the center is breaking." "No, it is bending." Then the second wave arrived. Iron Warriors drop formations came in behind Loyalist lines with proper recognition codes. Siege guns slung beneath mass conveyors. Armor columns marked as reinforcement elements. Their transponders answered loyal challenge. Their approach vectors matched Dawn's own projected reserve corridors. For one breath, the battlefield inhaled hope. Then Perturabo gave the order. The Iron Warriors' guns turned. The first salvo erased the rearward Iron Hands ammunition parks. The second walked through the Salamander's evacuation columns. The third struck the Imperial Fist's outer hardpoints with such mathematical precision that Dawn knew before the impact reports arrived who had written the firing solution. Loyalist Vox nets dissolved into overlapping screams, command overrides, false confirmations, and sabotage signals. Night Lords fell from the smoke upon medici stations and command posts. They did not attack where resistance was strongest. They attacked where pain would be loudest. Field apothecarians became slaughter pits. Command adepts were nailed to vox masts with combat blades through their throats. Wounded legionaries were dragged into the open and butchered slowly enough for nearby units to hear over the shellfire. Kurz's sons painted the interior of triage shelters with blood and left lumen strips flickering over severed hands arranged in imperial aquila shapes. Terror became a battlefield asset. The Night Lords spent it lavishly. The word-bearers began their rituals when the dust was thick enough to hide the geometry. They opened circles cut into the ground beneath the drop site before the first loyalist pod had landed. Captives bled into grooves. Dead Astartes were dragged by cult thralls into patterns that made the eye hurt. Chaplains in crimson armour spoke words that made vox systems howl and machine spirits recoil. The air split. Neverborn things crawled out laughing, crawling on too many limbs, dragging hooks, tongues, blades, and memories that did not belong to them. Demon-bound engines woke in the ash, all brass hunger and furnace breath, and charged into the loyalist lines. The Alpha Legion did not reveal itself with banners. Extraction coordinates shifted by fractions. Thunderhawk landing zones received confirmation codes that drew them into minefields. Relief channels repeated Dawn's orders with one word changed, one vector altered, one timing sequence delayed. Raven Guard withdrawal routes vanished beneath sudden artillery. Salamander's evacuation beacons led to killing fields. Iron Hand's reserve commands received false reports that Fulgrim was breaking further ahead, always further ahead, always close enough to reach if only they charged one more ridge. The drop site became a slaughterhouse with a horizon. The ground shook beneath overlapping bombardments. Men vanished in columns of dirt, flame, and shredded armour. Super-heavy tanks burned in lines, their ammunition cooking off and launching turrets skyward like offerings to mad gods. Dreadnoughts fought while half buried in rubble. A Salamander's Contemptor held a breach against demon engines until molten brass claws ripped open his sarcophagus, and the ancient warrior inside burned, still cursing the traitors by name. Iron Hand squads advanced through their own dead with mechanical discipline until phosphex clung to them and turned their armour into green-white funeral pyres. Ferrus Manus reached Fulgrim among the wreckage of super-heavy tanks and banners burning in chemical wind. The two Primarchs faced one another in a valley of dead machines. The ground was slick with oil, blood, coolant, and the powdered remains of men who had died beneath tank treads. Around them, Iron Hands and Emperor's children killed with a hatred sharpened by former admiration. Purple and silver, black and iron, beauty and brutal function, all of it crashing together beneath a sky split by lance glow. "Brother," Fulgrim said, and there was almost tenderness in him. Ferrus answered by charging. Their duel was a catastrophe given form. Ferrus struck like a forge god. Every blow meant to end the matter, every movement heavy with disdain for ornament. Fulgrim moved like a blade reflecting lightning, too quick, too elegant, too pleased by the shape of the violence. Hammer met sword. Shockwaves cracked tank hulls. Nearby warriors were thrown from their feet by the force of missed strikes. Ferrus tore a pauldron from Fulgrim's armour and crushed it in his silver hand. Fulgrim cut Ferrus across the chest, then the throat guard, then the cheek, each wound placed as though composing a lesson. Above them, Sanguinius watched from the open assault ramp of a hovering stormbird. The wind tore at his hair. His wings were folded behind him. Below, his brothers remade love into murder. Asker Ellen stood behind him. "My lord." Sanguinius did not look away. "Ferrus must die." "He is your brother." "Yes." "Then why watch?" because if I look away, I might pretend this costs nothing." Fulgrim stumbled. Ferrus nearly killed him then, hammer descending with enough force to pulp the Phoenician's skull. Fulgrim twisted aside, not fully, not cleanly. The blow crushed his shoulder guard and drove him to one knee. Ferrus seized him by the throat. "You are filth," Ferrus snarled. Fulgrim smiled through blood. "I am becoming." His blade came up. It slid through Ferrus Manus with impossible grace. For a moment, the Gorgons stood as though too angry to die. Fulgrim rose, eyes wide, rapture and horror warring across his perfect face. Then he finished it. The blade took Ferrus's head in a single shining arc. The iron hands felt it before they saw it. Their advance faltered. The impossible had happened. Iron had been severed. Certainty had bled. Sanguinius watched Fulgrim lift the severed head. He did not descend. He did not intervene. He did not cry out. He allowed the moment to do its work. That was the cruelty that would matter to history more than any blow. The angel had not killed Ferrus Manus with his own hand. He had permitted the death because he knew what it would break. On the eastern flank, Vulcan refused to abandon mortals who could not change the battle. That was how they trapped him. The salamanders formed defensive circles around evacuation convoys, filled with wounded army soldiers, burned civilians, broken serfs, and loyal legion thralls. Most would die even if extracted. Many were already dying. Their bodies were cooked by radiation, lungs torn by ash, limbs gone, faces wrapped in bloody field dressings. The Yav, salamanders protected them anyway. Orbital fire came down. Not scattered fire, not panic. A concentrated traitor strike authorized through channels no loyalist ship could jam in time. Lance beams cut through cloud and dust, turning evacuation lanes into white lines of annihilation. Macro shells followed, each impact lifting salamanders, mortals, vehicles, medici tents, and chunks of earth into boiling plumes. Vulcan stood in the center of it, hammer raised, roaring orders no one could hear over the end of the world. His sons locked shields around mortals who could not survive the pressure wave. They died standing. Ceramite cracked, flesh cooked inside plate. Men were crushed into the ground beneath their protectors and survived only long enough to scream. Salamanders burned in defensive circles, still firing, still dragging the wounded inward, still refusing the simple arithmetic that said those lives no longer mattered. One by one, the circles vanished beneath shellfire. When the final orbital strike hit, Vulcan disappeared beneath a mountain of burning stone, wrecked armor, and molten tank hulls. The Vox called him dead. No one had time to grieve properly. Corax escaped because he chose to become what victory required and hated himself for it. The Raven Guard flank had succeeded too well. That was the trap. Their infiltration routes led deep into the traitor artillery web, and when the second wave turned, those routes became corridors of encirclement. Alpha Legion sabotage shifted extraction beacons. Night Lords hunted wounded Raven Guard with laughter that moved from ridge to ridge. Word-bearer rituals stained the shadows themselves, filling them with things that whispered the names of Kievar's dead. Corax gathered what companies he could and broke through the western ridges in a series of strikes so fast even the Alpha Legion failed to fully close around him. He killed a Night Lord's captain by driving both claws through the traitor's chest and pinning him to a basalt wall. He tore apart demon things without slowing. He ordered withdrawal after withdrawal, each one saving hundreds and abandoning thousands. A Raven Guard commander begged for another pass toward the trapped third cohort. Corax looked down into the valley where his sons still fought around a damaged Thunderhawk. their black armor surrounded by Iron Warrior's fire and Word-bearer monsters. "We cannot reach them," he said. "My lord, they are still transmitting." "I know. They are your sons." Korax's face became something carved from grief and ash. "That is why I will not spend more of them pretending this battlefield can be redeemed." He turned away before the valley died. The screams followed him into the sky. From that moment, something in Korax changed. He had always understood Shadow War. Now he understood that the enemy could make honor itself into a leash. He swore, not aloud and not for any remembrancer, that Sanguinius would never again be allowed a clean battle. The angel had turned virtues into kill zones. Korax would answer by making every road poisoned, every rear line haunted, every victory unsafe. Dawn survived because he refused to move. The Imperial fists at the primary landing zone endured the betrayal differently from the others because their Primarch had mistrusted good fortune. When the Iron Warrior's guns turned, Dawn's hardpoints were incomplete but real. Breacher shields locked into overlapping walls. Wrecked aircraft were dragged into barricades even while burning. Dead tanks were chained into revetments. Ammunition crates became parapets. Corpses became sandbags when there was no time for shame. "Hold," Dawn said. An officer reported Ferris dead. "Hold." Another reported Vulcan lost. "Hold." Another reported extraction coordinates compromised and Raven Guard withdrawal failing. Dawn turned then, and the officer flinched beneath the cold weight of him. "Did I ask whether the war had become cruel?" "No, my lord." "Then hold." The Imperial fists turned the landing zone into a fortress of broken armor and bodies. Iron Warrior's shells came down with murderous precision, but Dawn shifted men by instinct and calculation, never chasing openings, never abandoning mutual support. Traitor assaults broke against shield walls. Demon engines hit barricades and were destroyed by melter charges placed under their chassis by warriors who died in the detonation. Night Lord's raids found command bunkers doubled and tripled. Word-bearer rituals were answered by heavy flamers, bolters, and the stubborn refusal of men who considered terror inefficient. Perturabo watched from his siege command and understood that Dawn had realized the truth. The traitors had not merely rebelled, they had studied. Every loyalist doctrine had been weighed, mapped, and countered. Ferris's aggression, Vulcan's compassion, Korax's stealth, Dawn's structure, Horus's rescue instinct. Sanguinius had taken love of his brothers and converted it into operational intelligence. Dawn stood amid the roar of bombardment and accepted the new war in full. "Signal Horus," he said. "Tell him the anvil remains." Horus came down like wrath that still remembered how to grieve. The lunar wolves had fought through the orbital screen to reach the surface, losing ships to lance fire and boarding attacks, cutting holes in the traitor blockade by audacity and brutal close-range command. The vengeful spirit bled atmosphere from open wounds. Her escort vessels burned around her. Still, Horus drove his fleet inward until gunship corridors opened through the storm. He led the counter-assault himself. Lunar wolves drop craft slammed into the contested landing zones, doors opening before dust settled. Horus emerged in white armor scorched by void war, his talon crackling, his maul in hand, his face bare to the poisoned air because he wanted his sons and enemies alike to see him. Abaddon came at his left. Loken, Torgadon, and the surviving captains of the loyal spearhead drove forward with him into Blood Angel's assault cadres, descending to finish Dawn's hardpoints. The first Blood Angel to reach Horus came with a power spear aimed at his throat. Horus caught the weapon shaft in his talon, crushed it, and broke the warrior's chest with a blow that caved ceramite and bone alike. The legionary fell, gasping blood through his helm grill. Horus stepped over him, not with contempt, but with fury too human to become ritual. "Forward!" he roared. "Cut them off Dawn's line. Break their descent pattern. No mercy for traitors. No hatred for the dead until we survive to bury them." The Lunar Wolves hit like a pack. They were brutal, direct, adaptive. Where the Blood Angels fought with terrible elegance and controlled hunger, Horus's sons fought like warriors who had lost patience with destiny. They fired in motion, dragged wounded brothers behind cover, executed traitors at close range, and swore oaths with every breath. They did not look serene. They did not look enlightened. They looked betrayed. Above the field, Sanguinius coordinated genocide with the calm of a conductor guiding a requiem. He watched loyalist icons flicker and die. He adjusted reserves. He ordered Night Lords away from Dawn's core because terror was wasted on the Imperial fists now. He redirected Iron Warrior's fire to collapse Horus's extraction corridors. He permitted Fulgrim too much latitude because Ferris's death had intoxicated the Third, then corrected their overextension with a single command that saved them from Lunar Wolves' counterfire. He committed Blood Angels' reserves only where their presence would break hearts as well as lines. Horus saw him once through smoke and distance, a golden figure upon a ridge of black stone, wings pale against the burning sky. For a heartbeat, the battlefield narrowed to that image. Horus wanted to speak, to curse, to plead, to demand the return of the brother who had shared wine aboard the vengeful spirit. Then a Blood Angels assault squad struck his flank, and the moment died under bolter fire. The extraction became massacre triage, not victory, not defeat, salvage. Horus and Dawn together carved open enough of the trap to pull fragments of legions out of the grinder. Raven Guard survivors came in ragged clusters, silent and hollow-eyed. Salamanders carried wounded mortals even into the evacuation craft, despite officers screaming that there was no room. Iron Hands had to be dragged from the field, many trying to charge back toward the place where Ferris had fallen. Imperial fists withdrew in order, step by step, leaving barricades mined and bodies stacked behind them. Thousands were saved. Tens of thousands were abandoned. More died buying minutes. As loyal ships clawed for orbit through traitor fire, Istvan V burned beneath them, its drop site plains, carpeted with shattered ceramite, broken banners, dead tanks, boiling craters, and the bodies of brothers who had once conquered the galaxy side by side. When the field belonged to the traitors, Sanguinius descended. He walked through the ruin without honor guard at first. Blood Angels bowed as he passed. World Eaters dragged wounded loyalists into killing pits. Iron Warriors marked salvage and artillery positions. Word-bearers moved among corpses with censers and knives. Night Lords strung trophies from broken aerials. Emperor's children gathered around Fulgrim, whose armor shone wetly, and whose eyes had not yet returned from the place murder had taken him. Ferrus Manus's severed head lay upon a cracked slab of battleplate beside a burned Iron Hands banner. Fulgrim stood near it, breathing hard, sword lowered. His expression was ecstatic, horrified, triumphant, and lost. Sanguinius ignored him. He knelt before the head of his brother. Ferris's face was locked in rage. Even death had not softened him. His silver flesh at the neck gleamed beneath blood and ash. His eyes remained open, staring past Sanguinius toward a sky that had betrayed him. The angel reached out and closed them. For a moment, no one nearby spoke. Even Angren's distant laughter seemed to fade beneath the wind. Sanguinius bowed his head. "Forgive me, brother," he said. "I needed them to understand what love can cost." The Heresy stopped being a wound between legions and became the bloodstream of the galaxy. At first, worlds did not understand that rebellion had begun. That ignorance killed them faster than terror would have. The Warmaster's command codes still opened fleet gates, still compelled astropathic priority, still overrode sector governors, still moved army cohorts, mechanicum cargoes, legion detachments, compliance administrators, tithe convoys, remembrancer vessels, and void patrols with the old authority of Ulanor. Sanguinius did not need to conquer every system by force. He only needed to speak in the voice the Imperium had already been trained to obey. Expeditionary fleets followed his orders before they knew those orders were treason. The 73rd Expeditionary Fleet translated to the Lamentis Corridor under instructions to reinforce a loyal supply chain. They found the relay stations already abandoned, their astropathic choirs murdered, their fuel tenders sabotaged, their coordinates seeded into a Night Lord's ambush. Their surviving cruisers fled burning into the warp, and half emerged years older, their crews bald, blind, and whispering hymns to wings they had never seen. The 900th Compliance Armada received orders to pacify a supposed Xenos infiltration near the Vale of Sarosh. Its commanders deployed Imperial Army regiments across 3 agri worlds. Only after the planetary grain stores were destroyed from orbit did they learn those worlds had been loyal, their destruction calculated to starve a fortress chain 6 systems distant. When the army commanders protested, word-bearers chaplains attached to their fleet declared their doubt a sickness of the old lie. The commanders were executed by their own bodyguards before the next dawn cycle. The 31st Expeditionary, proud and decorated, obeyed a Warmaster directive to change course toward the Mournival Reach. Its ships passed through a warp route marked safe by Alpha Legion navigators and emerged inside a storm of impossible geometry. Only one vessel escaped. Its captain recorded no accusations. He recorded only a single phrase, repeated again and again until his voice failed. The angel knew where we would turn. On 1,000 worlds, sealed orders opened and became knives. The word-bearers moved fastest because they had been preparing to rot mankind's certainty long before Istvan gave Rot a banner. They did not arrive as open worshippers of the ruinous powers. Not at first. Open worship would have frightened compliant populations into resistance, and fear was crude when reverence could be made to perform the same labor. They came as chaplains, confessors without confession, iterators with softer voices, warriors who spoke of truth in tones heavy enough to become scripture. They gathered labor guilds, grieving regiments, dispossessed planetary militias, and populations already exhausted by tithe, conscription, and the cold machinery of imperial rationalism. They told them suffering had meaning. They told them sacrifice was not merely a statistic in a crusade ledger, but the language by which mankind purchased survival from a hostile cosmos. They told them the Emperor had lied not because he was weak, but because he had feared mankind's hunger for the sacred. They told them the angel had seen what others denied. They told them blood willingly shed was not waste. They told them obedience without revelation was slavery, but obedience to revelation was liberation. The words were careful. They did not say God. They said destiny. They did not say demon. They said powers older than fear. They did not say chaos. They said the primordial truth. And for many mortal men, that was worse. It sounded less like rebellion and more like discovery. Compliant worlds ignited from within. Shrine-like monuments to the imperial truth were pulled down by crowds who had built them with their own hands a generation earlier. Statues of iterators were decapitated and replaced by winged icons, whose faces were always left unfinished, as if the sculptors feared to choose between emperor and angel. Army regiments mutinied after word-bearers told them their deaths deserved something greater than administrative notation. Governors woke to find their sons nailed to palace gates beneath parchment strips reading, "Sacrifice is the first honest law." Manufacturing workers painted blood drops on reactor walls and refused tithe quotas unless the angel's name was spoken before the emperor's. The imperial truth did not die in public debate. It was drowned in grief. Mars burned next, and in ways no mortal language had been made to properly describe. The Mechanicum had always been a compromise pretending to be unity. Beneath the red robes, sacred equations, and Binharic prayers lay hunger older than the Imperium's alliance with the Forge world. There were magi who had never forgiven the Emperor for limits placed upon research. There were forge temples that remembered data vaults sealed by Terran decree. There were princeps who had dreamed of unleashing their god engines without restraint. There were engine seers who listened too long to machine spirits and began to hear voices answering from beneath the code. When the split came, it came as scrap code. It entered forge networks through maintenance hymns, cargo manifests, devotional updates, weapons calibration rites, and ancient noospheric backdoors left from wars no living adept remembered. Servitors turned their tools upon their masters. Assembly lines birthed weapons not in their pattern archives. Plasma coils sang in voices. Data shrines bled oil thick as marrow. Cybernetic limbs strangled their owners. Red-robed adepts screamed Binharic blasphemies, while their implants rewrote pain into revelation. The Dark Mechanicum did not announce treason. It offered permission. Forbidden engines were awakened in vaults beneath Olympus Mons. Demon-machine interfaces were tested upon condemned adepts and then upon volunteers. Titans were unchained from old restrictions, their machine spirits swollen with predatory awareness. A warlord of Legio Mortis walked through a loyal forge district while its princeps laughed and wept in the amniotic dark, firing upon manufactoria that had supplied the Great Crusade for centuries. Loyal Titans answered. God engines killed God engines beneath poisoned skies, their void shields flashing like captive suns, their plasma annihilators turning city districts into glass seas. Forge temples bombarded each other across canyons of smoke. Skitari maniples fought through rad storms and molten streets, their flesh cooking inside augmetic housings, while command data lied to them in voices they trusted. Magi loyal to Terra locked themselves inside data vaults and burned entire archives rather than let the enemy take them. Dark adepts grafted never-born things into siege automata and watched with professional pride as the machines learned to hate without programming. Mars became not battlefield, but furnace. The red planet's night side glowed brighter than its day. Perturabo understood that wars were not won by fury, nor faith, nor heroism, but by the murder of movement. The angel gave him sectors, and the Lord of Iron starved them. He did not throw the Iron Warriors against every loyal fortress. That was the mistake lesser commanders expected from him, and the insult he had long been accused of embracing. Now he had permission to prove he understood more than attrition. He mapped the Imperium as an organism and began cutting arteries. Supply routes vanished, not by accident, not by the simple destruction of convoys, though those burned too. Perturabo mined translation points with void charges set to detonate, when ships emerged blind and clustered from the warp. He seeded false beacon chains into known safe corridors, dragging loyal grain convoys into dead systems where no distress call could escape. He destroyed astropathic relays not randomly, but in cascading patterns, forcing loyal sectors to communicate through longer routes already compromised by Alpha Legion signal fraud. He bypassed fortress worlds, whose commanders begged for battle, and instead burned the agri-worlds that fed them. On Callistin, a loyal bastion with walls capable of surviving orbital bombardment lasted 49 days after its food reserves failed. On the final transmission, its governor reported that army troops had begun drawing lots to decide which hab blocks would be rendered for protein slurry first. Perturabo marked the fortress neutralized without firing a shell. On the Threnos chain, loyal Imperial Fist's successors of the Crusade era fortified moons into perfect interlocking defense stations. Perturabo never attacked them. He destroyed their water haulers, their Prometheum convoys, their repair yards, and their astropathic mirrors. The defenders held their guns until their lips split from thirst. When Iron Warriors finally walked through the stations, they found legionaries dead upright at their posts, bolters locked in skeletal hands, their discipline preserved long after their flesh had failed. Perturabo sent the report to Dawn without comment. Kersey did not need sectors, he needed symbols. Sanguinius unleashed the Night Lords, not where fortresses were strongest, but where belief was. The Night Lords fell upon worlds that had praised the angel too loudly, before understanding what he had become. They came for governor bloodlines that had named children after him. They came for remembrancer archives containing early triumphs of the Great Crusade. They came for academies where the imperial truth had been taught as salvation. They came for public squares where statues of the emperor stood beside winged victory icons fashioned after Sanguinius. They made examples of innocence, because innocence was a form of propaganda. On Belisar, a world that had surrendered to the Blood Angels without a shot decades earlier, the Night Lords entered the governor's palace during a remembrance feast. The palace guards were found hanging from the ceiling by their own intestines, each one still wearing dress uniform. The governor's family was arranged around the banquet table as if alive, their eyes replaced with polished black stones, their mouths wired open to broadcast Kersey's laughter through the planetary vox. The message ended with the Night Haunter whispering that love was only fear before the mask came off. On Orison Prime, they burned the Remembrancer archives. Not quickly. They dragged scholars, picked recordists, sculptors, poets, and historians into the vaults and made them watch as the memories of the Crusade were fed into flame. When one old archivist begged to preserve the records of human unity, a Night Lord sergeant removed his hands and told him memory was a luxury of those strong enough to survive the truth. Then he sealed the man inside the burning vault. On Calthor's Rest, a world whose children had once sung hymns to reason beneath banners of the imperial truth, the Night Lords tore down the great hall of illumination and built from its stones a gallows shaped like wings. The galaxy blamed Kurs because Kurs wanted it to. It blamed Angron more. That suited Sanguinius perfectly. The World Eaters became the face of atrocity, and every atrocity they committed made the Angel's own strategy seem distant, sorrowful, almost reluctant. Angron did not care. He did not want subtlety. He did not want history to understand him. He wanted the nails fed and the Emperor's works broken beneath his axes. The 12th Legion drowned worlds in direct horror. They stormed hive cities and killed until stairwells became red waterfalls. They butchered loyal army regiments that had not yet received news of the heresy and died asking why the Emperor's angels had come for them. They piled skulls at starports, not yet as offerings openly named, but in heaps large enough for orbiting picked systems to record and fear to carry ahead of their fleets. They turned civil defense networks into slaughter mazes. They hunted populations through manufactoria, sump tunnels, cathedrals of industry, and noble spires until the distinction between battle and massacre ceased to matter. Every sector commander who heard of the heresy learned Angron's name before he learned the logic of the Warmaster's war. That was useful. Let Angron be the butcher. Let his chain axes sing across astropathic panic. Let mortals imagine rebellion as red armor, brass teeth, frothing rage, and piles of dismembered dead. Let them fail to see the supply routes cut behind them, the encoded orders rerouted, the loyal officers isolated, the symbols poisoned, the sectors starved, the command structures made obedient to treason before a single world eater arrived. Sanguinius did not hide atrocity. He placed it where the galaxy would look first. Magnus broke trying to prevent disaster and became one of its authors. The Crimson King had watched the heresy spread through reports, visions, and nightmares that crawled across the surface of his mind. He saw Mars burn. He saw Istvan's dead calling from ash. He saw Sanguinius standing beneath blackened wings, though when he reached for the image, the future shifted like oil on water. He saw terror behind walls of light and secrecy. He saw the Emperor's great work beneath the palace, hidden not only from mankind, but from his sons. He had been warned by Sanguinius that ignorance would doom them. He had been warned by the Emperor that the warp was predator, not tool. Pride chose which warning to believe. Magnus reached for terror with a spell vast enough to shame mortal language. It was not crude sorcery in his mind. It was warning, love, loyalty, necessity. He gathered his son's power through ritual arrays on Prospero, through crystal matrices, tutelary murmurs, forbidden calculations, and the burning certainty that he alone could speak quickly enough to save the species from the worst of itself. 1,000 suns knelt in concentric formations beneath the red sky, their minds linked, their flesh trembling, their primarch at the center like a crimson sun. Lorgar had given him texts. Erebus had ensured certain diagrams reached the right hands by the wrong roads. Sanguinius had given him permission enough to confuse defiance with duty. Magnus broke the wards. Not all. Not forever. Enough. Deep beneath the imperial palace, where the Emperor labored upon a secret path for mankind, the psychic intrusion struck like a spear through stained glass. Wards older than the Imperium screamed. Custodians staggered. Mechanisms of impossible subtlety burned white. Demons, drawn by the breach, clawed at the webway project, like carrion beasts scenting a ruptured body. The Emperor turned from his work to seal what his son had opened, and in that turning, a future narrowed. Magnus saw too late what had ridden beside his warning. He saw laughing shapes in the wake of his spell. He saw word-bearer geometries hidden inside helpful diagrams. He saw the truth of Sanguinius's sympathy sharpened into a hook. He saw that he had not been ordered to betray. He had been understood into betrayal. His scream cracked towers on Prospero. On Terra, the Emperor's judgment came cold. Russ was sent to bring Magnus to heel. Horus, receiving the command through channels already poisoned by contradiction, tried to moderate it rather than twist it. He knew what Sanguinius would want. He knew what Lorgar would make of Prospero if given space. He sent warnings to Russ, to Valdor, to any loyal fleet that could intercept the wolves before wrath became policy. "Bring him alive," Horus transmitted. "Whatever he has done, the enemy wants brothers killing brothers in ignorance. Do not give them that victory." Russ received the message. Russ heard it. Russ did not trust the sorcerer of Prospero, and the warp storm around the system carried voices wearing Horus's tone, Sanguinius's sorrow, the Emperor's command, and Magnus's laughter. By the time the route translated into Prospero's burning sky, clarity had already died. The tragedy became three-sided. Space wolves descended to arrest and punish, their fury leashed but not broken. Thousand suns defended their world in terror, pride, and psychic desperation, convinced annihilation had come. Wordbearers' agents hidden within mortal pilgrim cohorts and auxiliary ships opened the deeper wound. Ritual fires appeared in Prospero's streets. Demons crawled from libraries. Tutelary turned upon their masters with smiles made of too many mouths. The wolves saw sorcery vindicate every fear. The thousand suns saw brutality confirm every grievance. Loyal moderation vanished beneath the sound of bolter fire, wolf howls, spell thunder, and citizens screaming as their white city burned. Magnus met Russ amid shattered pyramids and ash that had once been books. Neither brother received the whole truth. That was why both became weapons. Far across the stars, Guilliman tried to build a bastion large enough to outlast madness. Ultramar had always been more than territory. It was proof that mankind could be governed without being reduced entirely to terror. It had supply, law, reserve fleets, disciplined planetary defense, functional tithes, stable administration, and populations who believed imperial order could be more than a boot on the throat. Guilliman gathered loyal commanders, remnant fleets, army groups, mechanicum assets still sane enough to negotiate, and astropathic choirs not yet screaming in dead tongues. He intended to make Ultramar a shield, a rallying point, a second heart if terror failed. Sanguinius did not attack it directly. That would have been a compliment. Instead, he made Guilliman's strengths into walls around him. Warp storms rose along the approaches like bruises in reality. Some were born of wordbearer rites, some of demonic turbulence, some of carefully timed atrocities whose psychic shock curdled the immaterium. Astropathic commands arrived bearing Guilliman's own cipher marks, ordering fleets to delay, divert, or mistrust one another. Alpha Legion agents seeded contradictions into logistic schedules, so that ammunition went to quiet worlds while active fronts received grain, medica barges arrived without escorts, and reinforcement fleets translated into systems whose coordinates had been shifted by fractions of doom. Reports came too late or too early. A loyal governor declared for Horus and was executed, only for Guilliman to learn the declaration had been forged. A fleet sent to relieve a besieged agri-world arrived to find the world already harvested, its population processed into corpse starch by traitor auxiliaries and its silos burning. 3 Ultramarines companies pursued Night Lord's raiders into a dead system and returned to find their original orders had never been issued. Every correction created another delay. Every delay cost another world. Guilliman raged in the only way he permitted himself. He organized harder. He built redundancies. He assigned verification chains. He created councils, courier layers, cipher reforms, ration contingencies, military provinces, naval patrol schedules, and emergency command protocols. His mind became a fortress. Sanguinius made that fortress a cage. The more Guilliman tightened Ultramar, the less he could leave it. Every system needed him. Every contradiction required his judgment. Every cry for help might be bait or truth. His empire of order held, but holding became its own imprisonment. He could preserve millions, then billions, but the war for terror moved beyond his reach like a ship seen through fog, burning while the harbour master balanced the ledgers of survival. On terror, the reports became a storm that no mind could weather whole. Astropathic choirs died by the dozen. Some messages arrived backward. Some arrived before the events they described. Some were true, some false, some deliberately forged, some demonic hallucination wrapped around a kernel of fact. The imperial palace drowned in contradiction. Sanguinius dead at Istvan. Sanguinius triumphant at Istvan. Sanguinius loyal and surrounded by traitors. Sanguinius crowned by demons above Cygnus. Horus rebel. Horus loyal. Horus slain. Horus marching on terror. Mars secure. Mars burning. Mars lost. Prospero silent. Prospero screaming. Magnus repentant. Magnus damned. Rus dead. Rus victorious. Guilliman coming. Guilliman trapped. The Khan vanished. The lion advancing. The lion betraying. The lion already dead. Dawn stood in the strategium of the imperial palace as the hololithic galaxy dissolved into warning runes, disputed reports, broken fleet markers, and dead zones where the light of imperial command no longer reached. His face was carved from fatigue and stone. Around him, adepts argued until their voices broke. Custodians watched doors. Officers carried new casualty estimates faster than scribes could archive the old ones. Somewhere far below, the Emperor fought a war no map showed. Malcador entered without announcement. Dawn did not turn. Tell me what is true. The sigillite looked at the galaxy burning in miniature. No single report can be trusted, he said. Then give me the shape of it. Malcador came to stand beside him. For once, the old man's face held no mask of dry amusement, no scholar's patience, no hidden blade of irony. He looked ancient, and worse, he looked honest. The Warmaster's codes have fractured command faster than we can restore it. The word-bearers have made rebellion speak in the language of revelation. Mars is divided. Perturabo is starving sectors instead of assaulting them. Curzi is killing symbols. Angron is drowning the truth beneath obvious horror. Magnus has damaged the palace wards. Prospero is collapsing. Guilliman is trapped within his own salvation. Horus is gathering what he can, but every loyal fleet must now question every order it receives. Dawn's jaw tightened. Then the Imperium must be treated as contested ground. Malcador looked up at him. No, Rogel, he said softly. The Imperium is no longer a realm. It is a wound. The Lunar Wolves took back their name in a chamber lit by the flames of dead ships. It was not ceremony as the Remembrancers would have fashioned it, with banners hung in triumph and voices raised in polished phrases for history. There were no Remembrancers left aboard the Vengeful Spirit, who still believed history was something clean enough to record without trembling. The chamber was a launch deck half repaired after the Void War over Istvan, its ceiling still scarred by lance heat, its deck plates patched with fresh adamantium, its air thick with oil, incense, blood, and the metallic stink of burnt systems. Around the edges stood warriors in pale plate, some newly repainted, some still bearing the soot and red handprints of extraction from the drop site. Their armor no longer carried any suggestion that they were destined to become the sons of a single man's ambition. They had been tempted by that possibility before it ever became real. They had rejected it before anyone could name it. Horus stood before them bareheaded. He looked older than he had at Ulanor, not weaker, Never that. The change was in the set of his face, the way laughter no longer waited near his mouth, the way his eyes measured the cost of every breath taken by a son who should have died on Istvan V, but had not. He had lost brothers, ships, certainty, and the last childish part of him that had believed the Imperium's greatest wounds would always come from Xenos darkness, rather than from hands shaped like his own. The Legion waited. Abaddon stood nearest, his face a mask of fury barely chained. Loken was there, pale and stern, carrying the silence of a man whose loyalty had become a blade against despair. Torgadon stood with him, his old humour reduced to a spark buried deep under ash. Veterans of the Justarin, line captains, assault sergeants, destroyer cadres, and mortal fleet officers filled the deck. Every one of them knew why they had been summoned. Horus looked upon them for a long time before he spoke. "We were lunar wolves before the galaxy learned to cheer our victories," he said. "We were lunar wolves before Ulanor, before triumph, before the crown that never came to us and the crown that damned another. We were never made to be an ornament to my pride." No one moved. "I will not make my name your chain. I will not become what the enemy expected of me in another shape. We are the Emperor's warriors. We are the hunters in the dark. We are the blade that strikes before the throat knows it has opened." He lifted his hand, and an honor serf brought forward a helm whose markings had been stripped and repainted. The wolf's head glared from the pale curve of ceramite. "We are the lunar wolves." The roar that answered him was not triumph. It was pain learning discipline. It shook the launch deck and rolled into the bones of the wounded ship. Mortal officers wept openly. Astartes struck fists to breastplates until the sound became thunder. Somewhere in that thunder was defiance against destiny itself, a refusal to let the galaxy right Horus as the traitor it had perhaps always expected him to be. And Horus, hearing them, felt no comfort. That was the punishment of his loyalty. It was not pure. It did not shine. It was wounded, bitter, angry, and alive. He loved the Emperor and resented him. He loved Sanguinius and knew he would have to kill him. He loved his sons and had already spent them by the 1,000 buying survivors from a slaughter designed by a brother who had once embraced him. In another life, he thought, perhaps the title would have been his. Perhaps the wound would have opened in him. Perhaps he would have stood where the angel now stood. Beautiful words over murdered sons, calling betrayal a cure. The thought did not weaken him. It hardened him. A loyal son who had never doubted was only obedient. Horus doubted and remained. That made his loyalty a thing with teeth. Terror demanded stone, guns, and time. Horus demanded fire, movement, and blood. He and Dawn argued in the strategium of the Imperial Palace, while the defences of mankind's birthplace rose around them like mountains learning hatred. The hololithic displays showed the Sol system in layered projections, orbital plates, mine belts, fleet anchorages, lunar batteries, Jovian yards, Martian dead zones, convoy routes, fortress continents, palace walls, void shield umbrellas, reserve muster points, and red-marked approach vectors where traitor fleets might soon emerge screaming from the warp. Dawn stood with arms folded, as immovable as the walls he was building. "They will come here," said the Praetorian. "The palace is the objective. The Emperor is the objective. Every ship spent beyond the defensive envelope is a ship absent when the walls are tested." Horus stood opposite him, gauntleted hands braced on the projection table. and every traitor vessel allowed to concentrate arrives here with full magazines, full musters, and the confidence of momentum. We cannot let Sanguinius gather the legions unmolested. We cannot defend terror by abandoning terror. We cannot defend terror by waiting politely for the blade to reach the heart. Dawn's eyes were cold. You mistake preparation for passivity, and you mistake a fortress for victory. The chamber went silent. Imperial Fists officers looked like men contemplating death by proximity. Lunar Wolves captains stiffened. Malcador, seated in shadow, said nothing. Dawn stepped closer. "Say that again if you intend insult." "I intend urgency," Horus said. "Perturabo is starving sectors. Kurz is killing symbols. Angron is drowning worlds in obvious horror, so that Sanguinius's hand remains clean in the reports. Lorgar is turning suffering into scripture. If they reach terror together, walls will not be enough." "Walls are never enough," Dawn replied. "They are the shape endurance takes while victory is made elsewhere." "Then let me be elsewhere." Dawn studied him. "You want permission to bleed the traitor musters before they become an armada. I want authority to strike staging zones, burn anchor fleets, extract loyalist remnants, and force Sanguinius to react. Let him remain the serene architect if he can. I will make him answer fires." Dawn looked back at the map. He did not like it. That was clear. He liked necessity even less, but he understood it. "You will not strip Sol's defense reserves. I ask for Lunar Wolves, fast fleet elements, White Scar's contingents if the Khan allows it, and whatever ships are too damaged to endure siege but still useful enough to die aggressively. That is a poor category of asset. It is my preferred kind." For the first time in days, something like grim amusement flickered across Dawn's face and vanished. "I will build the anvil," Dawn said. Horus nodded. "I will be the hammer. Do not mistake yourself for the hand." Horus met his gaze. "No, the hand is on the throne, and he has been silent too long. That could have been treason in another hour. In this one, it was merely truth." The Khan returned as if the edge of the galaxy had thrown him back. His fleet arrived through a warp passage that had not been safe when the astropathic charts were last updated, and may never have existed before his navigators found it. White Scar's vessels emerged scarred, fast, and angry, their hulls bearing the marks of pursuit, ambush, and impossible storms. They had ridden the broken spaces between loyal command and traitor deception, refusing calls from both sides until Jagatai Khan decided which road was truly his. He met Horus upon a wind-scoured landing field outside the palace perimeter, where construction engines raised defense lines and troop conveyors roared overhead in endless procession. The Khan dismounted from a jet bike streaked with ash and void salt, helm beneath one arm, expression unreadable beneath the scars of hard travel. "You look tired, Lupercal," he said. "You look late." The Khan smiled faintly. "I was deciding whether the roads still led anywhere worth reaching. And they lead here, unfortunately." Horus clasped his forearm. The gesture was brief, strong, and more honest than ceremony. "There were doubts. There still are. About me. About everyone." The Khan looked toward the palace, where walls rose tier upon tier beneath shield pylons and gun platforms. "Your father lies by omission. Your angel speaks by revelation. Neither habit comforts me. My father remains mankind's only chance. Perhaps." The Khan's gaze moved back to him. "I did not choose loyalty because I trust him fully. I chose it because I have seen what Sanguinius offers. He speaks of freedom while building a throne from screaming worlds." Horus said nothing. "The angel's words ride swiftly," the Khan continued. He tells men the old Imperium is a lie. He is not entirely wrong. That is why he is dangerous. Falsehoods are clumsy. Half-truths travel like arrows. What do you need? The Khan's smile widened, sharp as a curved blade. Targets that think themselves too fast to catch. Horus looked toward the waiting White Scar's gunships, and the riders gathered behind their Primarch, restless even in stillness. I have many. Good. I was beginning to worry this siege would be all walls. The Lion sent no comforting message. Reports of his war arrived like severed heads thrown into a council chamber. Proof without explanation. Victory without warmth. Loyalty without intimacy. A traitor fleet, gathering near the Perditus Vale, vanished in a storm of plasma and lancefire. Its wreckage arranged across the void with such precision that Mechanicum analysts argued for hours before admitting the Dark Angels had been there. A word-bearer's convoy carrying ritual prisoners toward the inner systems was annihilated. Every ship cored, every escape craft destroyed. No survivors, no declaration. An Iron Warrior's siege train translating through the Mordax passage emerged into real space to find its destination mined by weapons placed days before any loyal fleet was known to be near. The Lion arrived too late to save some worlds. He arrived too early for anyone to understand his intentions. On Valdane, traitor forces had already burned the capital and withdrawn by the time the First Legion translated in-system. The Lion ordered the planet stripped of compromised command structures and left a single garrison behind, then departed without responding to pleas for reinforcement. On Harrow Deep, loyal governors nearly fired upon Dark Angel ships because their arrival matched false Alpha Legion warnings. The Lion destroyed the actual infiltrators before the governors understood there had been two deceptions layered over one another. Horus watched the reports with unease. Dawn trusted results. Guilliman, trapped far from Terra, demanded clearer communication and received none. Russ growled that the Lion had always hunted like a beast that did not care who saw the carcass. Malcador said the First Legion was performing necessary work. Horus believed that and was not comforted by it. The Lion's loyalty was real. It was also frighteningly cold. He did not fight to reassure the Imperium. He fought to remove threats from the board. If worlds misunderstood him, they could learn gratitude later, provided they survived. If brothers distrusted him, distrust was the price of efficiency. If history judged him harshly, history could do so from behind the shield made from his victories. In a galaxy drowning in passion, the Lion became a blade drawn in absolute silence. Russ returned from Prospero with ash in his beard and ghosts in his throat. The Wolf King did not swagger when he came to Horus. He did not boast of sorcerers humbled or worlds brought to heel. The fires of Prospero had burned away something loud in him. He still wore the pelts, the runes, the savage grandeur of Fenris, but the laughter had receded. His eyes were those of a predator that had finally recognized the snare only after blood had been spilled. They met aboard the Vengeful Spirit before Horus departed on another strike. The ship's strategium was dim, scarred, and crowded with pending wars. Russ entered alone. "Horus," he said. "Lehman." For a moment, neither spoke. Then Russ removed a drinking horn from his belt and set it on the table between them. He did not drink from it. That alone was a confession. "Prospero was poison," Russ said. "Magnus opened the wound, I will not soften that, but others packed it with filth before we arrived. Word-bearers, demons, voices wearing the faces of brothers. I went to bring a sorcerer to heal, and found a world arranged to make execution look like obedience." Horus nodded slowly. I tried to reach you. I heard. Then I heard other things. By the time truth arrived, it wore too many masks. Russ looked away, jaw tight. Magnus? Alive, perhaps. Gone, certainly. Broken. Who can say? Men like him break into sharper pieces. Horus leaned against the table, suddenly tired. We are being turned into answers to questions Sanguinius chose for us. Russ looked back, and the old wolf was there, but under it lay grief. If Sanguinius must die, Russ said, then the one who loved him most should not be the one to strike. Horus closed his eyes. He saw Ulanor. He saw the kneeling. He saw the broken cup. He saw Sanguinius's face above the burning of Istvan, sorrowful and serene. When he opened his eyes, his voice was low. That is why it must be me. Russ stared at him for a long moment. Then he took up the horn and drank, not in celebration, in mourning. Corax did not come to Terra for counsel. He came to report results and request targets. He appeared in the palace war rooms without fanfare, black armor scarred, pale face hollowed by Istvan and everything after. The Raven Guard had become less a legion than a rumour with knives. Their numbers were wounded, but their war had become intimate and cruel, in a way even the Night Lords began to respect and hate. Corax placed a series of data slates before Horus and Dawn. Wordbearer chaplain cadres eliminated on Vordrast, Helica, and the lower Khalasar routes, he said. Dark Mechanicum data shrines destroyed in the Gathalamor approaches. 3 Blood Angels apothecarian vessels intercepted near the mournful stars. Horus's expression darkened. Apothecarian vessels, carrying gene seed, some pure, some altered, some guarded by warriors who fought like addicts denying thirst. Dawn took one of the slates. Destroyed? 1 captured, 2 burned. Survivors? Corax's face did not change. Not from the burned ships. Horus understood what he did not say. The Raven Guard had found things aboard those vessels that made prisoners too dangerous or too merciful a concept. The Blood Angels were moving their future like contraband, and Corax had begun cutting the arteries of that future. You are waging terror, Dawn said. Corax turned his black eyes upon him. Yes. The word held no apology. Dawn's gaze hardened. We are not Night Lords. No, Corax replied. We choose targets that matter. Horus stepped between them before the exchange could sharpen further. Can you continue? Corax looked to him. Until we are dead. That was not my question. It is the only honest answer. Far beyond them, Guilliman fought to turn distance into obedience and found the galaxy had become hostile to arithmetic. The storms around Ultramar were not simple warp turbulence. They were walls made of screams, ritual, slaughter, and impossible intent. Wordbearer rites had turned stable passages into labyrinths. Demonic pressure bent time around translation points. Fleets entered the warp together and emerged separated by days, years, or not at all. Some ships returned with crews speaking languages no human throat should know. Others arrived empty, their decks carpeted in frost, and devotional symbols scratched into bulkheads from the inside. Guilliman drove through anyway. His flagship led columns of Ultramarines vessels, army troop ships, supply tenders, escort squadrons, and Mechanicum craft into routes that changed while being mapped. The Ultramarines adapted faster than any mortal fleet could have. They built verification systems, rotating command ciphers, courier relays, layered astropathic confirmation, and emergency translation protocols. Guilliman personally rewrote fleet logic after each disaster. He saved ships by the dozen and lost them by the score. In the warp, time became another enemy. One cruiser emerged before it departed and detonated, when its own reactor signature overlapped a future version of itself. A troop ship aged a century in transit, arriving with its mortal regiments dead in their restraints, armor intact around dust and parchment skin. A battle barge suffered possession in its lower decks and sealed them, only for the bulkheads to begin chanting the names of every ultramarine aboard. Guilliman ordered the decks vented, then ordered the ship to continue. His frustration became colder with every message that failed to reach Terra. He could preserve Ultramar. He could gather fleets. He could restore order in systems drowning under contradiction. He could defeat traitor raiders, punish cult uprisings, and rebuild supply from the bones of sabotage. He could do everything right and still arrive too late to matter. That possibility enraged him more than any insult. He stood upon his bridge as the warp screamed beyond the Geller field and watched another route collapse into madness. "We will break through," an officer said, trying to offer certainty to the master of practical certainty. Guilliman did not turn. "Yes," he said. "The question is whether Terra will still be there when we do." Beneath the Imperial Palace, in chambers where even Primarchs did not walk unbidden, the Emperor spoke to Malcador of the son who had fallen and the son who had not. The Master of Mankind stood before a wall of psychic light, his armor dimmer than it had been at Ulanor, though no mortal would have survived looking upon him long enough to name the difference. The war beneath reality pressed against him. The breach Magnus had torn still demanded impossible attention. Demons clawed at the edges of mankind's stolen future. Above, Terra armed itself. Beyond, the galaxy came apart. Malcador stood behind him, staff in hand, old shoulders bent beneath secrets that would have crushed empires. "Horus gathers loyalty by bleeding for it," Malcador said. "He was always capable of that. You did not choose him. No. Did you foresee this path?" The Emperor was silent long enough that the silence became its own answer, and then something worse than an answer. "I foresaw many failures," he said at last. "Sanguinius among them." The light shifted. It may have been the wall. It may have been the Emperor's anger. It may have been sorrow, though sorrow in him seemed always to arrive armored and armed. "Horus would have broken the Imperium by force," the Emperor said. "Pride, injury, ambition, love corrupted into ownership. His rebellion would have been catastrophic." Malcador watched him carefully. "And Sanguinius?" The Emperor's voice lowered. "He is breaking it by making betrayal feel righteous." Neither spoke for a time. "He was loved," Malcador said. "He still is. That is the wound." Yes. Far above, guns were being raised onto the walls. Far beyond, brothers were hunting brothers through the dark. Far below, the future strained against demonic jaws. The Emperor turned from the psychic light. "Summon Horus." The summons came as Horus prepared to depart for another strike against a traitor, mustering point near the inner roots. He did not delay. No warrior made the Emperor wait unless death or pride had already claimed him. He entered the chamber alone. No Abaddon, no captains, no guards beyond those already carved from the Emperor's own will. The custodians watched him pass with faces hidden behind gold helms, guardian spears upright, unreadable as statues designed to kill gods. Malcador stood to one side. Dawn was not present. No brother would witness what passed there. Horus approached the Emperor and knelt. Not as Warmaster, not as the chosen heir of Ulanor, not as the son who had expected a crown and been denied it. He knelt as the son who had stayed. The Emperor looked down upon him. Horus felt the weight of that gaze and hated the part of himself that still wanted comfort from it. He wanted his father to say that the wound of Ulanor had not been dismissal. He wanted him to say that Sanguinius could be saved, or that Horus would not have to be the one to end him. He wanted acknowledgement, apology, explanation, anything human enough to carry into the war ahead. The Emperor gave him none. "Horus Lupercal," he said, "my father, you have seen what he has become. Yes. You understand what must be done." Horus bowed his head lower. His throat felt lined with ash. "I understand." "No," the Emperor said. "You accept. Understanding may never come." That hurt because it was true. Horus lifted his gaze. "Then command me." For one brief instant, something moved across the Emperor's face. Not softness, not regret in any mortal form, but the shadow cast by both. Then it was gone. "Bring me the angel." The traitor armada came to Sol like a second night. It did not arrive as a fleet so much as an extinction given engines. Warp space tore open across the outer reaches in wounds of violet, red, and corpse green, and from those wounds came the ships of brothers who had once carried the Emperor's light into the dark. Translation alarms screamed from Pluto to Luna. Astropathic choirs collapsed in their restraint thrones, blood running from sealed eyes as they felt the pressure of the Neverborn pushing behind steel hulls and corrupted Geller fields. Void stations that had watched the outer dark for decades saw their scopes fill until the pick displays could no longer render individual contacts. They became clouds, storm fronts, continents of iron moving through the void. At their center came the Red Tier. Sanguinius's flagship had once been a cathedral of war and grace, a blade vessel of the 9th Legion, crimson and gold, its prow shaped to pierce the darkness with noble threat. Now it burned with a beauty that made loyal shipmasters weep before they understood why. Its hull had been remade by artifice and sacrament. Wings of blackened adamantium curved from its flanks like the pinions of a dead angel. Golden icons had been darkened by blood lacquer. Its launch bays glowed like open wounds. Its machine spirits sang across the noosphere in a voice too sweet to be sane. Around it sailed the corrupted battle barges of the Blood Angels, still disciplined, still magnificent, still bearing heraldry that made loyal gunners hesitate for the fatal breath before fire. Word-bearer hosts came in crimson hulks, inscribed with scripture that hurt the mind to read, their chapel decks crowded with warriors, cult throngs, bound captives, and things that had no right to cast shadows in real space. Iron warriors' siege fleets translated in hard formation, grey and black, dragging mass conveyors heavy with artillery, fortification engines, trench crawlers, sapping machines, and ammunition enough to murder continents. World Eater's assault craft came like thrown axes, their prows armoured for ramming, their holds trembling with chain-blade hunger. The Death Guard vessels followed in clouds of chemical discharge and necrotic vapour, void shields flickering beneath layers of corrosion and patient malice. Emperor's children raiders cut through formation with obscene grace, their hulls polished, their weapons hot, their vox systems leaking fragments of music that made mortal listeners claw at their ears. Night Lord's terror ships moved at the edges, power running low, running dark, appearing and vanishing in the blind places of loyal Auspec's nets. Behind them came dark Mechanicum forge arcs swollen with forbidden engines, scrap code choirs, demon-bound automata, and Titan transports whose holds carried god machines that no longer dreamed only of war, but of worship through annihilation. And beneath the transhuman spearheads came the mortal multitudes. army formations that had followed false orders until treason became their sky. Cult hordes dragged from compliant worlds by word-bearer promises. Penal hosts given weapons and told the angel had freed them from the old lie. Siege labor battalions chained to iron warriors' war machines. Flesh-marked berserkers screaming Angren's name without knowing what it meant. Mutant auxiliaries hidden under tarpaulins and prayer strips. Billions of bodies packed into troop hulks, coffin landers, void barges and carrier decks, waiting to be poured upon terror until the soil itself forgot it had ever been anything but a grave. Saul answered with fire. The outer defences around Pluto were not meant to win the war. They were meant to make the enemy pay for. Arriving, loyalist monitors, mine layers, defence stations, picket fleets, and automated torpedo platforms fired as the first traitor ships crossed the kill lines. The void lit with lance beams and detonating plasma. Mine belts woke in patient sequence, turning the dark into fields of white murder. Traitor escorts died in sudden blooms, their hulls splitting, their crews cast into vacuum as frozen fragments. A word-bearer's cruiser took a cyclonic torpedo through its lower decks and broke apart slowly, chapel lights still burning inside the open wound until secondary explosions consumed it from within. Then the traitors came on. The delay fleets near Pluto died like cities. A loyal lunar-class cruiser held position too long to cover the withdrawal of defense barges and was caught by 3 Iron Warriors ships. Its void shields collapsed under macro cannon fire. Its spine cracked. Internal decks folded into one another. Thousands of mortal ratings drowned not in water, but in vacuum, coolant, fire suppressant, blood, and pulverized plasteel. A boarding torpedo lodged in its gun deck and opened like a fang. World Eaters came through the breach laughing, chain axes revving in the red emergency light. The crew fought with shotguns, laslocks, loading hooks, and prayer. They died before any loyal Astartes could reach them, butchered in corridors where the walls ran black with oil and red with men. At Saturn, the loyalists tried to form a wall of ships. It became a charnel gate. Battle barges traded lance fire at ranges too close for caution. Boarding shields slammed into hulls. Teleport flares burst in strategiums and engine shrines. Imperial fists fought word-bearers through kilometre after kilometre of corridor. Shield against Crozius, bolter against bolter, oath against scripture. Skitari cohorts loyal to Mars clashed with Dark Mechanicum murder constructs in reactor decks, their rad carbines hissing, their augmetic limbs sparking, their Binharic war cries drowned beneath scrapcode shrieks. Mortal crews sealed bulkheads on their own comrades to slow boarders. Men trapped on the wrong side hammered until the doors stopped shaking. The Jovian shipyards burned for 2 days without night. Forge platforms fired until their weapon spirits overheated and cracked their housings. Loyal shipwright clans turned construction lasers upon traitor hulls. Half-built vessels were cut from moorings and used as drifting barricades. Dark Mechanicum forge arcs answered with scrapcode storms that turned cranes, loaders, and defense servitors against their masters. One loyal yard complex detonated its own plasma heart rather than fall. The explosion took a Death Guard cruiser, 2 troop hulks, and a Titan transport with it, scattering pieces of God engine armour across the Jovian dark like dead meteors. Still the armada advanced. Every hour bought with loyal blood became another layer of Terra's survival. On Terra, Dawn had made the world into an answer. The palace was no longer merely a palace. It was a continent of walls, guns, void shields, trenches, bastions, armoured gates, killing fields, hidden sally ports, underground railways, command bunkers, reserve musters, fuel vaults, ammunition catacombs, medici pits, and burial zones already marked for use. Macro cannon bastions rose from mountain slopes and hive ruins. Defense lasers pointed into the heavens from armored sockets. Orbital plates hung above the atmosphere, chained by gravity anchors and guarded by loyal fleet remnants. Mine belts and debris screens drifted in layered geometry around the planet. Void shield domes overlapped across the palace like invisible mountain ranges. Beyond the walls, trench continents had been dug into the approaches. Not lines, but worlds of mud, rockcrete, razor wire, tank traps, bunker networks, gun nests, hab-block fortresses, chemical ditches, and corpse pits. The Imperial army waited there in numbers beyond comfort. Men from Terra, Luna, Saturnine musters, Jovian clans, loyal expeditionary remnants, and broken regiments dragged back from distant wars. They stood beside solar auxilia, Skitarii maniples, Imperial fists, lunar wolves, white scars, custodian detachments, and every weapon the loyalists could still feed. Dawn's contingencies had contingencies. Fallback routes branched into false routes. Ammunition caches were hidden beneath decoy ammunition caches. Shield generators were defended by visible fortress lines and concealed kill boxes. Vox stations had duplicates, then triplicates, then silent courier chains in case every signal became a lie. Every wall was built to survive. Every wall was also built to die in a manner that bought time for the wall behind it. Aboard the Red Tier, Sanguinius studied Dawn's work with admiration before ordering it dismantled. He stood before a hololithic terror rendered in layers of light, each defense marked, each projected sacrifice weighed. His wings were folded, their feathers pale beneath the strategium glow. Around him, traitor commanders waited for his word. Perturabo stood nearest, his iron gaze fixed upon the palace defences with something almost like reverence. Angron snarled at the delay. Lorgar whispered to no one visible. Fulgrim watched the map as though it were a body awaiting the first incision. Mortarion breathed through his mask and said nothing. Kersey smiled at the parts of the map marked civilian shelter. Dawn has surpassed himself, Sanguinius said. Perturabo's jaw tightened. He has prepared well. He has prepared perfectly. No wall is perfect. No, Sanguinius said, but he has made imperfection expensive. Perturabo looked at him then. Then let me spend what is required. Sanguinius inclined his head. The siege began in mathematics and hatred. Iron warriors' guns came down first, not scattered, not theatrical, but placed according to calculations refined over years of resentment. Siege towers landed behind armoured screens. Earthshaker batteries, plasma mortars, graviton imploders, macro crawlers, and mass drivers were dragged into position by enslaved engines and mortal labour gangs whipped beneath hazard-striped overseers. Sapping machines dug toward shield anchors. Siege automata advanced through preliminary fire without flinching, their iron bodies stamped with kill markings before they had yet touched Terra's soil. Titan maniples strode from landers like walking cathedrals of hate, their war horns shaking dust from the palace walls. Perturabo did not rage over the Vox. He did not need to. Every bombardment was a sentence spoken to Dawn. I understand this bastion. Every shell was an answer. I know why you built this wall. Every breach calculation was an insult shaped as proof. I know where it dies. Dawn watched from the palace command nexus as outer positions disappeared beneath Iron Warrior's fire. His face did not move. Adjust secondary shield harmonics, he said. Withdraw Bastion Cohort Enoch to line 3. Leave the decoy guns active until they are overrun. An officer hesitated. My lord, Enoch reports they can hold. They can die. That is not the same thing. Withdraw them. The officer obeyed. Minutes later, the abandoned line was hit by a barrage that would have erased the cohort to the last man. Dawn did not smile. Saving men was not victory. It was accounting against a future bill. The first great breach opened before dawn, though dawn itself had become meaningless beneath smoke, ash, orbital fire, and burning aircraft. The breach was made in the outer trench belt beyond the Lion's Gate approaches, where Perturabo's guns had hammered shield anchors until their fields fluttered and failed for less than a minute. Less than a minute was enough. Iron Warrior's macro shells struck in sequence. The ground lifted. Rockcrete shattered. Bunkers collapsed with men still firing inside them. Razor wire vaporized. Tank traps vanished into molten trenches. When the dust rose, there was a wound in Dawn's outer defense wide enough for Angren. The World Eaters were hurled into it. They did not take ground elegantly. They flooded it. Dropcraft slammed into the churned approaches while artillery still fell. Assault ramps blew open and red armor poured into the killing zone, chain axes roaring, bolt pistols barking, butcher's nails singing through vox channels as a storm of static and rage. Loyalist army divisions opened fire from layered trenches. Las beams struck in sheets. Heavy bolters chewed through the first ranks. Basilisks and Medusas fired until their barrels glowed. Mines detonated beneath charging Astartes, throwing ceramite limbs into the air. The World Eaters kept coming. They crossed ground that no mortal formation could have crossed and died in numbers that would have broken any sane commander. A squad vanished beneath concentrated plasma fire. Another leapt through the steam of its brothers and hit the trench line with chain axes already falling. Mortal soldiers were pulled from firing steps and torn apart. Officers were split from shoulder to spine. Heavy weapon crews died over their guns, fingers still locked around triggers. A World Eater with both legs blown away dragged himself into a bunker and killed 3 men with his teeth before a Lunar Wolf sergeant crushed his skull under a boot. Angren came after the first wave had turned the breach into a throat full of bodies. He landed in the trench line like a dropped execution block. Loyalists died simply from the shock of his arrival, pulped by debris, crushed by pressure, broken beneath his first step. Gorefather and Gorechild rose and fell, each blow reducing men to pieces too small to bury. Imperial army squads fired into him at point-blank range. He walked through it, armor smoking, flesh bleeding, laughter tearing through the vox. An Imperial Fist's breacher squad locked shields before him. He hit them like a seed shell, smashed the first shield inward, ripped the bearer in half, and drove the broken body into the warriors behind it. The World Eaters suffered catastrophic losses. They did not care. Care had been burned out of them, cut out of them, hammered out beneath the nails until only forward remained. Then the Blood Angels descended. For one heartbeat, some defenders cheered. The sight was too deeply written into Imperial memory. Red armor falling from the sky, winged helms, golden masks, jump packs burning through smoke. Angels of the Emperor descending where the line was hardest pressed. Men who had not heard the truth, or who had heard it and refused it, raised bloody hands from trenches and shouted thanks through cracked lips. Then the angels opened fire. They were not berserkers. That made them worse. Blood Angels' assault cadres struck command spires, artillery bastions, shield relays, and counterattack assembly points with surgical discipline. They did not howl as the World Eaters howled. They killed with controlled hunger. Jump troops landed atop Vox towers and severed loyal command links before defenders understood they had been targeted. Sanguinary Guard cut through officer bunkers with power blades, their death masks serene, while blood sheeted across their golden armor. Tactical squads teleported into generator vaults, planted charges, and withdrew before the defenders could mount a response. Devastator teams occupied broken statues and used them as fire nests, laying down bolter and Lascanon lines across reinforcement roads. Beneath the discipline, the thirst moved. A Blood Angel sergeant paused over a dying army colonel, watching blood pulse from the man's throat. His squad waited in silence. The sergeant's hand shook once. Then he turned away and ordered the colonel shot. Another assault marine, wounded and isolated, tore through a loyal militia section with hands and blade long after ammunition ran dry. And when his brothers found him, he was kneeling among opened bodies, helm grill wet, whispering apologies to Sanguinius. His captain executed him before the hunger spread. The Blood Angels did not break. They bent around the monster within them and kept killing. Aboard the Red Tier, Sanguinius remained above the ground war. He stood in the strategium while terror burned beneath him, his hands moving across light, redirecting armies, fleets, artillery, and the hunger of brothers with prophetic precision. Every loyalist reinforcement he anticipated, every counterattack he allowed just enough success to become overextended. A White Scar's thrust broke through a Death Guard screen and found itself trapped between hidden Iron Warriors' guns and Night Lords' flanking strikes. An Imperial Fist's reserve line surged to retake a shield relay, succeeded, and was then isolated by orbital fire that severed its withdrawal bridges. Lunar Wolf's armor smashed a World Eater's advance and pursued too far into a pre-ranged artillery pocket before Horus himself pulled them back by force of command. Sanguinius watched the icons move and die. Lorgar stood beside him. You grieve them? Yes. And still you continue? Yes. Then you have learned the first law of gods. Sanguinius did not look at him. I am not a god. No, Lorgar said softly. You are more useful than one. At the Lion's Gate approaches, Horus led the counteroffensive. The breach had widened. World Eaters and Blood Angels were pressing toward the inner approaches. Iron Warriors' guns were bracketing every loyalist battery that revealed itself. Army divisions were collapsing under transhuman assault. Dawn's line held, but holding was becoming another word for dying in place. Horus came with lunar wolves and imperial fists side by side. The sight would have been impossible to imagine in the early crusade. Lupercal's sons, aggressive and adaptive, moving beside Dawn's warriors, stubborn and precise. White and yellow armor advanced through smoke under a shared barrage. Lunar wolves struck the enemy's exposed flanks, driving into World Eaters' packs with bolter volleys, melter fire, and close assault brutality. Imperial fists locked the recovered ground behind them, raising barricades, resetting guns, anchoring shields, making each step paid for twice by anyone trying to take it back. Horus fought at the center. He was not serene. He was not radiant. He was a warlord with ash on his face and blood on his hands, roaring orders, dragging wounded warriors upright, killing traitors in the same breath with which he named them brothers. His talon punched through a World Eater's chest and tore out the warrior's spine in a wet cable of bone and nerve. His maul crushed a Blood Angel champion's helm flat, and he caught the falling body before it hit the ground, laying it aside with a grief so quick, only those closest saw it. Dawn arrived in person when the line nearly buckled. He did not waste words. He took command of the hardpoints while Horus drove the counterattack forward. The old rivalry between them did not vanish. It was burned into utility. Dawn became the shape of endurance. Horus became the force that struck from it. When Horus overextended, Dawn's guns covered him. When Dawn's line risked being fixed and ground down, Horus shattered the pressure point. They did not praise each other. They did not need to. At one point, amid burning tanks and collapsing trenchworks, Horus turned to Dawn and shouted, "Your walls are holding." Dawn fired his bolter through the faceplate of a charging traitor and answered, "Then stop letting them reach my walls." Horus laughed once, harsh and bright, then led another charge into the smoke. Within the palace, the emperor did not come to the walls. Men cursed him for it in secret and died ashamed of the curse. They did not know the war he fought beneath them. Deep below the imperial palace, where the webway breach yawned like a wound in reality, the emperor stood against a tide that no army above could see. Demons pressed through damaged wards in screaming waves. Custodians died in gold beneath impossible claws. Silent guardians killed until their blades steamed with ichor that evaporated into laughter. Psychic fire burned through corridors not built by human hands. The emperor's presence held the breach as a star might hold back an ocean, and still the ocean rose. Every moment he spent there brought Terra another breath and cost him something no mortal could name. Above, Malkador kept the Imperium's human shell from collapsing. He signed orders in the Emperor's name. He forged permissions that would have been refused if time had allowed morality. He ordered executions of officials whose panic threatened command stability. He authorized the sacrifice of reserve formations to preserve supply corridors for forces that would never know they had been saved. He diverted food from civilian shelters to ammunition crews. He buried casualty reports. He silenced governors. He sent loyal men to death with clean language and watched every word stain his soul. No one would record it. No statue would bear those names. The palace endured because countless sins were committed in its defense and filed under necessity before the blood dried. By the 7th day of the siege, the sky over Terra was a furnace of falling machines. Aircraft burned constantly. Loyal thunderbolts, traitor stormbirds, drop pods, gunships, landers, debris, orbital wreckage, bodies, and pieces of shattered void stations rained across the palace approaches. Ash fell like weather. It coated armor, clogged filters, turned blood into black mud, and made the sun a dim red wound behind the smoke. The Eternity Wall loomed through it all, vast beyond mortal comprehension, its gun batteries firing without rest, its shields flickering beneath bombardment, its defenders reduced to silhouettes of exhaustion and defiance. Then the Vox went strange, not dead, not jammed, strange. Across the outer approaches, loyal soldiers heard wing beats beneath the static. Imperial army troopers looked up from their firing steps. Exhausted gunners paused beside guns hot enough to blister hands through gloves. Wounded men in medici trenches lifted bandaged faces toward the sky. Even some Imperial fists turned their helms upward, though none lowered their weapons. A single craft descended through the ash. It was not a drop pod, nor a gunship in any ordinary sense. It was a stormbird of ancient pattern, crimson and gold beneath soot, its hull escorted by Blood Angels' jump troops falling around it like fragments of a murdered dawn. Traitor fire ceased in a widening circle beneath it. Loyal guns tracked it, hesitated, lost target locks, reacquired, hesitated again. The craft landed before the Eternity Wall, its ramp lowered. Sanguinius descended to Terra. He walked into the ash beneath a rain of burning aircraft, and for one heartbeat, the impossible beauty of him conquered truth. White wings, though shadowed by soot. golden armor, though darkened by war. A face made for hope standing where hope had been butchered. Men who had been born hearing of the Emperor's angels saw the greatest of them come at last to the wall of mankind. Some cheered. One soldier dropped his laser gun and sobbed. "He has come to save us." The cheer lasted less than a breath. Sanguinius drew his sword. The blade ignited, and its fire lit the ash black around him. The Eternity Gate had been built to make mortals understand scale before they understood fear. It rose from the inner approaches of the Imperial Palace like the last wall of a species that had forgotten how to pray and relearned the act through artillery. Its towers climbed into smoke and storm, crowned with macro cannon batteries, defense lasers, shield pylons, vox spires, and statues of forgotten conquerors, whose names had been buried beneath later wars. Its adamantine doors were vast enough for god engines to kneel before. Its flanks were layered in bastions, kill chambers, firing galleries, trench mouths, shield generators, and gun nests packed so densely with defenders that every ledge seemed to breathe with men waiting to die. Before it, terror had become a wound that could not close. Ash fell in sheets. Burning aircraft tumbled from the sky. Shells came down in constant procession, each impact shaking dust from the bones of the palace. The outer approaches were a maze of broken tanks, dead titans, shattered hab blocks, ruptured bunkers, and trenches filled with blood, rainwater, promethium, and the pieces of men whose names would never reach any archive. Loyal banners hung in tatters from gun towers. Traitor banners advanced through smoke, crimson, black, purple, iron, and scripture red beneath the flicker of failing void shields. Sanguinius walked through it all with his sword aflame. The cheers died around him as understanding spread. He had not come to save the gate. He had come to open it. A mortal regiment fired first. The men had been standing knee-deep in mud and corpse slurry behind a line of broken tank hulls, their uniforms stiff with soot, their faces hidden behind rebreathers and terror. Some had cheered when they saw him. Some were still cheering when their officers screamed the order to fire. Laser guns flashed in ragged volleys. Heavy stubbers chattered from sandbagged nests. Missile teams launched crack warheads that left brief white trails through the ash. Sanguinius did not hurry. The lasfire struck his armor and vanished in sparks. A missile detonated against his shoulder guard and threw flame across one folded wing. He moved through the blast as through rain. Behind him, blood angels descended in disciplined waves, jump packs burning, blades drawn, bolters raised. They did not roar. They did not need to. Their silence was worse. They landed among the mortal defenders like executioners entering a courtroom. The first trench disappeared beneath red armor. Bolters spoke at close range. Men burst apart inside their flak coats, torsos opening under mass reactive detonations, limbs thrown against barricades, heads reduced to wet fragments against rockcrete. A sergeant raised a chainsword older than his grandfather and struck a blood angel across the knee. The legionary looked down, almost curious, then drove a combat blade through the man's breastbone and lifted him off the ground until his boots kicked empty air. Another mortal clung to a vox set and kept screaming coordinates until a golden masked warrior crushed his skull against the equipment bank, leaving the transmission buried beneath static and bone. Sanguinius reached the second barricade before the first had finished dying. A line of gun servitors rotated toward him from armoured housings built into the approach causeway. Their flesh was grey, their eyes gone, their weapon limbs chained into autocannon mounts and plasma culverins. They opened fire in perfect obedience. The air became heat and screaming metal. Sanguinius spread his wings and leapt through the storm. He landed among them, sword describing a burning arc, and the servitors came apart in sprays of coolant, spinal plugs, roasted meat, and snapping cable. He killed the controlling tech adept last, not from anger, but because the man tried to crawl away while whispering the Omnissiah's name through a throat full of blood. The custodians struck him at the third line. They came in gold, taller than Astartes, colder than statues, guardian spears flashing in the ash storm. No challenge passed between them, no plea, no insult. They were the Emperor's will given transhuman form, and he was the sun bringing damnation to the door. Their charge was silent, absolute, and beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with mercy. Sanguinius met them with sorrow. The first spear thrust would have impaled a lesser Primarch. He turned it aside with the flat of his blade and cut the custodian across the helm, splitting auramite and face beneath in a spray of dark blood. The second drove in low, blade crackling with power. Sanguinius lifted from the ground, wings beating once, and came down behind him, sword through spine, heart, and breastplate. The third struck him. The spearhead tore a line across his ribs, drawing blood bright as rubies against gold. Sanguinius looked at the wound as though disappointed in himself for allowing it. Then he killed the warrior with a blow so swift that the custodian's body remained standing for several breaths after the head had fallen. More came, more died. They slowed him. That was all anything could do. Imperial fists formed shield walls beneath the gate's forward statues, yellow plate blackened by soot. Bolters braced over boarding shields, sergeants shouting clipped orders through vox distortion. Lunar wolves joined them in the gaps, pale armor streaked with blood and ash, their aggression held in check by Dawn's geometry and Horus's command. White scars swept through the flanks on jet bikes and attack craft, striking Blood Angels descent groups before they could mass. Skitarii cohorts advanced through rad haze, their galvanic rifles snapping blue fire, their machine voices chanting kill data. Dreadnoughts lumbered into the approaches, ancient loyalists entombed in walking sarcophagi, assault cannons spinning, power fists clenching and unclenching like the hands of angry gods. Titan support fired from behind the inner walls. A loyal warhound leaned around a bastion and bathed the approach in turbo laser fire. The beam cut through traitor infantry, melted the front of a Blood Angel's assault formation, and carved a glass trench through the ground. A Reaver farther back fired missiles into Iron Warrior's armor columns, trying to widen the approach. The air shook with engine horns and machine rage. It was everything the Loyalists could throw at him. It slowed him. It did not stop him. Sanguinius stood before the Imperial fist shield line and raised one hand. The Blood Angels behind him halted. The Loyalists held fire for the space of a breath because even hatred had to fight memory. The Angel's face was visible through the ash, radiant and mournful, streaked with blood not all his own. His wings were spread behind him, white feathers darkened at the edges by soot. He looked like a martyr painted on a chapel wall by men who had never seen what martyrs did with swords. "Lay down your arms," he said. His voice carried across the guns, across the vox, across the smoke. It entered helmets and trenches, and the hearts of men who wished they had never heard beauty speak. "You have held with honor. None may deny it. No shame will touch those who yield. The old lie is dead. Let this gate open, and I will spare those who do not force me to step over their bodies." An Imperial fist captain answered from behind his shield. "You are not our Warmaster." Sanguinius looked at him sadly. No, he said. Not anymore. The captain raised his bolter. For the Emperor. The line fired. Sanguinius moved. He crossed the distance faster than mortal sight. The shield wall broke around him in bursts of flame and opened bodies. His sword cut through boarding shields, arms, helms, throats, and breastplates with the same sorrowful efficiency. He did not rage. He did not laugh. He killed like a priest, completing a rite he despised but believed necessary. A lunar wolf charged him with a power maul. Sanguinius severed the warrior's arm, caught him by the throat, and threw him back through a firing slit hard enough to pulp him against the stone. A Skitari Alpha locked a rad weapon to overload and lunged forward. Sanguinius split him from crown to pelvis before the charge completed, then stepped aside as the corpse detonated in a wash of toxic light. His compassion had become ritualized murder. Behind the forward breach, in the lower precincts where civilian shelters had been opened by bombardment and panic, the hunger finally tore through discipline. Blood angels assigned to secure the subterranean passages found crowds of palace workers, medici serfs, scribes, labourers, ammunition haulers, and wounded militia packed into vault corridors beneath cracked Aquila mosaics. The order transmitted through their command channel named it hunger discipline, containment, cull the compromised, prevent infiltration, no delay, no indulgence. The words were clean. The act was not. Roldoran entered the precinct after the killing had begun. He saw civilians cut down where they knelt. He saw a blood angel holding a wounded boy by the collar, staring at the blood bubbling from the child's mouth as if it were a chalice. He saw another brother remove his helm and press his face to the throat of a dying militia officer before Azkaelan's enforcers dragged him back. He saw bodies piled against a sealed blast door, hands clawing at the metal, faces frozen not in rebellion, but in the disbelief of loyal servants murdered by angels they had prayed would protect them. Raldoron did not speak at first. He drew his sword. The blood angel nearest him turned. First Captain, the order is sealed by the Warmaster. Raldoron cut him down. The blade entered beneath the gorget and came out through the spine. The warrior fell without understanding. Azkaelon arrived moments later, death mask gleaming, spear in hand, sanguinary guard behind him. "Raldoron," he said, voice cold through the mask. "Stand down." Raldoron turned, sword dripping. "You saw this coming. I saw what was necessary. Do not use his words. They are our father's words. Our father is lost." Amit came from the smoke laughing softly, his armor soaked red from gauntlet to shoulder. "No, brother. Our father has found the truth beneath all our pretty chains." Raldoron looked at him with disgust. "You always wanted permission." Amit bared his teeth. "And you always wanted the cage to be called virtue." Azkaelon lowered his spear. "Enough. The Legion cannot fracture here." "It already has," Raldoran said. Then the Blood Angels turned upon themselves beneath the palace. The civil war of the 9th Legion began not with declarations, but with blades in corridors packed with dead civilians. Loyal sons of Sanguinius fired on corrupted brothers beneath frescoes of imperial unity and statues of the Primarch they had all loved. Crimson armor split crimson armor. Death masks were shattered by bolter fire. Encarmine blades crossed in showers of sparks. Brothers who had shared Barlight rites, oath cups, and grief over Cygnus killed each other at arm's length while the palace trembled above them. Azkaelon fought to preserve the fallen legion because loyalty to Sanguinius had become the only law he recognized. Amit fought like hunger given a name. Raldoron fought with the terrible clarity of a son murdering his family to save what remained of his father's soul, though in his hearts he knew there might be nothing left to save. The fighting spilled upward toward the gate approaches. It struck at the worst possible moment. Blood Angel's assault lines faltered as their own Vox channels filled with challenge codes, accusations, kill orders, and screaming. Loyal defenders saw Crimson warriors, turning their weapons against one another, and surged into the confusion. Imperial fists took ground back by meters. Lunar wolves drove into exposed flanks. White scars tore through distracted jump squads. For the first time since Sanguinius had landed, the Angel's advance staggered. Then Horus came. He walked through smoke and falling ash with the lunar wolves at his back and the dead of two worlds in his eyes. His armor was ruined, pale plate cracked and blackened, one pauldron scarred by a Blood Angel's blade, his talons sparking, his maul heavy in his other hand. Around him, the fighting drew back by instinct, not stopping, never stopping, but bending away from the gravity of what approached. Sanguinius turned before the Eternity Gate. For a breath, there was no battlefield, only brothers. Horus stopped at the edge of a crater filled with burning promethium and bodies. He looked at the angel, at the sword, at the blood on white wings, at the gate behind him. "Brother," Horus said. "Not traitor, not monster, brother." Sanguinius closed his eyes for a moment, and grief moved across his face so nakedly that some who saw it believed even then that he might turn back. "Horus," he said, "this ends here." "Yes." "Then stand down." Sanguinius opened his eyes. "Brotherhood is why I must finish this." Horus's face tightened. "You murdered your sons. You butchered worlds. You brought demons to Terra's walls. I brought truth to a species dying of ignorance. You brought slavery wearing wings. I brought an answer." Horus stepped closer. "No. You brought a wound and taught men to worship the blade inside it." For the first time, anger entered Sanguinius's voice, not loud, not uncontrolled, but bright as a drawn knife. And what did Father bring? Silence, secrets, sons made to conquer and discarded when their questions became inconvenient. A future where he is worshipped despite every denial, where humanity kneels before a corpse and calls suffering salvation. Then we fight that future without becoming it. Sanguinius shook his head. "You still think purity is possible?" "I think choice is." The angel looked at him with pity. "Then choose to kneel." Horus answered by charging. Their collision cracked the world. Horus struck like a warlord born for the heart of battle. Direct, adaptive, brutal. Each blow carrying the force of fleet actions, boarding wars, and every battlefield where he had learned to turn chaos into victory. His maul came down towards Sanguinius's head, with enough power to shatter a tank. Sanguinius slipped aside and answered with a blade stroke that would have opened Horus from hip to shoulder. Horus caught it on his talon, sparks bursting, and drove his knee into the angel's chest. Sanguinius staggered half a pace. The loyalists roared, the traitors answered. Then the duel became too fast for voices. Sanguinius moved like prophecy given flesh. Wings carried him through angles no grounded warrior could answer. His sword flashed in arcs of white fire, cutting chunks from stone, slicing gun barrels in half, opening the sides of wrecked tanks that happened to stand too near. Horus fought from the ground with savage genius, using craters, corpses, broken armor, and the terrain itself. He caught one descending strike on his maul, turned it, seized Sanguinius's wrist in the talon, and hurled him through the burned shell of a predator tank. The vehicle came apart in a shriek of tearing metal. Sanguinius rose from the wreckage with blood on his lips. Horus was already there. The maul struck the angel's side and broke armor. Sanguinius folded around the impact, then drove a wing into Horus's face hard enough to split skin and blind one eye with blood. Horus laughed through the pain, not from joy, but because fury had become the only thing keeping grief from killing him. "That all, brother," Sanguinius answered by cutting him. The blade passed through Horus's thigh plate, opening flesh to the bone. Horus dropped to one knee, fired his built-in weaponry point blank, and detonations burst across Sanguinius's breastplate. The angel reeled. Horus lunged, talon extended. The claws raked across Sanguinius's abdomen, tearing armor and drawing blood that steamed when it struck the burning ground. Astartes on both sides were forced back. Tanks reversed. Dreadnoughts lowered weapons and then lifted them, again, unable to find a shot that would not kill their own Primarch. The duel smashed through a line of wrecked chimeras, across a collapsed causeway, and into the shadow of the Eternity Gate's lower statues. Stone cracked beneath their feet. The air shook with every impact. Horus landed another blow, then another. For a moment, it seemed possible. He drove Sanguinius backward, maul hammering into guard, talons seeking throat, voice raw over the vox. "Come back," Horus snarled. "Damn you, come back." Sanguinius looked at him through blood and ash. "I cannot." He changed then, not into a demon, not into some crude beast of horns and flame. He became himself without restraint. The full and terrible grace of him unfolded. His wings snapped wide, scattering ash in a white storm. His eyes shone with sorrow and something deeper than sorrow, something older and more patient and more cruel. Horus saw the killing stroke before it came and still could not stop it. Sanguinius rose, twisted in the air, and came down behind him. His blade cut through Horus's guard, through armor, through the flesh beneath the ribs. Horus turned with a roar and caught him by the throat, but the strength in his wounded leg failed. Sanguinius struck the talon aside, broke Horus's wrist with a twist that cracked like gunfire, and drove him to the ground beneath one armored knee. The battlefield saw Horus fall. A sound went through the loyalists that was worse than screaming. Sanguinius held the blade at his brother's throat. For several breaths, he did not kill him. "Kneel," the angel said, and his voice broke. "Help me build something better from the corpse of the old. Help me spare mankind the future Father has hidden from us. You know he lied. You know he used us. You know the Imperium cannot survive on denial." Horus's face was a ruin of blood, ash, and pain. He looked up at the brother he had loved most and smiled with red teeth. "You always did make treason sound noble." "Horus!" Lupercal spat blood at his feet. "For the Emperor," he said. Sanguinius closed his eyes. Then he opened Horus's throat. The blade moved once. Horus Lupercal died before the Eternity Gate in front of both armies. For a moment, the siege forgot how to breathe. The Lunar Wolves broke emotionally first. Some roared and charged. Some fell to their knees. Some simply stared as if the galaxy had become too false to answer with action. The Imperial fists did not break because Dawn would not permit the concept to exist. Across the Vox, his voice came like stone dropped into a grave. "Hold the line!" A Lunar Wolves captain screamed Horus's name and led a charge into Blood Angel's fire. Dawn repeated the order. "Hold the line!" From another front, Russ's howl tore across the loyalist channels. Not language, not command, but grief made animal and broadcast through war systems until mortal Vox operators flinched from it. White Scar's riders answered with kill cries. Imperial army regiments sobbed while firing. Custodians tightened around the inner gate. The line bent under the weight of Horus's death, but it did not collapse. Far beyond terror, Guilliman received the fragment too late. The message reached him broken by warp storm and blood. Horus dead. Eternity Gate contested. Angel advancing. The Ultramarines Primarch stood upon his bridge while the words repeated in distortion, and for a moment all his systems, all his contingencies, all his magnificent order meant nothing. He had fleets, he had armies, he had worlds enough to form a second Imperium. He did not have time. Deep beneath the palace, the Emperor felt Horus die. The psychic shock passed through the war beneath reality, like a bell struck in the bones of creation. Demons shrieked, custodians staggered. The Emperor's flame flared so bright that never-born things burned to shadows before they could retreat. For an instant, his face changed. Then the Master of Mankind turned his gaze upward. At the gate, Sanguinius stood over Horus's body. He did not gloat. He did not raise the severed hope of the Loyalists as a trophy. He looked down at his brother with grief so profound that it might have been love. Had love not already been made into a weapon in his hands? Blood dripped from his sword. Horus lay still at his feet, the loyal son who had stayed, the brother who had refused to kneel. Behind Sanguinius, the Blood Angels fought, themselves and the defenders both. Before him, the Eternity Gate waited. He lifted his eyes toward the inner palace. Now there is no son left between me and father. The Emperor came for his son through fire and broken light. The teleport strike did not descend upon the vengeful spirit, for that ship still fought in loyal hands, wounded and grieving beneath the command of warriors who had not yet accepted that Horus Lupercal was dead. The final blow would fall elsewhere. It would fall upon the Red Tear, the heart of the Angels' rebellion, the cathedral flagship from which Sanguinius had turned the Great Crusade into a sacrament of treason. The Red Tear hung above Terra like a wound nailed to the heavens. Its hull had become a blasphemy of beauty. Gold, blood lacquer, black iron, and pale bone-coloured plating formed immense winged buttresses along its flanks. Statues of weeping angels jutted from weapons decks, their stone faces split by gun ports. Chains the size of hab corridors hung between spires that had never been part of the vessel's original design. Its launch bays breathed red vapour into the void. Its engines burned with a light too warm and too alive. Around it, loyal and traitor ships died in spirals of fire, but the Red Tear endured, shielded by corrupted engines, dark mechanicum rites, and the will of the being waiting within. The Emperor chose no grand procession. He chose a killing stroke. Dawn stood beside him in scorched armour, his face cut, his eyes hollow with exhaustion and purpose. Constantine Valdor stood on the other side, guardian spear in hand, gold plate marked by the filth of demons and the blood of traitors. Around them waited the surviving custodians, selected for the strike, each one a work of war too precious for ordinary death, and yet already condemned by proximity to what must be done. No one spoke of Horus. No one needed to. The teleportarium screamed. Reality tore open and remade them inside the enemy ship. They arrived in a hall of black iron and red glass. The chamber had once been a launch coordination nave. Now it was a shrine to disciplined hunger. Blood ran in channels cut through the deck, not spilled randomly, but directed in branching patterns toward brass grates where hidden engines drank it. Banners from Ulanor, Cygnus, Istvan, and Terra hung in tatters between pillars made from fused armor plates. The air was warm, wet, and full of backward whispers. The first corrupted blood angels were already waiting. They moved as if they had known the exact heartbeat of the teleport strike. Crimson plate, gold masks, wings engraved upon pauldrons, blades raised in salute before slaughter. Sanguinary guards stood at their center, death masks serene, jump packs silent in the confined hall, in carmine weapons glowing with restrained power. There was demonic hunger in them, but not madness. That was worse. They had not become a mob. They had become a liturgy of murder. The custodians advanced without command. Gold struck crimson. Guardian spears fired at point-blank range, punching through ornate armor and blasting transhuman bodies apart in bursts of blood and shattered ceramite. In carmine axes bit into auramite and drew sparks from the Emperor's own guardians. A sanguinary guard impaled a custodian through the abdomen, only for the custodian to seize the traitor by the helm and crush the golden death mask inward until the skull beneath burst. Another blood angel vaulted through the low gravity of the chamber and took a custodian's head before Valdor's spear opened him from groin to throat. Dawn moved like a fortress forced to walk. He did not waste motion. His bolter roared in measured bursts. His blade cut only when killing required nearness. Blood angels came at him with a fury made graceful by training, and he met them with the brutal geometry of survival. A champion lunged with a spear aimed for his heart. Dawn turned it against his pauldron, stepped in, and broke the warrior's neck with the pommel of his sword. Another struck from behind. Dawn drove his elbow backward and shattered the traitor's faceplate, then shot him through the mouth. The Emperor walked through them. He was light, given the shape of wrath. His sword burned in his hand, not merely with flame, but with judgment old enough to predate the species that now died for him. Corrupted blood angels charged him and vanished in fire. Those who came too close were cut apart before their weapons moved. Those who tried to speak died with their words unborn. Psychic force radiated from him in silent pressure, cracking masks, bursting corrupted hearts, burning demonic residue out of flesh until armor collapsed around ash. The red tear resisted. Doors sealed like jaws behind them. Bulkheads flexed inward with wet metallic groans. Vox speakers crackled and began whispering prayers backward, some to the Emperor, some to Sanguinius, some to things that had waited behind both names. Gravity failed in one passage and returned sideways in the next. Corpses drifted through the corridors in slow processions. Blood angels, serfs, remembrancers, mechanicum adepts, mortal officers, their bodies preserved by cold sections of the ship, and then thawed by blood heat, bumping gently against the walls as if seeking attention. One corpse opened its eyes and spoke with Horus's voice. Dawn shot it before the sentence completed. They fought through a gallery where dead picked skulls hung from chains, their lenses still recording, still playing fragments of triumphs now turned obscene. Ulanor's armies kneeling, Sanguinius crowned, Istvan burning, Horus falling at the gate. The images looped across the walls in ghostlight while blood angels attacked from alcoves and ceiling arches. The custodians carved forward step by step. Every meter cost blood. Every chamber seemed designed to make memory into a weapon. Then the ship split them. A blast door crashed down between Dawn and the Emperor with the force of a guillotine. Dawn turned toward it as runes crawled over its surface in red light. Before he could strike, the deck beneath him opened. He fell through a shaft lined with screaming faces cast in metal. He landed in darkness and rose into a circle of demonic honor guards. They had once been blood angels. Perhaps they still were. Their armor was fused to their flesh. Their wings were not feathered, but torn membranes of red and black stretched over bone spars. Their death masks had become faces, smiling with the calm of martyrs and the hunger of predators. Each carried a blade made from broken legion relics, and each bore scraps of campaign banners nailed into their shoulders. Dawn lifted his sword. "Come then," he said. They came. The first nearly killed him by speed alone, blade passing under his guard and carving through his side. Dawn caught the creature's arm, broke it at the elbow, and drove his sword through its throat. The second struck his helm hard enough to blur his vision and split the optics. The third slammed him into the wall, talons scraping ceramite, jaws opening wide enough to bite through his gorget. Dawn rammed a grenade into its mouth and kicked it away before detonation turned its head into fragments. He fought in the dark while the ship laughed in Horus's voice, Ferris's voice, Vulcan's voice, voices of dead captains, voices of mortal soldiers who had died believing angels would save them. Dawn bled. He did not fall. Valdor fought toward the strategium through a corridor of champions. No anger moved him. No sorrow shaped his hand. Constantine Valdor had been made for a duty older than brotherhood and colder than loyalty, as Primarchs understood it. Corrupted captains challenged him by name. He killed them without answering. A Blood Angel champion with a winged helm and a blade wet with custodian blood declared that Sanguinius was the only son brave enough to love mankind honestly. Valdor's spear took him through the chest, fired once, and scattered his spine across the deck. Another fell, another. The Emperor passed beyond them all. He did not run. He did not need to. The ship's malice bent around him and burned. Doors opened when his gaze fell upon them. Wards screamed apart. Demon script blistered from the walls. Machine spirits trapped in madness howled as his presence touched them, some in pain, some in gratitude, some in both. He walked through the slaughter like a star forced into human shape, and behind him the corridors glowed with the afterimage of his passage. Sanguinius waited in the command sanctum. It had been the strategium from which the Great Crusade's grand movements once flowed. Now it was a throne room without a throne, because Sanguinius had always known better than to sit while the galaxy burned for him. Campaign banners hung broken from the ceiling. Some bore the marks of loyal legions destroyed at Istvan. Some were blood. Angel standards torn by the legion's own civil war. Dead Remembrancer picked skulls hovered in slow circles, their lenses cracked, still trying to record history through static and blood. Horus's blood stained the Warmaster's blade where it rested across a black iron altar. Around the chamber, a vast war map showed the galaxy in flames, Terra besieged, Mars burning, Ultramar isolated, Prospero screaming, loyal fleets bleeding, traitor worlds rising in worship, and sectors gone dark beyond all command. Sanguinius stood before that map. He did not look monstrous. That was the last cruelty. His armor was damaged but beautiful. His wings were ash-streaked but still magnificent. His face was sorrowful, radiant, heartbroken. He looked like the dream of the Imperium wounded by the Imperium's own necessity. He turned when the Emperor entered, and for a moment there was only father and son standing amid the ruin of everything they had built. "Father," Sanguinius said. The Emperor's sword burned brighter. "Sanguinius, I thought Horus would be with you." The Emperor's face did not change. "You killed him." "Yes." The angel lowered his gaze. "He would not kneel." "No. He was always stronger than pride made him seem. He was loyal." Sanguinius looked up again. "So am I." Valdor entered behind the Emperor, blood running from his spear. Custodians formed around the chamber entrance. Dawn arrived moments later, armor torn open, breathing hard, sword red from tip to guard. He saw Sanguinius and went still with hatred controlled only by duty. The Emperor raised one hand. No one advanced. Sanguinius looked from Dawn to Valdor, then back to his father. Will they hear truth before you bury it again? They will hear enough. Enough. Sanguinius smiled, and it was terrible because it was sad. That has ever been your mercy. The Emperor stepped into the sanctum. You have murdered worlds. I have saved what can survive. You brought the Neverborn to terror. You hid them until ignorance made them stronger. You killed Horus. You made us capable of killing one another before we ever met. Dawn took one step forward. Traitor. Sanguinius looked at him. Praetorian, if stone could weep, you would drown this chamber. Dawn's grip tightened on his sword, but the Emperor spoke first. This is between us. Sanguinius nodded. At last. The war map flickered behind him, galaxy fire reflecting in his eyes. You built mankind's future on lies, the angel said. You denied gods while making yourself one in every act but admission. You spoke of reason while hiding the warp. You spoke of unity while using suns as tools and calling the damage necessity. Angron should have been healed. Magnus should have been taught. Lorgar should have been answered. Kurzi should have been saved or slain before he became proof of your neglect. Perturabo should have been honoured before bitterness became his only architecture. Horus should have been trusted. I should never have been made into a symbol unless you were prepared for men to worship symbols. The Emperor listened, as if each accusation had been weighed long before being spoken. Every path was monstrous, he said. Sanguinius's eyes hardened. That is not absolution. No, it is explanation. Then explain the throne I saw. Explain the worlds of bones. Explain black ships full of screaming psychers. Explain armies dying beneath prayers to a corpse who forbade worship. Explain my sons trapped in madness because love becomes a curse in your design. The Emperor's voice remained low. I chose the path with a chance of survival. You chose secrecy and called it wisdom. I chose what mankind could endure. You chose what you could control. The chamber trembled. Somewhere far below, the Red Tear's machine spirit screamed through sealed decks. Sanguinius stepped toward the altar and lifted the blade still stained with Horus's blood. I have not rejected tyranny, Father. That is what you never understood. I have looked upon mankind and seen the same truth you saw. It is weak, frightened, violent, hungry for meaning. It will kneel. It will kill. It will make gods out of corpses and martyrs out of butchers. It will become cruel to survive because the universe permits no innocence to endure. His wings spread slowly, filling the sanctum with shadow. So let cruelty be honest. Let it be beautiful enough that men know what they worship. Let it be divine without hypocrisy. Let suffering have a name that does not pretend to be enlightenment. Let mankind kneel before a living truth, not a corpse hidden behind a lie. The Emperor looked at his brightest son. You would make damnation sacred. Sanguinius's face broke with grief. I would make survival worthy of the blood it spends. No, the Emperor said. You would make the blade an altar and call the wound salvation. For the first time, Sanguinius's sorrow became wrath. Better that than your silence. He attacked. The duel began faster than thought. Sanguinius crossed the sanctum in a blur of wings and fire. The Emperor met him with his flaming sword, and the first impact shattered the altar between them. Horus's blood flashed into steam. The war map flickered and warped as psychic force rolled through the chamber. Custodians were driven back despite themselves. Dawn braced against the blast. Valdor lowered his spear and knew there was no place for him in the space between those blows. The Emperor fought with ancient mastery, each movement precise beyond Primarch understanding. Blade and will joined into a single act of annihilation. Psychic fire burst from his free hand and struck Sanguinius in the chest, hurling him through a ring of dead pick skulls. The devices shattered around him, and their last recorded images spilled into the air. Ulanor, Cygnus, Horus, terror, blood, wings, fire. Sanguinius rose before the fragments fell. His foresight moved with him. He evaded killing strikes before they were born. His wings carried him through impossible angles, above and around the Emperor's guard, his blade descending in arcs that would have slain any other being in creation. He struck with corrupted grace, but the corruption did not make him ugly. It made him more unbearable. Every motion was perfect. Every attack was sorrowful. Every wound he sought seemed offered with love. The ruinous powers gathered behind him, not visible as crude forms, but present in pressure, colour, hunger, rot, change, and ecstasy. Khorne burned in the honesty of the killing blow. Tzeentch shimmered in the evasion before the strike. Nurgle waited in the peace of inevitable decay. Slaanesh sang in the perfection of the angel's form as he turned war into art. The Emperor burned brighter. He cut through those presences with every stroke, denying them purchase, tearing their blessings from his son's flesh, only for them to coil back around him like serpents around a bleeding icon. Sanguinius took a wound across the shoulder that would have severed a Titan's support strut. He answered by driving his knee into the Emperor's breastplate and cutting across the golden armour beneath the ribs. Blood fell from the Master of Mankind. The chamber froze around that sight. The Emperor bled. Sanguinius saw it and faltered. Not long enough. The Emperor struck him with psychic force that crushed the deck beneath his feet and drove him backward through a pillar of black iron. Sanguinius hit the ground, wings bent beneath him, and laughed once, not in madness, but in grief. "You hesitate," he said. The Emperor advanced. "You hesitate because you loved Horus. You needed him. But me." Sanguinius rose, blood running down his armour. "I was the dream made visible. I was the promise that your empire might be beautiful, despite all the graves beneath it." The Emperor's expression was terrible. Sanguinius came again. He was faster now, desperate now, radiant with the gathered might of gods that hated him even as they fed him. His blade struck the Emperor's sword aside. His wing cracked across the Emperor's helm. His free hand, clawed by warp light and Primarch strength, drove into the rent in the Emperor's armour. He forced the Master of Mankind backward, step by step, until golden boots carved trenches through the deck. Dawn shouted and moved. Valdor caught him by the arm. "No," the Captain General said. Dawn rounded on him with murder in his eyes. But Valdor did not release him. "This is beyond us." Sanguinius drove his blade through the Emperor's side. The wound exploded with light. The Emperor staggered. Across terror, psychers screamed. Beneath the palace, demons howled in triumph and terror. On the walls, loyal, soldiers felt warmth leave the air. In orbit, astropathic choirs burst into flame. The Red Tear's machine spirit shrieked in ecstasy. Sanguinius stood close to his father, blade buried deep, face wet with tears. "Let me end the lie," he whispered. The Emperor looked upon him then not as weapon, not as general, not as error in a plan too vast for human grief, but as son. That was the wound no armour could turn. Then his hand closed around Sanguinius's throat. "No." The word was not loud. It ended worlds. The Emperor's psychic might surge through the sanctum, through the ship, through the corpse-choked corridors and screaming engines. through every ward and blood channel and demonic knot that had made the red tear into a temple of rebellion. The ruinous powers recoiled, then pressed in, howling, laughing, offering, demanding. Sanguinius screamed as their blessings became hooks tearing through his soul. The Emperor drew his sword free of the lock and struck. Sanguinius blocked the first blow. The second shattered his blade. The third took one wing. The fourth opened him from shoulder to heart. Still he came forward, even ruined, even burning, even with his beauty collapsing into ash and blood. Sanguinius reached for his father as if to embrace him or drag him down or be held by him at the end. The Emperor placed his burning sword against his son's breast. For one moment, their eyes met. "Father," Sanguinius said, and at last he sounded young. The Emperor drove the blade through him. Light consumed the angel. It did not merely kill him. It unmade the covenant inside him, burned through the demonic blessings, the stolen futures, the blood rites, the false mercy, the sacred tyranny, the beautiful cruelty. Sanguinius arched backward, wings flaring in white fire and black shadow. His scream became the scream of every son who had loved him, every world that had trusted him, every dead brother whose name had been used to justify the next atrocity. Then Sanguinius was gone, not fallen, not slain in any ordinary sense, destroyed. The psychic backlash tore through the blood angels like a second Cygnus, worse than death because it wore their father's final soul. On Terra, blood angels, loyal and traitor alike, collapsed mid-battle. Some screamed and tore off their helms, clawing at their faces as they saw through their father's dying eyes. Some fell upon the nearest body, friend or foe, with fangs bared and reason gone. Some wept Horus's name while killing Imperial soldiers. Some cried for the Emperor while opening the throats of their own brothers. In the lower precincts, Raldoron dropped to one knee, sword slipping from his grasp, and felt love become hunger, grief become command, betrayal become memory. Amit laughed until the laughter broke into sobbing and then into a roar that was no longer language. Azka-Elon beat his fists against his helm as the death mask split and blood poured through the cracks. Across the void, across distant war zones, across hidden apothecarian vessels and loyalist prisons and traitor musters, every son of Baal felt the angel die. They felt his love. They felt his hunger. They felt his grief. They felt Horus's blood on the blade. They felt the Emperor's hand at his throat. They felt the endless need to kill, because killing was the only motion left in a universe where beauty had betrayed itself. The Black Rage was born not from martyrdom, but from damnation, remembered forever. In the command sanctum of the Red Tier, the Emperor fell. Dawn broke free of Valdor and caught him before he struck the deck. The master of mankind's armor was ruined. Light bled from the wounds in his side, his chest, his soul. The victory had cost more than the Imperium possessed. Valdor stood over them, spear raised against enemies who no longer came. The ship around them wailed as its corrupted systems died without the angel's will to bind them. Doors opened. Gravity failed. Blood channels ran dry. Demons fled the walls, screaming as the Emperor's afterburning wrath consumed the roots they had sunk into iron and flesh. Dawn looked upon his father and understood that survival had become a sentence. The return to Terra was not triumph, it was extraction. The Emperor was brought back to the palace through fire, void war, and collapsing command. The Red Tier burned in orbit behind them, its cathedral spires breaking apart, its corpse-filled halls venting. Into space, its winged hull cracking as loyal ships finally tore it open. No one cheered when it died. too many had died believing that ship had once carried hope. The Emperor was interred upon the Golden Throne because there was no other choice left. Those words became the foundation of the next age. No other choice. Malcador did what had to be done and paid what had to be paid, and his name became a whisper beneath larger griefs. Dawn sealed the palace and then sealed parts of himself deeper still. Valdor watched the throne accept the broken master of mankind and did not look away. Across the surviving Imperium, Horus Lupercal became the loyal martyr, the son who had stayed, the brother who had stood at the Eternity Gate and refused to kneel. His name was spoken over banners, carved into fortress stones, whispered by lunar wolves who had lost a father twice in one lifetime. Sanguinius became the angelic arch-traitor. His statues were torn down, except where they were kept as warnings. His name was erased from loyal triumphs and inscribed into books of treason. His sons were watched, pitied, feared, and used. The Blood Angels who survived did so beneath a curse no chaplain could fully chain and no apothecary could cure. They were angels still, but angels with a scream locked behind their eyes. The Imperium endured. It became harsher than before because tenderness had become suspect. It became more secretive because truth had opened too many doors. It became more religious because denial had failed, and because men needed something to hold while the dark laughed. It fed psychers to the throne. It built shrines from battlefields. It raised armies without number. It taught children that beauty could betray, that love could become a weapon, that angels could fall upward into worship and drag worlds down behind them. There was no victory, only survival. Mankind endured, but only because its brightest angel had taught it how to become a monster.